All right, what's going on, chat? Hope y'all are having a good one today. Here we go. Day one is starting up for Milwaukee. Gonna be a long stream today. We got day one of Milwaukee to begin with, and then we're going from there into day two of Champions League. It should just be like a continuous stream all the way through. To be honest, I have to reset the I'll reset the YouTube stream after the end of Milwaukee. Otherwise it kind of cuts it off. Yo, appreciate the prime sub there. Night, appreciate the 4 months. Easy. You sleep well? Yeah, slept pretty good. No complaints. No complaints. No complaints. You surprised by the lack of Mewtwo last night? No. I mean, City League results don't mean everything, but the fact that it was like basically not showing up at all in City League, yeah. Told me it would not be very popular at all at this tournament. How long will today's stream be? The plan is until the end of Champions League, so whatever that is. Dude, apparently some new cards did get revealed last night. I was like, there's no way new cards get revealed. I'm gonna head out. But yeah, they did reveal some new cards. I assume they're also gonna reveal more new cards tonight. But they did reveal some new cards last night. Which, well, that's annoying. I would have stayed up for it if I had known. If I knew they were going to. Those will have a big medical exam in a couple hours. Wish me luck. Good luck, David. You got this. But we'll take a look at the cards at some point probably today. I'll pull them up. Take a look at them. They're already up over here. Yeah, we'll take a look at the cards here in a little bit. Wait, all these cards suck. What the heck? This is like a mini set though, right? Like the black and white thing is like a kind of like a. It's gonna be like our between NAIC and World set. So it's not gonna be a crazy set, right? It's gonna be like a kind of low key set. I mean the Embor. Besides the Embor, obviously the Embor is kind of broken. Is 151 basically. It's like Shroud Fable with more cards. Yeah, I mean it might be more impactful. It might. I mean, Dusknoir being printed was pretty impactful, but it might be add a little bit more than just that. We'll see. Samurott seems pretty broken. What? Samurott sucks ass. What do you mean? It's not a gust. It's not a gust effect. Your opponent decides the new basic to go to the act, or the new Pokemon to go to the active. Yeah, it's an escape rope. Can we see it? Oh my god. Yeah, sure. I guess we're not really doing anything while they're doing the stuff. They got Superior here. Royal Cheer. Attacks used by your Pokemon do 20 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. Grass Triple Colorless, 150. You may search your deck for up to 3 cards and put them into your hand, then shuffle your deck. Grass Triple Colorless? Alright, this card seems terrible. There's probably going to be some way to get... Do we currently have a way to get more energy on this thing? Like, consistently? We have a good form of energy acceleration for this thing. Not any form of energy acceleration. Because y'all are about to be like, Magneton with E-Switch. Ogerpon with E-Switch? That's so bad, though. Joltik? Okay, Joltik's not terrible. Yanmega? Yanmega's already bad to begin with. Alright, so there's no good way. There's no good way. Confirmed no good way. Kyurem. 130 water colorless. This attack does 10 damage to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon for each prize card your opponent's taken. This is an interesting attack. This attack is interesting. This attack is interesting. That could be cool for like a late game spread deck. I don't know how you're gonna set this up consistently only in the end game, but that's pretty cool. Zekrom, Baldur's Burst, Lightning colorless. This attack does 50 damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. This Pokemon does 30 damage to itself. 50 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. Why does it do 30 damage to itself? Why is it doing 30 damage to itself? That seems weird. But yes, it hits pretty hard. Endgame Dawn Attacker. It is an endgame Dawn Attacker, yeah. Which is what the deck is kind of missing right now. Is having some big late game attacker. Although getting this thing to like KO a Dragapult is still going to be tough. Because Dragapult doesn't draw prize cards against you. So, we'll see. That forces Paul to take prizes? Wait, what does the card do? Wait, how does this force Paul to take prize cards? This does not force Paul to take prize cards. Oh, by knocking yourself out? No, that's not how it's going to work. That's not how it's going to work. You're losing the game if you're putting a Zekrom in your active and knocking yourself out while you're doing 130 damage. The game's over. You've lost. Alt does not care if you're KOing your own Zekrom on your turn. Reshiram, it's just the same thing, right? 130 plus 50 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. Discard energy from this Pokemon. So this is the exact same thing as Zekrom, but fire type. Emboar is obviously good. I don't know what it'll necessarily be good with. Maybe they'll come out with a card in this set that it's good with. But as often as you like during your turn, you may attach a fire energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon. It's a pretty good ability. We've seen it before. We're seeing it again. We've actually seen it before on Emboar specifically. This Emboar is basically a reprint, so. It's good with the Reshiram. Yeah, like Reshiram's a cool late game attacker with Emboar. But you obviously need something in the early game. And Victini is probably not going to be it. 120 damage for 2 fire. Only if you have 5 bench Pokemon. I mean, it's like a cool 1 prize attacker maybe, but. What is this set? Something new coming? Yeah, these cards are coming out. I don't actually know. I can look it up. July 18th is the expected set release. So a little ways from now. Yeah, before Worlds, after NAIC. Do you predict Guardy to win the 5th in a row? I don't know. I don't make predictions. And then, yeah, so this guy accelerates fire energy, and then you have Samurott. Once in your turn, you may switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. If you do, your opponent switches their active with one of their benched, and then for 1 water, 30 plus 50 more for each energy attached to this Pokemon. So this could be played in a deck. Like, we've seen cards like this, like the Gengar, with people are playing Gengar and Charizard as like a constant pivot card, but this thing's like not good. It's just like, this could see play at some point in a deck. Yeah. Why do people still say Pult is better than Guardy? When people say Pult, okay, so this is like a meta versus, no, not meta versus format. This is like the best deck in the format doesn't have to be the winningest deck. People say Pult is a better deck, but it's not necessarily a better play right now, nor will it be the more successful deck. A deck can be the better deck in the format and win less or be less successful than another deck. Because if you are the best deck in the format, you're more likely to be getting countered. Gardevoir has a good Dragapult matchup. It doesn't have as good of a matchup spread as Dragapult has. Like, Dragapult has like the best matchup spread and is definitely arguably the most powerful and best deck in the format. Guardy's success is definitely somewhat a factor of Dragapult's popularity because it is a favorable matchup. Just because Guardy wins more doesn't mean it is actually the better deck. However, it could be the better play right now, and it could be the better play for this tournament or next tournament or whatever. But the best deck doesn't have to be the most successful deck. It just has to be the best deck. BDIF does not mean winningest deck. No, BDIF means best deck in format. Wait, I don't know if you're actually just like, yeah. Best, it just means the best deck. The deck that has the most potential, that on average will have the most potential. That's what BDIF means. It's just like on average throughout this whole metagame, what has the most potential? to win tournaments. Which is Guardy. I mean, you can think it's Guardy, but I'm explaining why people say it's Dragapult. I also think Dragapult is the better, if I had to, I don't really care about what the BDIF is. Worrying about what the BDIF is just kind of silly. It doesn't really matter. But if I had to give something the BDIF title, I'd probably give it to Dragapult. Gardevoir's also pretty good. Now, what it actually is, like, we can predict what we think it is, and we can say what we think it is, and then, but what it actually is, it's kind of like the perfect 60. It's like, will we ever truly know what the BDIF is? Technically not. We can like assume things. I think in some formats it's pretty straightforward, right? Like Broken Lugia was the best deck in format. ADPization was the best deck in format for a lot of its existence. Stuff like that. Last format, Dragapult was arguably the best deck in format. Last format, I don't think anyone really disputes Dragapult being the best deck in the format. This format, I mean, Guardy's pretty good. I'm not saying Guardy's bad. It's like the perfect 60. Okay, so Guardy's best play in the meta. It could be, but it could also be the BDIF. That's what I'm saying. Like worrying about what the BDIF is, or when I get asked what the BDIF is, like who cares? It's like what is the perfect 60? It's like you never know if you have the perfect 60. It's a little bit easier to decipher what the BDIF in the format is, but it's like another one of those things where it's like it just doesn't really matter. Like here's a bunch of good decks. Pick a good deck you like, play with good deck, repeat. Yeah, the best play for this tournament. Let's just say we know for a fact Gardevoir is the best play for this tournament right now, Milwaukee. Gardevoir is the best play for Milwaukee. That does not make Gardevoir the BDIF. It can't be a perfect 60 to mention. The perfect 60, dude, I feel like people are always put... I mean, the perfect 60 is based on a metagame of a tournament. There is a perfect 60 for Milwaukee. The points in the meta we care about are major tournaments. So when we talk about perfect 60s, we're always talking about the perfect 60 for the next major tournament. I'm obviously not talking about the perfect 60 2 minutes from now. Or the perfect 60 an hour from now. Oh, but the meta could change in 2 hours. It's like we're obviously talking about the perfect 60 for the next major tournament. What is the perfect 60 for Milwaukee? Once again, you never know if you have the perfect 60, so you don't worry about actually saying you have the perfect 60, because who fucking knows? Yeah, but the best play for a tournament, let's say Guardy is the best play for Milwaukee, it doesn't make it the BDIF. Also, because I feel like a lot of people don't understand this, the best deck in format does not change. The best deck in the format is whatever the best deck in the format is. The metagames, though, that change major tournament to major tournament, that could be a different deck. The best play for Milwaukee could be different than the best play for Portland, than the best play for Bologna special event or regional at the end of the year. Like, yeah, we have let's see, we have Milwaukee this year. The best play for Milwaukee could be different than the best play for Utrecht, which is in 2 weeks. That could be different from the best play at Santiago, which is the same weekend. That could be different from the best play from Melbourne, which is also the same weekend. Rather than pull it up. The best play for Milwaukee could be different than the best play for Utrecht. That could be different from the best play from Santiago. That could be different from the best play from Melbourne. That could be different from the best play from Portland. That could be different from the best play from Bologna. And these are all in the same format. The best play for each of those tournaments could be a different archetype. It could also just be a different way to play an archetype. It could be like Dusknoir, Dragapult versus Dusknoir, or Dragapult, Dusknoir versus Dragapult, no Dusknoir. But the best deck in the format doesn't change. It doesn't care what the meta is. It doesn't care what tournament it is. It doesn't care how many tournaments have been played in the metagame. The best deck in the format is just the deck that has the highest potential versus the other potential decks that can be built in the format. Just like the most powerful deck, basically. The best deck in the format doesn't actually change, though. I feel like a lot of people think that the BDIF changes. It's just like, if you called Dragapult BDIF yesterday, but then you have more information, you might call Gardevoir the BDIF today, right? But if your information didn't change, then theoretically what you think is the BDIF shouldn't change. It's just like, what is the best deck in the current card pool? The current card pool is the format. BDIF means best deck in format. BDIF does not change. However, if you think the BDIF is Dragapult yesterday, but then you grind for 24 hours, you could think that the BDIF is something else today. But that's why worrying about what the BDIF is just pointless, and it doesn't matter. And it's like super irrelevant. And you shouldn't worry about what the BDIF is because it's just not relevant. It's just not relevant to anything. Worrying about the BDIF, talking about the BDIF, thinking about the BDIF is just all irrelevant. Now, the best play for the tournament, that's different. What is the best play for Milwaukee? That's an interesting question. The BDIF is Guardy? No, the deck that wins the most isn't the BDIF. If it was that, I mean, you could, if you want to think it's that simple, go ahead. You're right, actually, you're right. BDIF is Guardy. It's won the most. Lock in. BDIF is vibes based. Let's not lie. True, true. Yeah, what is the best play for Milwaukee is an interesting question. What is the BDIF is not an interesting question at all. What's the best play for the tournaments? Well, there's no tournament next weekend. What is the best play for the tournaments 2 weekends from now? That's an interesting question. All this just to manipulate the meta away from BDIF, meaning Mamoswine. Well played. What's the best play for Milwaukee? I mean, I think Zoroark seems kind of. I think Zoroark seems kind of chill. I would have to have tested it more, but Zoroark and Guardy are would be my top 2 decks, I think. But I'm not super confident in Zoroark. Appreciate the 65 months Wizardino, especially like the Joltik box matchup. What the heck? They're starting with the finals match. Just off the rip like that. I think the BDIF is something you only know in hindsight. I mean, it's easier to look back on a format and trying to decipher what the BDIF is than try and do it in the moment. It depends on the situation. Yo, Ian's playing what? Ian's playing EV box? Let's go. Oh, we're starting with round 3. Don't they usually start with round 4? I feel like we're getting an extra round here. Oh, no, because it's only an 8-round tournament. We're not getting an extra round. They would have started with round 4 for those 9 rounds. You're saying BDF is Pult, so you manipulate the meta again and win Stockholm with Snorlax, so Grant can write about you on Poke Beach. Free matchup for EV Box? I think it's favored. Now, I haven't seen... Listen, whenever you see matchups like EV Box and how we've seen it play out, like the games I played on ladder or what we've seen on stream, sometimes these kind of matchups seem favored for a deck like EV Box, but then when a high-level player plays the other side, it's sometimes not as straightforward. Like, I'll be curious to see how Rowan tackles this. Maybe there's nothing Rowan can do. But like sometimes matchup seems really one-sided, but then a really good player plays the side that it seems bad for, and it's like, oh wait, this matchup's actually pretty close. So we'll see how Rowan handles this. Unfair stamp prize. I don't know if that matters. Rowan's also playing EXP share. It looks like, well, with the Luminous, but I'm assuming Rowan's playing no Dusknoir here for sure. You're just saying our Dragon Ball gameplay sucks, right? No, I'm just saying sometimes there's a little bit more to it. Like sometimes there's not though. Sometimes we see everything. But like, I mean, the way the EV Box wins this matchup definitely feels a little cheesy, right? Like, Fan Roadie start versus the Genesect start on the other side. Oh, and if Rowan's not playing Dusknoir, dude, this matchup gets that much worse if there's no Dusknoir involved. I feel like Dusknoir's a big piece for this matchup. Ian plays Crystal? Okay. So that could be a big deal. The Genesect taking away the Crystal could be a big deal for sure. We like our crystals. I feel so zoomed out compared to Champions League. Yeah, Champions League, they were really getting in there, bro. You could like see the feathers on the Noctowl. Yeah, and let's take a look at the prize cards again real fast. One last look. Yeah, board prize, EXP share prized. Still should have a tool card up on the Genesect, but the Resi board is like the aggressive way to move stuff around, so that's unfortunate. The Genesect might get yeah, because now you have to like harder treat the Genesect, which is annoying. So after you played with the Pedro list from Seville, do you think Pult would be better if you had access to Dusknoir? I don't know. I haven't played enough Dragapults, but to give you like an idea to work around. Oh, Area 0 aggressively as well. I feel like Ian's making a prediction that Rowan probably plays no Stadium. Actually, I don't know if I like that Area 0 placement. What if Rowan does play Jamming Tower? I mean, Rowan's playing Genesect, so the chance of playing Jamming Tower is definitely less, but I don't know. Maybe Ian just knows exactly what Rowan's playing, though. The aggressive Area 0 tells me that Ian is assuming something about Rowan's build or knows something. We'll see. Yeah, the aggressive Area 0 makes, it's definitely like, it feels like, or maybe Ian wants him to play an Artisan. He's like, I don't care if you play an Artisan here, and if you don't, then I have access to Area 0, so I'm okay with both, because like that would lead to another Hoothoot or something, maybe. If someone asked me a question, I was going to answer. Oh yeah, the Dragapult thing. The more powerful version of Dragapult plays Dusknoir, but it doesn't mean it's the better version of the deck. Just to give you some like something more to work with. Any deck that has more things in it is more powerful. However, there's a balance of consistency and power that has to happen to lead to success. So, but I don't actually know which one's better right now. I would lean towards non-Dusknoir being better. Just like if you look at the play rate versus success of Dusknoir versus non-Dusknoir, like it's kind of crazy. You have like 13% Dusknoir Dragapult versus 7% non-Dusknoir Dragapult, and non-Dusknoir Dragapult is hella outperforming Dusknoir Dragapult. So I think you got to give the edge to non-Dusknoir, but. All right, Badu and the Dreepies coming in here for Rowan. Rowan also thoroughly checking the prize cards there, we saw. So should know basically everything that's prized. Yep, there's the Artisan. Dude, I don't know. The Area 0 was like weird for me, and it definitely felt weird. I don't know why Ian... I think Ian was trying to make the read that he didn't think Rowan was actually playing Stadiums. It was like, oh, you don't play Stadiums. No one plays Stadiums anymore. But, yeah, I don't know. That was like a weird, aggressive Area 0 there from Ian. Like I said, maybe he just was like, I don't think you're going to play Artisan unless I have an Area 0. Maybe it was one of those situations where it's like... Ian was like, or maybe Ian has second Area 0 in hand. That's possible. But it could have been a situation... It could have been a situation where Ian was like, I don't think... Or you're not going to put your Artisan in play unless I have an Area 0 in play, but I want you to put your Artisan in play. So because of that, I am going to... I'm going to go ahead and put out an Area 0. That could have been the reason. That could have been the reason, is he wanted Rowan to play the Artisan. He's like, you're not going to play the Artisan unless I have an Area 0 in play, so... That could be the reason. You're overthinking it? No, this is literally... I've had these thought... All right. Listen, you think I'm overthinking it because you don't think about these things. But I think about these things when I play the game. So, you can sit there and durdle and then leave your Area 0 in the hand. I'll play like Ian Robb. And I'll go through that thought process personally. You do you, though. I know this could exist because I have thought this is how I think about the game in situations like this. Like these things do come up where that's the thought process you have. All right, fourth Dreepy hitting the board. Or he could have simply fucked up. Yeah, of course, but we're trying to analyze the gameplay. Should we just look at all the gameplay and be like, well, he fucked up or he did the right thing? All right, Rowan here, using second Dracloak, Night Treacher or Research to take. He took the Research. He fucked up or he could have done the right thing. Ultra Ball here, discarding Halucha and Monkey Dory. He could have fucked this up. It could be the right play, though. It could be the right play. Gonna go get a Dracloak here. That could be correct. Or a different Pokemon could be correct. A different Pokemon could be correct, but this could be the correct Pokemon to take. Another Dracloak here for Rowan. And he's going to evolve it onto the last Dreepy. That could be correct. Or it could have been correct to discard it with the Research. Both plays could be correct here. All right, drawing a fresh 7. Played the Research. Could have not played the Research, though. It could have been correct to not play the Research. It could have been not correct. All right, using Dracloak. We could have been correct to not use Dracloak here. We could have held off on using this Dracloak. Luminous Energy and Psychic Energy to pick from here. And does pick the Psychic Energy. I like that, but I would have liked the Luminous pick as well. Both could have been good. I like that. Both could have been correct there. Actually, you're right. This makes way more sense now that I'm looking at the game this way. Can't do anything wrong. You can't make mistakes while casting. Everything's correct. Everything's incorrect. There's the attach to the Dreepy. And back over to Ian. Will we see the first of potentially many... I'm blanking on the name of the attack. Angelite. We'll see the first of many potential Angelites coming out here. Realizing this is great commentary, quickly backs off. I wonder. So Ian definitely knows. I guess the one hitting count that is like a little like a tough to account for, and you definitely want to know as Ian is how many Crispin does Rowan play? That would be my biggest question. If I was in Ian's shoes right now, I'd be like, all right, how many Crispin am I playing around here? That's what I would be curious about. Oh, we see Boss Crystal getting lined up for Ian. Ian might just be chasing Dreepy here. Yeah, Ian might just be KOing the Dreepy, save the Angelite. The problem with that, though, is you start to run out of Gust effects to then Gust Dragapults. Well, is that actually even a problem? That's not even that big of a deal, to be honest. Yeah, I honestly, I kind of like KO Dreepy, hold Angelite. Because if Rowan ever leaves the Dragapult in the active, you just knock it out with energy. And if it's ever on the bench, you Angelite it back to the deck. All right. Don't hate that idea. We are going to get value out of our Crystal here as Ian as well. Before our tool potentially makes its way onto the Genesect. I mean, I don't think Ian's ever boss KOing the... Wait, we can just attack with Fan Rotom as well. Man, let's see what Ian's doing here. Maybe he just gets the boss, but is still going to Angelite? Because we could have actually just left Fan Rotom inactive and then boss the Dreepy if that was the play. But Ian's maybe just took the boss to use for our next turn. Is just going to Angelite this turn. We'll see. Question: are these EV lists without Mew? It's the only card I don't have in the list. Some people play lists, some people don't. You already played Brock? Oh, did he play Brock? Oh, my bad. All right, I'm a little bit behind. I was too much on the good play, bad play vibe. Does take the KO. The KO here from Ian is interesting. I guess you don't want the Badoo to like sit there and infinitely punch you though, obviously. So I don't hate it. This does give a bench space over to Rowan. I mean, getting access to like Pheasantipity here doesn't really matter that much because Rowan has 4 Dracloaks, but it's something. But here Rowan can actually... actually, I think Rowan made a mistake here. I think Rowan should have pushed Dreepy to the active and then attached to a bench Dracloak. I think Rowan actually messed up here. Because Genesect in the active allows both... Because you're going to split your energy here if you're Rowan. You're going to split your energy. You're going to put 1 on 2 Dreepies or 2 Dracloaks. But now they're both on the bench to be Angelited. But if you had pushed Dreepy in the active, evolve it to Dracloak, and then attach to a bench Dracloak, you're all of a sudden in a situation where the Angelite doesn't happen unless Ian uses a boss. And this is kind of like a resource matchup. I feel like is how you have to play it on the Dragapult side. You have to like try and get through Ian's resources. Another reason I actually didn't like that KO from Ian, though, is it gives Counter Catcher over to Rowan. It depends how much you care about being item locked here as Ian, of course, but you have given Counter Catcher over to Rowan at this point, which feels... I don't know, it just feels weird to give Rowan access to Counter Catcher, because Counter Catcher Noctowl is kind of annoying. If Rowan just Counter Catchers Noctowl over and over and over and over again, like, you're going to have to burn an energy every single time to move the owl. That's not great. So, Ian has Switch Stir and Kieran in his deck. Okay, I mean, we have some mobility cards, but like, but giving Rowan the ability to use his counter catchers instead of trapping Rowan out of the counter catchers. If Rowan plays 4 counter catcher to gust trap Ian, then I'm toward. He probably plays 3. He probably doesn't play 4. And here's the first gust of many, and we have access to counter catcher. And we have access to counter catcher still. All right, the owl's up. See, this was the mistake from Rowan. Rowan should have pushed Drakloak. Now all Ian needs to do is retreat into Sylveon and Angelite both Drakloaks off the bench that have energy. But if Rowan had put the energy Drakloak in the active, it would have forced Ian to use boss. Which, yes, Ian has boss in hand, but forcing the boss is a big deal. This is definitely like, this is going to be a long game. Resources are very important. So giving Rowan access to stuff like counter catcher, letting Rowan like have access to that card, it's a pretty big deal. I feel like, I don't know. I don't hate the play from Ian for KOing the Badoo, but forcing the boss out of Ian would have been a pretty good play there from Rowan, because Ian's probably going to stay up in the prize trade this whole game. So Ian's not going to have access to counter catchers, which means Ian probably only has like 2 boss. So being able to force one of Ian's bosses out of him would have been pretty big here. So definitely a mistake from Rowan. And now Rowan has this Genesect stuck in the active. Also, Ian is never going to KO this Genesect. And the rescue board is prized. And we know Rowan knows that because Rowan was very thorough with his prize checking. So props to Rowan, you know, for being thorough on the prize checking. But if you're not going to utilize that information, this Genesect is stuck. This Genesect is not going anywhere. Ian is never KOing this Genesect. Now, Ian doesn't know Rowan's rescue board is prized, but Ian's going to force it out of him. But he found Switch, right? Oh, he might have a Switch in hand. That is fair. He might have the Switch to work with. So that is something he has. This is why you play 2 rescue boards. Now the Switch is probably always better because you play Ursaluna. Pretty legit round 3 feature in terms of players, for sure. Yeah. Run 2 rescue board on Switch. I don't hate the second rescue board. It feels a little overkill though, but it is so good on your Genesect. Energy search getting used here. We're gonna go get an energy. We're gonna attach an energy to a. Ooh, the EXP share is also priced here for Rowan, which is I don't know, that's unfortunate for sure. The EXP share being prized is not great. Artisan getting activated as well. Badoo making its way to the field. I think Rowan's prepping the Badoo to play around the Genesect getting KO'd. But yeah, Ian should not KO the Genesect here. The Genesect should stick in the active. Has Rowan even used Lokes yet? Maybe we're Ionoing. Okay, there's an Iono from Rowan. Honestly, okay, this matchup, the initial list that I tested out from Jonathan Means played Palpad. This is actually a matchup where I could see the Palpad being good because it's so slow, but you don't have access to 4 boss. Like, Ian going boss KO Drakloak here is like pretty good, especially with no EXP share in play. Rowan's EXP share is obviously prized, but Ian doesn't know that. Yeah. I don't know if Ian plays the Palpad, though. Still saying Palpad is good. Bro, I've never said Palpad is a bad card. People misuse Palpad. Palpad is maybe the most misunderstood card in the Pokemon TCG. Does not play Palpad? Unlucky. Only so many boss then. Like, boss KO Loki here seems kind of chill, but also just passing seems kind of chill. Leaving the Genesect in the active and being like, okay, now you need Dragapult energy and a way to move the active here. I wouldn't hate to see pass happen from Ian. Also, Ian's hand sucks. Give it some thought. Refuses to elaborate. Wait, on what? On Palpad being misused? Did they show the metagame for day 1? Why not KO to go even on prizes? Going even on prizing isn't that important. The way the matchup plays out, it's like you don't win through drawing 6 prize cards. You usually win through devastating the other board so much that they can't play the game. Ian goes for the KO here. Yeah, Ian's board state is actually not that good. We don't have room for Clefairy on the bench here for Ian. Yeah, Ian's board is actually not great. Quad Loke online again for Rowan. This is actually looking pretty good for Rowan. Honestly, the more I think about it, though, the Area 0... Nope, not gonna say it. The Area 0 play from Ian... the more I think about it, the more I think it was probably just a mistake, to be honest. I think he put it in play... Well, From his point of view, maybe it's not a terrible play. Because he's like kind of... I assume he's making that play assuming Rowan does not play stadiums. Which obviously is not the case. Hawlucha getting bought back here to snipe the EV. Yeah, Rowan's in a pretty good spot here, I feel like. Oh, but actually taking a knockout here from Rowan I don't think is that good. I feel like Rowan shouldn't take this KO, actually, the more I think about it. If you take this knockout, you give bench space to Ian for Clefairy. Maybe you're just assuming Ian has the Area 0 combo no matter what, so you're just like, okay, whatever, I'll take the KO on the EV. Because this does allow you to go Dragapult Punch active KO EV, and then next turn punch the Sylveon with just a Dragapult with its first attack for 70 to KO. Boss? I don't think Rowan is bossing here. I think we're punching the active. We need to pressure the Sylveon. We need to pressure the Sylveon. The only other play Rowan could have made here, honestly, would have been to KO both Hoothoots. That would have been an interesting play from Rowan, is to KO both Hoothoots and take away the draw power on board. Actually, can we still do that? Where'd the second Hawlucha damage go? I guess we could still do that here from Rowan. I feel like the fact that he targeted the EV, though, means we're going to go after the EV. I think if you were going after the Hoothoot play... Oh, no, maybe that damage would still go on the EV, actually. Okay, we actually could KO double Hoothoot here still. Let's see what Rowan does. Counter catcher? Oh, we are going after the Hoothoots. Okay. I wasn't confident in that play happening. We are opening up bench space, though, so now all Ian needs is Clefairy to, like, clap back. Again, the Sylveon is not getting punched, which is a big deal. Rowan is, like, all in on Ian's not going to find Clefairy here, basically. Yeah, Rowan is all in on Ian is not going to find Clefairy. And if Ian finds Clefairy, the game is basically over, I think. Because Ian will go down to 2 prize cards remaining and have access to Angelite next turn. I guess... Oh, actually, is that true? Ursaluna's online next turn, actually. I take that back, actually. Rowan would be able to go Ursaluna Defiance KO Sylveon. So Ian would need to set up. Pretty good draw there from Ian. Gonna start with the Nest Ball here. Probably gonna grab Pheasantipity first, I assume, just to draw cards. Oh no, really? Are we not? Because Ursaluna Defiance clapping back, that could be 6 cards over 2 turns. We have an Iono. We have Briar. Ian definitely needs to do more this turn. Why would we not grab... Well, I guess we don't have to grab Fez first. We could now Ultra Ball for Fez and then play Iono. Doesn't Luna need 2 energy too? No, because Ian's about to draw 2 prize cards, so it'll need... wait, need 2 energy. No, the Ursaluna would need 1 energy and Defiance. I don't think Rowan plays Defiance Band. Okay, that would take away that play. Okay, there we go. Ultra Ball for Fez. I honestly though... No, I guess this makes sense. Ian only has 5 bench Pokemon. This is fine, actually. This is actually fine here for me. In my head, I was like, I kind of want to get Mew down as well, but we don't have bench space for all of that. All right, there's the Iono. Or from Ian. This is a new angle. I don't think they've done this before. I don't think I like this. I guess it's kind of to make up for the lack of player cams. They should just have, like, the player cams replace the Pokemon cards now and then or something. I don't know. Or, like, have them come in from the top. Intimate angle. Iono camera angle. There's the Fez for 3. The hand's pretty weak here from Ian. You can start to build up a Clefairy. No, you want to build up the Flareon here because you need to respond to Ursaluna. The problem with this for Ian, though, is Ian does not have the correct energies on the Flareon right now. Only has 1 correct energy. We did get a Hoothoot down, though. Oh, did we find Area 0? Okay, we found Area 0, got a Hoothoot. That's pretty big for Ian here, actually. I feel like Ian's in a pretty good spot here. If Rowan... Well, if Rowan doesn't play Defiance Band, this feels like it's over. Yeah, the game feels like it's over if Rowan doesn't play Defiance Band. I guess Rowan... You could go Ursaluna, KO Pheasantipity with Counter Catcher. That could be Rowan's play here. Is Ursaluna, KO Pheasantipity. I assume Rowan plays Ursaluna. It wasn't prized, but I assume it's in there. We did see an Ultra Ball, so there is access to it. And then you could go switch Gus, KO Clefairy, and hope that's enough. Hope that the Ian doesn't have access to the... Wait, we have a Bravery Charm. We can Bravery Charm the Ursaluna and get out of range. Wait, that's just a play here from Rowan, right? I didn't even think about the Bravery Charm happening. Rowan has Ultra Ball, Ursaluna, Bravery Charm, Counter Catcher, but Rowan put the switch on the bottom of the deck. We need to refine the switch because we need switch boss next turn. Goes for another Arven grab here. Yeah, you don't want to put Fez on the bench because then Ian could KO the Fez. Yeah, Rowan has a line here for sure. I wonder if Ian plays the jamming tower. Because that'd be the out to that situation. I appreciate the 32 months there, Calamity. And appreciate the prime sub there. Dude, Lextrodectus? Dectus? Kieran is left as an option, but not if he kills Flareon. Ian does not have tower. Kieran is an option. Well, Kieran doesn't work because of the energy count on the Flareon right now, though, right? We can't Crispin and Kieran. Yeah, Flareon shouldn't be dying this turn. You stall. I mean, Ian could just go like Iono and punch Ursaluna with something for turn. Like, Ian can go like Iono plus Fanord and punch the Ursaluna, and then hope Rowan doesn't find Switch Boss off the Iono. So something like that would work. That's for turn plus Kieran. No, the Flareon needs lightning, water, fire. The psychic energy is like the odd energy out here for Ian. But yeah, here comes Ursaluna with the Bravery Charm. This is big. Ursaluna Bravery Charm energy. Now we need to gust up the Fezandipity. Well, Rowan's contemplating that. I mean, it's always KO Fez here, right? Clefairy? Hoot Hoot? These are not real options. These are fake. Okay, thank goodness. Oh, I guess Ian doesn't need to leave a one prizer in the act. Oh no, you'd want to break the Bravery Charm. Yeah, you need to break the Bravery Charm, so I guess the Fanarm play might be the play. Rowan doesn't play Defiance, I don't think, no. But you probably wouldn't want a Defiance here anyways, because if you do Defiance here, then Flareon knocks you out. So this is probably the better play from Rowan, even if you played Defiance. But I don't think Rowan plays Defiance. Right, Sylveon is pushed. Hand here from Ian does have the Owl. So we have options. Going in with the Terra Orb first. Search for a Terra Pokemon. And the question is, what does Ian do from here? You could go for the Fan Rotom Punch. Oh no, you can just go for Sylveon Punch though, right? Isn't Sylveon Punch the exact same thing? Just punch with Sylveon? You don't need to leave a one prize in your active. I don't know why I was like so caught up on leaving a one prize in our active. Yeah, you just punch with what's it called? Iono Angelite probably gives you a turn. Yeah, but where does that turn lead us to? I feel like we should just go Iono Punch active, hope there's no Switch Boss, right? Like even with triple Loken play, finding Switch Boss is probably unlikely. Oh, I guess you could. I see what you're saying. You could go Angelite this Iono Angelite into Kieran KO, right? Turo Clefairy. Oh, Turo Clefairy is also a good play. True. Wait, Turo Clefairy actually is sick. Yeah. Boss Angelite. Angeliting the Ursaluna is not very high value. Yeah, you don't want to Angelite the Ursaluna here. You want to pressure it. No, the Turo is the play here for sure. Turo up the Clefairy. Everything is out of range. Yeah. No, that's the play for sure. And then, I mean, Angelite doesn't seem terrible. I think you're punching, though. I think you're putting the pressure on here. Save the Angelite as, like, an emergency. Yep, there's the punch. 160. Now, I think now the question is, does Rowan have Turo? I think Rowan needs a Turo here. I don't even know if Rowan plays Turo, to be honest. I don't even know if Rowan plays Turo. Now, Rowan can Monkey Dory versus Flareon, right? Well, the bench is locked. The bench is full. Oh, no, but you can evolve to Dragapult to get bench space. Wait, maybe this play doesn't make sense. Because now Rowan can go evolve to Dragapult, switch Monkey Dory. We need Monkey Dory, Luminous Energy, switch. Uh-oh. All right, this play is actually kind of scary. I feel like Rowan's got to be close to it, too. Has an Arvid in hand. Didn't take the boss. No, we don't need the boss. We can KO the active. We don't need the boss. We can just KO the active. So many pieces still? I don't know. I don't think it's that many pieces. No! Does Rowan not see the play? Wait, where's our Monkey Dory? Did the Monkey Dory get discarded? Active takes 100 less damage? No, the Ursaluna deals 100 less damage. But if you switch the Ursaluna to the bench, it negates the thing. Discarded Monkey turn 2. Oh, is the Monkey gone? Oh, there's a Night Stretcher! We have the Night Stretcher! No, he has, dude, literally the next two cards. He had the play. He literally had the play if he just used Loke. Because then he just has Arvin. He had Arvin in hand, right? I don't know, whatever. Oh my gosh. Two Pults are discarded? Wait, 2 Pults are discarded. Wait, really? Are we out of Pults? Okay, maybe we're out of Pults. Yeah, he needed Pult EX as well. Yes, he needed Pult EX as well. But he didn't play for it at all. Maybe he was out of Pults. Does he just Angelite now? It does feel like Angelite probably has to be the play here. Remove the Dracolic with energy and the Ursaluna is awkward, but I feel like Angelite, removing all the damage off. Well, actually, getting the Ursaluna out of play is pretty big here because the damage on the Ursaluna is actually a threat. The damage on the Ursaluna is actually a threat here. Water energy being put down on the owl. Thinking about it. Ooh, leaves the Ursaluna. That means Rowan just wins with Luminous energy. Luminous energy. Because we have the Nitrogen for the Monkey Dory. Iono in hand. Stretcher in hand. Boss drawn. We have a Dracloak to work with. The deck is fully shuffled at this point. I don't know how many Luminous energy are left here for... Oh, one just got shuffled back in the deck, right? Yeah, the Luminous also got shuffled back. I feel like Ian should have shuffled the Ursaluna and the Luminous energy back to the Ursaluna and the Dracloak with the Luminous energy back to the deck. Buddy Poffin getting played here from Rowan. Dreepy's coming back out. Single Dreepy. Oh yeah, we gotta leave the bench space open for the Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory dub is around. Yeah, it's possible Rowan actually didn't have access to the play last turn. If he did though, he should have played for it and then could have still back. If he did have access to the play though, he should have played for it and then he could have backtracked to just like chilling. 22 minutes left. I don't know what the thought is about. It's so hard here. Unless Rowan just doesn't see the play. Does Rowan just not see the play? That could be possible, I guess. Rowan has no outs now? No, Rowan just needs... Dude. Rowan just needs Luminous energy. Rowan has Stretcher for Monkey Dory. Also on Noctowl to stall, I guess. And then pass. Or Purdue, excuse me. Draw for turn from Ian. Iono energy. Got Mew. But putting down Mew is... You probably don't want to put down Mew here. Don't you Stretcher, then Iono, then Recon? No, you should probably Recon before Iono. You should Recon before Iono, probably. I actually don't know. No, you could maybe do it after so you could find other Dracloaks. But you know Ian's hand is dead, so you kind of don't want to Iono. So I don't actually hate this from Rowan. I don't hate not using Iono here from Rowan, because you actually don't want to give Ian new cards. Although Ian has a 4-card hand. I don't know if that's true, actually. Ionoing Ian down to 2 maybe is correct, actually. Can you Angelite again since the Sylveon was moved? No. We can't Angelite again. I think Ian's actually just going to leave the Noctowl in the active, right? You should just leave the Owl in the active and then Angelite again on the following turn. So I think Ian should just go... Pass? Maybe I don't know if you Iono here as Ian. Yeah, I think you just pass. And then next turn you Angelite again. Leave the Owl in the active. I don't even know if I like the attaching the energy. Oh, and there's the Luminous energy. Monkey Dory comes back. Yeah, I mean, that was a mistake from Ian not putting the... All right, hang on. Let's go. There's a couple things to talk about here for sure. So turn 1, the area 0 from Ian is the first thing to talk about. Okay. So I don't hate the turn 1 area 0 from Ian because I think he's putting it in play. His thought process, either it's just a misplay, obviously, but we're not here to just analyze misplays. We could just say everything's a misplay when it doesn't work out. I think Ian put the area 0 in play, not hoping that Rowan bumps it with Artisan. But I think he just doesn't. I think he just is making the call that Rowan doesn't play stadiums. I think that's the only reason you'd ever put Area 0 in play here, honestly, because they're so important to be able to go wide at some point. So I think this was a mistake from Ian to put this in play, probably because you don't know for sure if your opponent doesn't have Artisan or not yet. Well, I don't want to say it's a mistake if he's just making that assumption. I guess it's like fine, but then it turns out Rowan does play Artisan and you kind of got bodied. Yeah. Okay. Next play here at the end, though. This was actually, I think, a big mistake from Ian. Maybe Ian didn't see the Monkey Dory play. I'm curious if Rowan... I think Rowan maybe just didn't have access to the play here. Excuse me. On this turn here, Rowan maybe just didn't have access to the play. I was saying, like, oh, shoot, Rowan threw. But honestly, maybe Rowan just didn't have access to the play. Because here, Rowan needs a Dragapult, Monkey Dory, and Energy. Now, if you have all those pieces in the deck, you should definitely play for the play. But there's 2 Dragapult in the discard pile, I believe, at this point. And what were the prize cards? Was there a Dragapult prized? There was not a Dragapult prize, but Rowan maybe only plays 2 Dragapult. That's possible. But then here from Ian, Ian should have Angel Lighted the Ursaluna to remove the win condition of Monkey Dory, and then the Dracloak with the energy. So this was a mistake from Ian to not get rid of the Ursaluna and the Dracloak with energy, I think, for sure. At the end there. All right. Excuse me. Over to Ian. Sylveon into play early. There is only 19 minutes left, which, honestly, for this matchup, I mean, that's enough time. Ian should have enough time to win, but got to play fast here for sure. We're definitely not seeing a game 3. This is going to be a Rowan dub or a tie for sure. I play 3 Pults in that build. I also like 3 Pults, to be honest. You play 2 Pults and prize one of those guys, that kind of sucks. Also, just naturally drawing into them is like really, really good. I'm a big fan of 3 Pults. Rowan has 2 Stretcher, 2 Pult, and discarded a Stretcher early, I believe. Okay, so maybe the play wasn't available. The play might not have been available then. Or, I mean, with those counter cards, the play's just not available. Yeah, Rowan was down 1 Night Stretcher at that point. So, the play wasn't available. Energy Search. You like Maractus and Straight Pult? I kind of just like Maractus in general. That card's kind of sick. A way to like think about cards like Maractus as well. Like, I don't know if it's correct to play in the deck, I'll tell you that, but it is one of those cards like every deck wants to play Maractus, right? Like, I kind of say this about stuff like Iron Bundle and stuff like that. Like, every deck wants to play these cards because they're just neutrally good cards. If you play tool cards, you would like to just play Genesect, but like it doesn't mean it works in the deck or is correct to play. So I would say, yeah, so like, work with that information. You want to play Maractus in literally every single deck because it's kind of a cool card that can take advantage of situations a decent amount of the time in the metagame, but we don't have room for everything in our deck. So I don't know if it's correct to run a Dragapult, but I do like the card. Probably Flaren, if you Angel Light, that's great, but you're also not taking prize cards. Yeah, of course, but like, yeah. I mean, it's gonna make the games go longer for sure. Have you discussed E-Search versus Vessel with anyone? I've seen a lot more E-Search lately. No, I mean, the situation is just like, I want to be able to. The reason people play E-Search is like, I want to be able to Arven to find energy, but I don't want to have to discard a card. Yeah, especially like early game, it can be a little bit more. It can hit a little bit harder, but oh, I didn't see the prize cards there. Where'd they show them? Right here. Wait, they show. Oh no, this is last game, right? Oh, this is this game. Yeah, Rowan did prize. Or Ian's prizes. Prizes Sylveon, Area Zero, and Crystal. So those are. I mean, these aren't. If he plays 2 Area Zero, it's not that big of a deal. The Crystal is the biggest prize card here for sure. Even prizing a Sylveon is not that bad. But yeah, triple tools prize here for Rowan. Only has the Luxurious Cape left. Ursaluna making its way to the bench early. Okay, interesting. I mean, not gonna be able to get much value out of that for a while. And it's something that Ian could trap in the active to be annoying, but it's probably not that bad, to be honest. I think when your attack only requires 2 energy, you might not need the extra energy with Vessel. Well, yeah, but you don't have to. No one's forcing you to take 2 energy. It just comes down to the discard factor. The only thing that matters is the discard factor. All right. Turn 2, Angel Light here from Ian immediately into the Crispin. Off the draw. Why would you bench Ursaluna this early? Because he doesn't like it's better to have it in play than to discard it, basically. I assume Angel Light. Yeah, Angel Light, the Dreepies back to the deck. And yeah, things are looking pretty good here for Ian to start with, for sure. No Noctowls used either. Fresh Hoot Hoots on the bench, ready to go whenever. So looking pretty good here for Ian. Yeah, like no one is forcing you to. The thing with Vessel versus Energy Search is nothing forces you to take the extra energy off the Vessel. You have the flexibility of it. So sometimes you can get 1 energy, sometimes you can get 2 energy. So that's why it's a little bit puzzling why anyone would play E-Search over Vessel. But the difference of the cards is that one makes you discard a card, the other one does not make you discard a card. So Dragapult players have come to the conclusion that discarding that card is too costly on our resources too often. So I want a way to Arven for energy, but Vessel is not worth including in the deck. That's basically the conclusion people have come to. Now, I don't know if I agree with it personally. I think I like the idea of Vessel a little bit more, but that's the logic. Like, I understand the logic without knowing if I agree with it. If I know if I agree with it, if it's correct, but I understand that's the logic that people apply. Okay, attach active from Ian, and I think Ian does have to start swinging here. I mean, I think you're probably always swinging here. You should be doing something. You could Artisan here to get another Eevee in play. Even Crispin to it, to be honest. But maybe you want to wait for the Eevee EX. Like, putting the low HP Eevee in play might not be what we're looking for here. But now that we've gotten Eevee out of the prize cards, it's probably making its way to play. Yeah, it feels like every card in Pult deck is too important to discard when I'm playing. Yeah, exactly. That's the reasoning here. Oh, Unfair Sam coming out aggressively from Rowan. One Loken play. So once again, this is where Rowan just needs to start getting the Dreepies back in place. It's like the Dreepy cycle matchup. Ian uses Angelite, Rowan bench Dreepies. Ian attacks, Ian uses Angelite, Rowan benches Dreepies, tries to evolve into Dracloaks, like just on repeat. What happens if Rowan starts with Bear? Gotta try and move it or let it get, hopefully it gets KO'd or something. There's a Poffin from Rowan. Also hasn't used Artisan yet, I believe, so we could see triple Dreepy hitting the bench here. In fact, that's probably what we're gonna see. I mean, maybe Genesect is prioritized. I guess not with triple Tool Prize, probably not. Second Badoo could also be something that comes into play, but... What was knocked out last turn to use Stamp? Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory was KO'd last turn. Alright, Loke number 1. Well, actually only Loke, because we're not going to be able to evolve to another Loke here. Austin something. And then we will be ending the turn with Badoo. Boss and Switch. Honestly, I kind of like the boss. Just keep gusting stuff up off the bench. Would you ever carry one of Briar for a 4th Crispin? Or something in Eevee? I don't know. I haven't played with the deck enough to know if I like it. Just thinking about benching Fez here, actually. That does eat up a bench space to take away from the 4th Dreepy. But did Rowan prize a Dreepy, actually? Maybe Rowan prized a Dreepy. No Dreepy prized. I don't know. I don't think I like this. Wouldn't we just rather bench the 4th Dreepy? Now it's going to be that much harder to get to from Dreepies to Dracloaks to... Yeah, I don't think I like that from Rowan. I feel like I'd rather have the 4th Dreepy on my bench here. I don't know. This seems incorrect. I mean, I guess Ian will maybe eventually KO the Badoo, which will lead us to have bench space to get the last Dreepy in play. Also, a Hoot Hoot again. And that Badoo here for 10. I actually wonder if it would be better to have Boss the... No, because Fanordum can attack, I guess. But do you care if Fanordum KOs your active? Probably not. Immediately into the Crispin here for Ian to retreat the active. And get an energy in hand for later. Prioritizes the fire energy, because Flareon is like less useful in this matchup. Going to a second Sylveon could be pretty good. But honestly, with the Ursaluna going to be the threat eventually, I feel like maybe you should have kept the fire around. I don't know how many... We might have another fire in the deck to work with, though. Oh, that's right. We got Stamps to 2. We didn't have that many cards in hand. He did just kind of get Crispin... Ian did just kind of pull Crispin... what's it called? Off the Stamp to 2 there. I kind of forgot that we got Stamp to 2 there. I'm not going to lie. All right, more Dreeps on the way. Immediately into the Artisan. Another Dreepy coming out. But this is what I was saying. We don't have bench space now for Quad Dreep, which I feel like makes sense in this matchup to try and get Quad Dreep into play. The Pheasantipity is going to be a little bit less... I mean, it's like... Fez is like fine. It's fine. But I guess, honestly, the thing that's kind of annoying on the bench here for Rowan really is actually the Ursaluna, right? Our bench wants to be like Quad Dreepy Ursaluna or something like that. Or no, Quad Dreepy Fez, excuse me. The Ursaluna kind of got benched out of convenience... of inconvenience of trying to avoid discarding it. But maybe it would have been better to actually have just discarded the Ursaluna to play for Fez Quad Dreepy. Because on the turns where Ian attacks, you want to be able to get that extra draw with Fez to reestablish Dreepies and Dracloaks. Yeah, so the more I think about it, the more I actually kind of think that Rowan maybe should have just given up on the Ursaluna. Now I'm thinking like that was maybe just a mistake, to be honest, to bench Ursaluna. Because we want to play for, you know, Badoo in the active, Quad Dreepy plus Fez, repeat. All right, energy makes its way to the Dracloak. It is a potential boss target there for Ian. There we go with a counter catcher as well from Rowan. Trying to be as annoying as possible. And then punch for 10. All right, well, we can definitely retreat here. Yeah, there we go. Retreat from Ian into the Sylveon. Only has like a 2-card hand to work with. Just going to KO the Badoo. So this does give Rowan access to being able to attack with Dragapult this turn. Of course, then Ian could respond by KOing the Dragapult if you can get Clefairy. And he does have the... card in hand to do that. The Noctowl. The Noctowl will get him the out here. question at that point for Ian becomes, how do you get your last 2 prize cards once Ursaluna comes up and swings on you? Another question here for Rowan is, what are we doing for an attack here? I mean, we still need our energy. We don't have energy yet. We have Pheasantipity drop. We have Ultra Ball here as well. Ultra Ball can find it. I think we're just Ultra Balling for a Dracloak and then evolving and then playing Research here as Rowan. You're just trying to see as many cards as possible. It looks like that's what Rowan is playing towards. Plenty of energy in the deck. So that should be no problem to hit. You could like chase Hoot Hoot. You could chase double Hoot Hoot, but you're probably just punching the active to set it up for Ursaluna and then taking one of those Hoot Hoots off the field. And that does make things a little bit awkward for Ian, because if the Bravery Charm does come down to the Ursaluna as things develop, that could be tough to deal with, to be honest. Yo, what's up, Rev? Sure. There's the energy. I don't think we're going to do the counter catcher play. I did bring up the counter catcher play. It's probably not happening, though. We're probably just chilling. We do need an evolved Draclo counter. That would be a good one for this matchup. Why was he debating about playing the Research? I mean, the only thing he could have done would be draw with Fez or draw with Dracloak first, but you could cycle with Dracloak first to like try and find a dead card to discard. But that would be like it, because like Dracloak, you look at 2 cards, take the bad one, put the good one on the bottom, or you get like energy and you put on our energy. Could have Artisan. Oh, also could have Artisan first. Yeah, that is true. Genesect getting searched out here. Genesect does seem pretty good here if we have the tool card for it. The only tool card available, I think, is Luxurious Cape. We're going into the Artisan, though. I don't know if we're going to grab anything. Oh, is eyeing up the Dreepy. So just kind of thinning out the deck here. Played the Ultra Ball just to put Genesect in the hand. Sure, sure. And then, yeah, Artisan for Dreepy. Probably should have actually gone Artisan for Dreepy before the Research. It did seem like that's what he was thinking about. Maybe he was thinking about considering putting the Genesect in play, but maybe he forgot he didn't have any actually good tool cards to put on it. Luxurious Cape is like, okay. Maybe he was considering going for Iono. Well, he just Ultra Balled away in Iono, so that would have been weird if he was going through that thought process at that point. Okay, here comes the punch. Sets up the Sylveon for Ursaluna, or you can actually KO the Sylveon with Dragapult next turn as Rowan here. You can go Dragapult first attack for 70. Thinking about putting another Dracloak in play. Do we have a Night Stretcher? And is going to put the Night Stretcher towards that. Set up another Dracloak. I don't hate that. That seems decent. Why did he Fez before Recon? Is there an argument to ever Recon first because it does filter your deck? You look at 2 cards, take the good one, get rid of the bad one. Not really, right? You should always just Fez first, I think. I think you always just Fez first. Yeah, you always Fez first. I'm trying to think if there's ever an argument the other way around, but I don't think so. I want to give up the Genesect here. The Crystal hasn't been put in play yet. I mean, you don't have bench space for it right now, but we could definitely gain bench space to be able to utilize it. Yeah, if I'm Rowan here, I'm keeping the... If I'm Rowan here, I'm keeping the Genesect around, I think. I'm not sure what the disagreement is here. Or the question is. Why is Fez before Recon better? Because you just get more guaranteed information. You draw 3 cards, you keep all 3 cards. If you use Recon, you look at 2 cards, you have to keep one, get rid of one, and you look at your hand, you have less information than you would have had. But if you Fez for 3, you Fez for 3, then you have plus 3 cards of information to work off with the Recon. Couldn't evolve second Dreepy? I think he could. I actually don't know for sure, to be honest. I'm actually not sure. I'm pretty sure he was. I think that Dreepy was newly benched. Was it? We can go back and check real fast. No, he had 2 Dreepies on the bench. He had 2 on the bench going into the turn. Yeah, he was good. Yeah, he was fine. My bad. No, it's a fine call out. Yeah, dude. The only things that annoy me in chat when people are like, he can't evolve that Dreepy. Like, there's a difference between questioning something and then being like, thinking you're 100% right. And then being wrong. Asking the question is fine. It's always good to ask questions. All right, there we go. There's the punch. KO on one of the hoots. Remove that from play. Over to Ian. We have plenty of good options here for Ian. Going to start with a nest ball. I assume Fez is getting involved here. Initially. It does have the Clefairy in the deck as well. The problem here for Ian, the question here for Ian, is how do we deal with aggressive? I don't understand why we aggressively searched out the Clefairy. I feel like we should, because we want to find like an EVEX. Oh, we have Pheasantipity on the bench. Okay. The question is, yeah, how do we get our last couple prize cards? But I guess the Pheasantipity's on the bench. And also, I guess Rowan was only drawing one prize card here. So Rowan can't go like 2-2-2 here from here, or 2-2, unlike the last game. I feel like Ian should have drawn with Fez first, because I feel like we want an Eevee to put on the bench to put this Crystal on. Yeah, I don't really like that from Ian. We should have gone Nest for Fez, hold Nest there, and then try and see. Now we're getting another Nest Ball off the Noctowl, but if we had left Clefairy in the deck and then we Fez into Clefairy, this Nest Ball could get something else. So definitely a mistake there from Ian. Area 0 being put into play, and then here is the Nest Ball to go get, I assume, EVEX, and then we're going to be Terapagos. Oh, that works as well. Terapagos also works. We just need an attacker here, I guess. I don't hate the Terapagos. Because that can... I don't know how many Artisan are left here for Rowan. Our Area 0 might be in play for the rest of the game, which means Ian can chase the Fez for the win. I just don't know how many Artisan are left here. Turo on Noctowl was the play. Second Hoot coming back down. The Night Stretcher or an Energy to the Clefairy is interesting. I guess just trying to set up to it. I feel like we should... What if we just committed everything to the Terapagos? Is there a reason to split the resources here? I feel like doubling down on Terapagos makes more sense, no? Well, I guess maybe that then it becomes a counter catcher target, so you want the Clefairy as an option as well. I guess that seems fine. Yeah, I guess that seems fine. He runs one Artisan. Okay, so Area 0 should be sticking here then, I guess. Bear can KO the turtle. Yeah, I guess that's maybe not unreasonable here from Ian. Because the bear can KO the turtle, let's split the resources on the Clefairy and the turtle. I guess that seems fine. Can I catch it for Blood Moon plus energy if full commit to Terapagos? Yeah. Yeah. No, it's probably correct to split the resources here. Yeah, I agree. If he has Crispin, he doesn't play Crispin. Yeah, no Crispin in Rowan's build. There's Luxurious Cape. I don't think that matters though. Only 3 minutes left, but obviously, plenty of time for Ian to win for sure. I'm curious, while playing, do you ever perform / recall any probability calculations for drawing the card you want? No. Well, like, I think about it. I think about the calculations of being able to... Well, I don't do the math in my head in the moment and then try and come up with the percentage. I'm curious, while playing, do you ever perform / recall any probability calculations for drawing the card you want? I mean, like, thinking back on a play in a situation, or just in the moment? In the moment, it's like all intuition. Okay, there's Countercatcher on Fez here. And into Iono. Also, Rowan did push up Dracloak, so Rowan does not plan on actually attacking with Ursaluna here, even though he could. Interesting. Into the Buddy Poffin. Why did Ian take 200 from the Pult? Doesn't Sylveon take less damage because of his attack? No, the Sylveon's attack applies to the active Pokemon, not itself. The hand is all energy and Iono. Energy to the active would play around Angel Light, force the knockout on the active. Then you're into Ursaluna anyways, but then you have the threat of being able to attack with Dragapult next turn. Edge draw for 3. Rowan actually has almost no cards left in deck. There's a Dragapult. We can evolve it. I guess we could punch the active for 70 here if we wanted to. But then we give Ian the win, which is a retreat. So we probably don't do that. Another Buddy Poffin being burned. There's not even anything to take, I don't think. Nothing to take. And it's just going to be a pass here then from Rowan. Actually not going to play for the Ursaluna KO. With the pushing up that Dracloak. Just going to pass, try and trap the Fez in the active for a turn. And then maybe try an Iono plus KO next turn. I actually don't hate that from Rowan. Try and remove the Fez before the Iono happens. Ultra Ball here from Ian. Is that game? I don't know. I don't know if Ian can win. Yeah, I don't think Ian can win here. Not that I can think of anyway. There's only 30 seconds left. Ian definitely does not want to be turn 0. We'll see if Ian plays fast enough to not be turn 0 here. I don't actually know what the play is here from Ian. There's a Noctowl. I mean, you could go, like, switch. I mean, switch Research would be pretty good here, but I don't think... I don't know if Ian plays a Research. Switch Crispin. Switch something. Switch Night Stretcher, maybe, if there's a Noctowl in the discard pile. Switch Ultra Ball, I guess, would work as well, because you're going to get a prize card plus top deck to work with Ultra Ball to get another Noctowl. Isn't Ian's position tie or lose? Yeah, Ian's position is tie or lose. 5 seconds left. Switch Nest Ball. Oh, that gets Mew. Yeah, this makes a ton of sense here from Ian. Switch Nest Ball is, yeah, definitely the play. Get the Mew. Set up some more draw power. All right, time is called. Ian's turn 0. Has enough turns to win the game. And actually, Ian could win this turn. If the Mew draw is really good, Ian would need Energy Boss. Well, switching to Sylveon instead of Mew is not correct, but that's fine. There's Noctowl. That might be it. Oh, maybe we need to actually switch into the Sylveon here to actually get an energy in the discard pile. Actually, Ian maybe need an energy in the discard pile here. And we tie. All right, Ian takes game 2 in turns after time, and we end with a tie here. 1-1 as we were heading into game 3. Yeah, I think some mistakes from Ian, though, in that game 1. It was pretty close. Rowan played it really, really well, of course. Yeah, Rowan played it really, really well. But I think Ian did make some mistakes in that game number 1. I don't want to call the aggressive area 0 a mistake. I understand what Ian was probably thinking there. Maybe it was just a mistake. Maybe he was like, maybe he didn't even think about Artisan. But this play here is the play from Ian where Ian messed up. Ian Angelited double Dracloak back to the deck instead of Dracloak Ursaluna. Definitely should have gotten rid of Dracloak Ursaluna in that situation. You see towards list? I did, yeah. As well, what do you think is better between Roaring Moon with Poison Package and Roaring Moon with the Dunsparce? No clue. I haven't played the Poison Package deck at all. The last Sylveon Pulp matchup we saw on stream was a tie too. It was, and it also came from... there was maybe some mistakes on the Dragon Ball side, but Jonathan Means definitely made some mistakes in that matchup. It did come from mistakes on the Flareon side for sure, the EV Box side, where it felt like they were in control. And the last game wasn't as in control for Ian here for sure. This game was definitely more in control for Ian. But game 1, Ian definitely felt like Ian was in a pretty good spot, but then definitely made that misplay. Definitely should have checked that Ursaluna that was on the bench. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Well, actually, hang on. I'll hang around for a second, see if they're gonna do a player interview. I'll put the player interview on. If they're good, but they usually during ties they don't do player interviews. This time's been called. They're just trying to get to the next round. And like there's not like a winner to interview. They do sometimes interview one of the 2 players in a tie though. They sometimes do. Is Luxcake better than Defiance in the current meta for Pult? I don't know. I know a lot of people just think Defiance is bad in Pult. I'll say that. A lot of people just literally think Defiance is bad. And that it shouldn't basically be played in the deck. But correct me if I'm wrong. He couldn't use 2 Noctowls on the same turn. You can use multiple Noctowls on a turn. And actually, I did want to go back to that. Right. On the Angelite turn, actually. The Sylveon was full HP, right? Yeah, the Sylveon was full HP, I believe. Okay. But Iron Hands? It just usually doesn't matter. You usually don't want to 1-hit KO the Iron Hands anyways, because then you just give them Fez draw. Also, by the time you get to a Pulse setup with a Defiance Band that could 1 KO in Iron Hands, they usually have second Iron Hand setup, so it doesn't actually like change anything. Like if they Joltik turn 1, by the time you have a Pulse setup with 2 energy and a Defiance Band, they're gonna have another Iron Hands or like another threat. They don't really care about your guy. Also, usually giving them Fez draw it has a higher chance of leading them to going to Clefairy knockout. So Pult usually up against Joltik box just wants to play really low bench, and you try and draw a 6 prize turn because you don't want to give them bench space and you don't want to give them Fez draw. You want to take those 2 things away from them. So usually 1 hit KO in their hands is usually just a misplay to begin with, even if you play Defiance Band. Have a second screen to watch CDL while watching Milwaukee? No, I might get my iPad in here though. Well, that last time for Rob was Latias with Nestball and Boss, an option to knock out the Fez for game. No, because he needed the energy. He needed the energy for the turtle. Defiance for Blood Moon, maybe? I mean, it can matter. I'm not saying Defiance is good or bad. I'm just saying I know a lot of players think it's bad in the deck, and we have been seeing more players cut it as the meta has progressed and the format progressed. I don't know. It does have use cases. Defiance Band doing plus 30 damage is good, especially with a deck that doesn't already 1-hit KO everything. Like Defiance Band in Raging Bolt would be terrible. Defiance Band in Dragapult, you will use it. The question is it worth it? And like I said, all I'm saying is players have been cutting it. We've been seeing top players cut it from their lists. They were playing it, now they're not. Tanner played it and then cut it. I know some players who avidly think the card is terrible in Dragapult, who are very good players. I'm pretty sure Gabriel says the card is literally trash in Dragapult. I haven't tested it myself. I don't have an opinion. Do with that what you will. All right, I'll be right back. Dude, Lost Box is back, baby. Hopefully he won't get banned saying that. Wait, what? Wait, what happened? Am I trolling? What happened? Oh, they're talking about LDF. Oh, there was just an LDF interview. Oh, okay. I still have my freaking thing up. Chilling. Lost Box survived rotation with this one new broken tech. It's still here. Let's go. Wait, what game is this? Who's on the right there? Hey, what's up, Mike? Oh, it's not even the same Fabrizio, bro. I thought that was Fabrizio. That's a different Fabrizio. Really need to update these. Hopefully going to next season they do. Yeah, going to next season is probably time to update them. Wait, the energy just looked different. These energies, dude, do these energy symbols look better or worse? What does it look like now? I can't really fully picture what it looks like right now, but I didn't hate the way those look. Are people who are playing Bombardier EX and Zork smoking crack or meth? Do you know why they are playing it, Nomad? I feel like you don't know why people play Bombardier EX. And I didn't know at first either. I know now. Oh, I know why? Okay, why? Why do they play it? If you know why, it's not crazy to include. Azul doesn't know? No, I know. I know why they play it. Why do they play it, Nomad? Why do they play the card? I would like to know why. We'll get there. First, we need to know if Nomad knows why. I want to know if Nomad knows why. Oh wait, I don't have to hide chat on this one. Are you gatekeeping why people play it? All right, what do we got here? Oh my gosh, bro. Peak? Turn 1, game 1, set up the bench. Nope, that is not why people play it, Nomad. You do not play it for its first attack. If you get off the first attack, that's cool if it makes sense in the situation, but that's not why people play it. Miraidon Pikachu EX, that's just Joltik Box. The Miraidon is just Joltik Box. It's not actually Miraidon. All right, these percentages are a little crazy. Dude, why is Golden Go Dragapult and Golden Go EX separate, bro? They're both Golden Go decks. That's like one of the most tilting things that they do is they separate Golden Go EX and Golden Go. So Golden Go is actually 15% of the meta. The Dragapult part of Golden Go is not a big factor at all. Like, it's a Golden Go deck that sometimes very rarely attacks with Dragapult. It's just like a draw engine deck. But like, if people have Zoroark or Revavroom in their builds, it's going to be in this percentage. It's going to be in this percentage. But Dracloak's the same thing. Dracloak is the same thing. It's just a little bit of a draw engine with like an alternate attacker. But like, if someone has like a Revavroom plus a 1/1 Scizor, it's still in this percentage. These are the exact same archetype. They're both Golden Go. So it's 15%. Golden Go is 15%. So it's Dragapult 16, Golden Go 15, Guardy 12, Joltik Box, Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt had a big drop off finally though. It's kind of gone. So Dango is second most popular? Yes, Golden Go is second most popular. Like Dragapult is not that big of a part of the deck, like at all. It's just like kind of just like a yeah. It literally is like, it's like, okay, I get to play a little bit of a draw engine in Dracloak, which is like the same thing as the Zoroark build or the Reverum build, and then it's like, oh, and also I get to play a Dragapult EX that I never attack with, you know. Yeah, basically. It would be like making Guardy. It'd be like, yeah, it'd be like, I would actually just, it would actually be like if Guardy Zoroark and Guardy not Zoroark were two different meta percentage breakdowns. That's literally what it'd be like. Tyler Matthews, we'll see. Is he playing the Joltik box again? What would it take for Guardy to have the largest representation? Or people believing that it's the correct play to play at a tournament and then bring it to a tournament? Or the best play to bring it to the tournament? It's not even just like people, the thing is with that, there's like another layer to that though, is like people are pretty self-aware. They'll look at a metagame and be like, Gardevoir is the better play, but I have no experience with Gardevoir and I don't have enough time to learn Gardevoir. I'm going to play my Joltik box, right? So Pokemon play, like, I think Pokemon players in general are pretty self-aware. A lot of players will tell you, they'll be like, yeah, Gardevoir's a better play than what I'm playing, but I don't have enough time to learn Gardevoir, so I'm not going to bring Gardevoir to the tournament just to get bodied because I'm playing a deck I don't know how to play. You know what I'm saying? So I think in most situations, players are pretty self-aware. And they understand that Gardevoir and Dragapult are the better plays, but it's like, no, I kind of want to play my... I could play those, but I kind of want to play my Golden Go deck. Even though I don't think Golden Go is as good of a play or as good of a deck, I want to play Golden Go. Or I don't have enough time to learn Dragapult or learn Gardevoir and keep up with that, so... That cannot be the best answer for the deck for Cornerstone, though. It honestly might be against walls specifically, no, man. I mean, right now, I don't know. But I'm glad you figured it out. I'm happy for you. Take this knowledge and apply it to your future Pokemon TCG endeavors. All right, so it looks like we have Terra Box here. Terra Box versus Joltik Box. Is Cornerstone even that popular right now? No, it's fallen off quite a bit because like Walls basically isn't a deck. Tank Terrapagos that played a Cornerstone is like non-existent in the meta, and then Terra Box, like even if we go back to this, I mean Terra Box should be in this top 6. Terra Box should be here. This 6.3% should be added to this 8.7%, and Terra Box is probably right here at like 5%. So Terra Box is number 7 at like 5%. So it's like not completely out of the metagame, but it's not very popular. Yo, appreciate the 11 months there, Crunchy. It's like right there. It's like right there. All right, let's get it. Dylan is going first. This is actually interesting. I'm curious who won the coin flip here, because Dylan is playing a deck that would choose first normally, but if you play this matchup, you probably choose second, to be honest. Ultra Ball Away Noctowl is never something you want to see go down. And just think about, well, Clefairy would probably be the obvious discard here from Dylan, but Dylan probably isn't 100% confident of the matchup, and that's why we see Dylan get rid of the energy instead of the Clefairy, because it could be the Latias start. Actually, it could be Dragapult still, even because like there's Dragapult players that have played the Latias, so it could be Raging Bolt, it could be Dragapult. You don't know for sure. It's Joltik Box now. I knew going into this it was for sure Joltik Box because, well, I kind of made the assumption because Tyler did just get top cut with Joltik Box at like the last tournament. Wait, what tournament was Tyler at that he made top cut? There was one recently where Tyler wasn't cut. Was it Atlanta? Am I trolling? But of course Dylan doesn't know that. Monterey? Oh, was it Monterey? Yeah, okay. I'm 1-2 right now in seniors. How cooked am I? I don't know. It depends. Do you plan on losing another match? If you lose another match, you're pretty cooked. If you only win from here, you should be fine. Ultra Ball Terrapagos pass? Oh, I guess we kind of have to because our hand sucks. Can't go for the Fan Rotom. Well, actually, now I want to check the prize cards. I don't know. Maybe they don't play the Ditto. But if you play Ditto here, you could have kept the Metal Energy that retreated to you could have got Fan Rotom that retreated to Ditto. Ditto becomes Terrapagos. I feel like that means that Dylan does not play Ditto if we didn't make that play happen, because that's like such a better play. Ultra Fan now not better? Well, not if you don't have a Terra Pokemon to work with your Noctowls. You need a Terra Pokemon to work with your Noctowls. He might play for the Opal play. Ooh, true. He might play for the Opal play. Maybe that's what he's thinking here. Maybe he is going for the Opal play. Maybe he knew exactly what Tyler was playing. But that would be weird to discard the energy then, right? Unless you're trying to use like Crystal this turn. Not Crystal, excuse me. Unless you're trying to use Trumpet this turn. The thing is, you still have the Hoot Hoot in play though, so Tyler can go Prime Catcher Boss KO. That's interesting. But yeah, that must mean that... Well, actually, no, that doesn't mean that Dylan doesn't play Ditto, though, to be honest. It just means that... Well, if Dylan could have at least set up, like, a second Noctowl, right? You could have gone Fan Order... No, you can't, because then they have Fan Order 2 Noctowl in play. Okay, maybe, yeah, maybe Dylan is playing for Lone Opal. But that's hard to set up here. Like, the Prime Catcher is always a threat. All right. Nest Ball for the Miraidon here from Tyler. Bravery Charm also acquired. And then we're seeing the tandem unit coming in. Joltik and Attacker. Oh, Pikachu. Dude, I thought that Pikachu was a Joltik. I was like, 2 Joltiks. 2 of them. Going for the Pikachu load up here early from Tyler. No Iron Hands. Wants the immediate response to that Terapagos. Oh, my bad. We have Iron Hands in the hand. So we're probably going to get the double load up here. 3 energy on hands. And then 1 energy on the Pikachu would be my guess. But we'll see what Tyler goes for. You could just put 2 on the Pikachu, 2 on the hands. The Iron Hands can't attack next turn, but it's pretty close. And then you're just an attachment away from Pikachu being able to swing. And then I'm curious to see if Dylan can get to... We have the Crystal... I think Dylan... Yeah, Dylan should be able to go Opal, right? Oh, hands loaded. Okay, I don't like that from Tyler. I think at least 1 energy should be on the Pikachu here. Crispin in hand. Yeah, Dylan can go... Dylan can do the thing. You can go Crispin, Crystal, switch. And then you Opal. GG. No, Tyler still has a play. Tyler can go Prime Boss, KO Terapagos. Tyler just needs to not KO the Noctowl. And then hope that Dylan doesn't find... Well, hold on. Dylan's going for Nest Ball now. And then hope that Dylan doesn't find... Maybe this play isn't available to Dylan. Hold up. Not next turn. You get switch Turo. Oh, you could get switch Turo here. You're right. But the way Dylan is playing this, that does not seem like that's what's going to happen. It looks like Dylan... Actually, can Dylan even move the Noctowl? I guess the question is, does Dylan even play switch Turo? Would be a question as well here. I'm gonna check the prize cards, see if those are actually involved in that. No. If he plays switch Turo, which are not uncommon cards, then he has them available to him. But now he's starting to bench more stuff, so that's not happening here. Water Pond getting searched out. Dylan might be going into a Sob angle here. We could see the Sob angle happen here. I'm curious as to what Tyler is playing as far as switch cards go. Water Pond gets KO'd for 3. He's going for the Sob. He's going for the Sob. Oh, there's it plays the Flamingo. Flamingo confirmed. Wait, there is Ditto in there. I just saw the Ditto. So Dylan didn't play towards Opal, but then also didn't get the Ditto. I literally just saw the Ditto in Dylan's deck. I feel like it's just like, Dylan just played the turn 1 really poorly then, it feels like. Tyler Prize, Galvantula, Crown Opal would win if his bench was small. No. Because Prime Catcher Boss is still an out for Tyler. There's the Sob. Gonna make things awkward. Yeah, the Crown Opal doesn't just win. Because Tyler can go like Boss KO, and then Prime Boss KO and win. You can reset the Crown Opal by pushing to the bench, bringing to the active. And with the Prime Catcher that we know Tyler plays, it would be possible. Why the Flamingo? It's for Tank Terapagos. Checking for Tank Terapagos at this point in the meta seems pretty ill-advised, though. Why would you play Wellspring in this matchup? To do what Dylan is doing. Dylan is Sob trapping Pokemon. The deck that Tyler plays does not play a ton of switch cards. It plays the Iron Leaves, which we see Tyler's lining up, and it plays Prime Catcher, but that's like it. Now, should Dylan have gone for the Sob play? I don't hate it because honestly, the other options from Dylan were pretty bad. Yeah. I don't hate the Sob play happening here from Dylan because there's not that many other good options here. It doesn't seem like Dylan kind of had like a pretty not great array of options. Dylan could hope for like Iron Leaves being prized here. It's not, or something like that. Is what Dylan could have hoped for here, because Prime Catcher doesn't deal with your Water Pawn. If you play Prime Catcher, you're bringing up something off the bench. So if you don't have Boss and bring it back to the active, then all of a sudden Dylan could like Gust again and trap something with Sob. But we see the Iron Leaves here from Tyler. Still has the Prime Catcher to work with later on as well. So this is going to be awkward for Dylan. Now, Dylan could still Sob again next turn, and then Sob again the turn after as well. So there we go. Iron Leaves retreat back into hands. Going to draw 3 prize cards here from Tyler. But now Dylan could go bring up, I don't know, Pikachu. Something off the bench and Sob it. And then Tyler could go Prime Catcher. And then Dylan could go Sob again. And then unless Tyler plays a switch, Dylan could set up potentially a board state that is like unbeatable. I don't know. We'll see how Dylan plays this though. We'll see if that becomes available for Dylan. I wonder if Dylan, all right, Noctowl, using Noctowl. I wonder if Dylan actually plays Switch, though. If Dylan plays Switch, he definitely should have done something different last turn, I feel like. Like going for the Opal attack or something seems better. We'll get a look at the deck here. And honestly, Switch Turo would have been pretty good there, for sure. Do people play Bundle and Joltik Box? I feel like most of the time they don't. It pops up now and then, but most people do not play it. Gavanchik can out to Terapagos. Yeah, but it doesn't one-hit it. And then don't you just one-hit it back? Doesn't it do like 180 damage? And he also would have been killing a Joltik that turn. Tyler might just play 0 recovery as well, so you can Spider once, but it doesn't really matter. So for NAC, how much do you think the Watchtower will be played? Bro. I think it'll be played this much. I don't think the Spider matters as much as you guys think it does. It depends on if Dylan kills the first Joltik, but back-to-back Spiders is like a ton of resources. Isn't using Amp instead of Arm Press pretty bad since you can't do 3-3-3? You're going to be Iono down to 1. There definitely is an argument against going for the extra prize card here for sure. But yeah. Why Iron Leaves in the Joltik box? It's a pivot card, the way we just saw Tyler use it to get out of stuff like Maractus and the other thing. It's a pivot card to get around stuff like Maractus or Water Pawn. And then it's also an attacker that want to KO stuff like Zoroark. It does want to KO stuff like Charizard. Is Charizard something you're teching for? No, not really. Hydreigon as well, something you're really not teching for, but yeah. In the end, you can Luna the Turtle, but then you already lost. Okay, there's the... Oh, so we did get the Opal off now. Okay, Opals... We did get Opal off. Now we're Opaling. But Tyler still has... Can still boss. Many times. The bench is a little awkward here for Tyler. I kind of want to see the bench again here from Dylan. So Tyler needs to, like, just go back into Joltik for a turn or something. Why is Fez on the bench? Did we need to Fez? I actually wasn't paying attention. We didn't need to Fez here, right? Yeah, the Fez here from Dylan is actually a pretty big mistake. Plenty of prize cards for Tyler to go after on the bench. I mean, if Tyler can just go back to Joltik here and then Joltik set up Miraidon and Pikachu, like, you're in a pretty good spot, I feel like. Goes into the Arven initially. Dylan needs to knock Noctowl ASAP, right? I mean, it doesn't matter because he has the Fezandipity in play. It won't make a difference. Let me see. We didn't need to Fez here, right? I'm not trolling. All we have to do is Noctowl for Crispin and we had Crystal in hand. Yeah, we didn't. Fez shouldn't even be on the bench here. And then Dylan could have made it way harder for Tyler to win the game. But now it's like not that hard at all for Tyler to win the game. Tyler can just like Gust twice and win. Basically. And we see Tyler's even thinking about getting aggressive with the Prime Catcher here. Well, hold on though. If Tyler does get aggressive with Prime Catcher here, this does open it up for Dylan. I don't think we should try and Prime Catcher yet here from Tyler. I think Tyler should run to Joltik and just set up more attacking options. Because if Tyler goes... Also, Tyler has 3 prize cards left as well, so we can actually just KO a Noctowl with anything. So I think Tyler should just Joltik here. If you use the Prime Catcher here as Tyler, and you don't play a Switch, which Tyler could be playing a Switch, then all of a sudden Dylan can go Water Pawn. The Water Pawn play is real. There's a Prime Owl. Yeah, I don't love this play here from Tyler, because I feel like it does give an opportunity over here for Dylan to get back into a Saw block. Should just grab Turo instead of the Nest Ball. Did we see a Turo in Dylan's list? There we go. Amp, 2 prize cards, go down to 1. Now anything to KO the Noctowl, even if there is a Turo on the Pheasantipity here. Even if there's a Turo on the Pheasantipity. Wait, did Tyler actually go arm press there? Oh, Tyler maybe arm pressed actually to play around Ursaluna. Interesting. Because if Dylan plays Turo and finds Turo on the Fez, I feel like we should have drawn the extra prize card there as Tyler, to be honest. I don't think I like that. It does play around Iono a little bit. All right, there's the Opal knockout. I don't believe Tyler has a way to win this turn. So we'll have to go into Joltik this turn. We'll see, though. Lost top deck, but we're not going to be able to use that right now. Oh, wait. Maybe not. No, we can't use Ursaluna yet. If Dylan plays Turo and can find Turo, things are going to get weird here, actually. Is Crispin not game? No, because the Terrapagos is using Crown Opal. It can't be hit by basic Pokemon. Oh, wait. It can get hit by Ursaluna, though, right? Terrapagos can get punched by Ursaluna even if you're Crown Opaline. It's all basic Pokemon except colorless Pokemon. Oh, what the heck? Wait, so Crown Opal is not even a win condition. This deck always plays Ursaluna. Crown Opal is literally not even a win condition in this matchup. It's just bad. It's just bad. Yeah, Crown Opal is not even a win condition in this matchup. You can use it early game to slow things down, I guess, but it's not even that good of a attack in this matchup. What the heck? Because the deck plays so many gust effects, and you're not even one hit KO in anything with Crown Opal. You're not really even pressuring them. What the heck? What a terrible card. Why not Crispin and win? The Terrapagos cannot be punched by... Oh. Wait, you're right. Yeah, couldn't we have taken the knockout with Ursaluna? Wait, did Tyler have an energy in hand? Wait, you might be right. Did Tyler have game? Oh, Tyler had game. Yeah, okay, sure. You're right. You're right. Ursa costs 3. Yeah, he has Crispin attached, though. Tyler could have just won right now. I guess the question is Tyler aware that... Well, he definitely missed this, but he probably is aware. How can you charge up 3 in a turn? Oh, wait, shoot. Yeah, Crispin doesn't get you 2 energy. No, he can't win this turn. He can't win this turn. Crispin only gets you 1 energy. Yeah, Tyler can't win this turn. No. For some reason, I thought Crispin was attached to... And then you could attach for turn. No, we can't win this turn. We can only get 2 energy on the bear this turn. So this makes sense. Go to Joltik, load everything up. Yeah, now it's impossible. All right, we definitely need to see a game plan adjustment here from Dylan going into the next one. I actually don't know the correct way to play this matchup then, to be honest. But yeah, Crown Opal is not the move. I mean, you can use it early if it makes sense, but you can't actually win with Crown Opal. Oh, wait, we still have the Water Pawn out here for Dylan, though. If Dylan has Water Pawn, that's a pretty good play here, actually. Because Tyler is down Prime Catcher and Iron Leaves. Even if Tyler does play a Switch, you don't know that as Dylan, so you just go for the Water Pawn play. The question is, does Dylan have Gust plus Pawn Recovery? Water Pawn would actually just be a win here, I think. You can win with Opal if he has Bravery Charm. Maybe. I guess that would come down to can the Ursaluna hit twice. There's a tongue twister. Can you repeat that? Sob Lock would work here. Sob would KO. Okay, so the way it would work is you bring up Iron Leaves, I don't know if there's enough grass energy to attack with Iron Leaves. You sob it a bunch of times. You bring up Latias, you sob it a bunch of times, and then you go second attack, knock out both Pokemon. But Dylan would need Water Pawn, energy for Water Pawn, Boss or Counter Catcher. We see the energy. I saw a Super Rod in hand. No knockout was taken, so Fez can't draw. So I don't think Dylan had to play. I guess you could draw it off Iono here. You could draw Counter Catcher, second Water Pawn, or Night Stretcher plus energy. Or we can still play for that though here as Dylan. Dylan can like retreat to Noctowl this turn and pass. You don't want to take a knockout here if you're Dylan. Oh, okay. Well, Dylan could have played for that. And then could have had to play next. Dylan could have won this game. When did the Prime Catcher get played? Did the Prime Catcher get played before the second Noctowl got activated? No, right? That Noctowl got activated and then we used. Okay. Yeah, Dylan could have retreated to Noctowl there, passed, and then gone Noctowl to get the pieces for the Sob Lock combo. Dylan definitely could have won that still. Okay, Crown Opal sucks. All right, definitely some mistakes here from Dylan. Let's go back and look at this real fast while I set up for game 2. So Dylan plays Ditto, which means on turn 1 from here from Dylan, Dylan messed up. Dylan should have Ultra Balled away Clefairy plus whatever the other card was. Hang on. What was the Ultra Ball? It was Ultra Ball away energy. It's Ultra Ball away energy Noctowl. So the discard here should have been Noctowl Clefairy, get Fan Rotom for Hoot Hoot Noctowl Ditto or something like that. Retreat to Ditto, Ditto becomes Terapagos. The only thing I can like, the only way I can rationalize Dylan's thought process here is like Dylan was like, oh, I don't want to put Terapagos in my active with Ditto because if my opponent is playing Raging Bolt and they want to KO it, I'm in a bad spot. If Raging Bolt KOs your Hoot Hoot, you're in a bad spot. So you don't have a good play anyways in any of those situations. So yeah, Dylan does play Ditto though. We saw the Ditto. Did not prize any Fan Rotom. So Dylan should have gone Ultra Ball for Fan Rotom, Fan Rotom for Ditto plus 2 other things, Metal Energy active to Hoot Hoot, retreat to Ditto, Ditto becomes Terapagos. And then later on in this game, after the Prime Catcher got played, I don't know if it was available for Dylan. Dylan should have played for the Water Pawn play after Prime Catcher got played. And then also, at the end there, Dylan should have retreated to a Noctowl because if Tyler doesn't have Gust, Tyler doesn't have a way to draw 2 prize cards, then Dylan can get into Noctowl next turn to go for the Water Pawn lock. With Iron Leaves and Prime Catcher gone, it's possible Tyler has no way to get out of the Sob lock and just loses to an eventual Sob into... What's the second attack on the thing called? He's probably reluctant to discard Clefairy in case Tyler was on Pult. It just doesn't matter there. In that situation, you just have to value your setup. You'll get the Clefairy back later. We'll worry about it later. Yeah, you can Sob lock into Torrential Pump. Yeah, we'll get our Clefairy back later. We have Night Stretchers. We shouldn't be stressing that. Also, I'm curious to see if Dylan chose first or second here. I think you definitely want to go second to give yourself that extra supporter to work with because you know they have to Joltik before they can do anything. Or most of the time they have to. All right. So we do see Dylan choosing second, which I think is probably correct. I mean, you do get like the extra energy attachment down here from Tyler. I think giving yourself like +1 Iono, +1 Crispin to work with as Dylan is worth the trade-off because you know they always have to go through Joltik. And you're not like that aggressive in this matchup as Dylan either, so. Tyler immediately into the Miraidon. We're definitely going to get Joltik here, but you honestly don't have to get anything else here as Tyler. 1 Iron Hands, 1 Pikachu prize, so just one of each of those to work with as well. So I don't even know if I get a Pikachu or an Iron Hands. Or maybe you just get one of them here as Tyler, because with one of each prize, you're definitely setting up both of them. Yeah, sure. You'll get like Joltik, Iron Hands, and then next turn you can get your Pikachu out of your deck with your Miraidon or something like that. All right, there's Peak Joltik. Some Joltik boxes don't play Switch, so Zoblock was live. Yeah, for sure. And that's what you should assume as well on the other side until you know different. So you should assume your opponent doesn't play the Switch until you see something different. What's the Flamigo that Dylan is playing? It does, what, 20 + 20 for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon or each of your bench Pokemon. Basically, it KOs Terapagos and stuff like Iron Hands as a 1-prizer. Which honestly, I guess in this matchup, the Flamigo is actually like a great response to Iron Hands, to be honest. Yeah, honestly, the Flamigo was actually an insanely good in this matchup. He attached a Miraidon from Tyler. Sets up for the potential turn 2 Miraidon attack. Hoot Hoot top deck here from Dylan. Yeah, the Flamigo goes crazy. The Earthhand's not that good here for Dylan. It looks like we're going to have to play an Ultra Ball to get a Fan Rotom, which feels bad, but Give up the Clefairy for sure now from Dylan. We definitely give up Clefairy now, I feel like. Although I guess Clefairy can be a fine attacker in the matchup. It's one of your weaker options for sure. Gives up the energy as well, which doesn't feel good, but I didn't see what the rest of the hand was. There's Fan Rotom. Hoot Hoot Owl Owl. Retreat to Fan Rotom seems fine. And then maybe attack with Fan Rotom next turn into the other thing potentially. Owl's coming out. Clefairy is quite an efficient attacker in the matchup, to be honest. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's not bad. 100, 200, 220. Yeah, you can definitely get up there in the numbers as long as you fill your bench. And I guess Area Zero just kind of sticks in play. You got Ditto there. Interesting. All right, so I guess maybe that's our out for Terapagos here, though. And then we do have Latios in hand, so we can get back in. Because we definitely don't want to leave a 2-prizer on our active here, probably. He's eyeing up the Water Pawn. Wait, can we sob right now, turn 1? Wait, that's not even that good. Sobbing here is not even that good. You're just going to get Crispin knocked out. This is not a good play. We're like loading this thing up. Dude, he's dead. Wait, I just don't like this play at all. Oh, we're swinging. Oh, we're killing the Joltik and swinging. Interesting. Okay, wow. Okay, I didn't expect that either, though. I honestly don't hate that, though. I actually don't hate that play. I'm a little bit scared of our Water Pawn dying here because I don't know what's in Dylan's hand. But now when you kill the Joltik, as Dylan here, now if you kill Joltik next turn, then all of a sudden you're on even prize cards if Joltik gets used. But if Miraidon gets used and you can kill Miraidon, you're in a really good spot, even if the Crispin happens. I thought we were going to sob, but we actually just have the attack. There's the Crispin, but honestly, you're not that... I think you're okay if Crispin happens. The question is, how do you go 1-2-2? If Tyler never uses Joltik, you win because Tyler doesn't have enough energy in play to play the game. That's what happens. Like right now, if Tyler goes Crispin to the active attack and you go KO Miraidon, you just win because Tyler won't have a follow-up attacker. I guess Tyler could have... Hold on. Tyler could respond with Crispin Ursaluna. And then that could become a little awkward, I guess. But that'd be a pretty tough play for Tyler to pull off, I feel like. All right, there we go. Miraidon's loaded for the response knockout. I think Dylan will be able to respond to this as well. Is going to be my guess that Dylan will be able to respond and knock this thing out. I see a Noctowl in hand. I see a Night Stretcher, so you can Night Stretcher for Water Pawn, Noctowl for Crispin, plus Nest Ball for Terapagos. Terapagos KO the Miraidon back. Should be no problem. This is definitely not how this matchup usually plays out, but you'll appreciate 39 months there, that damn Adam. The aggressive draw from Dylan and then the early Crispin find from Tyler has led to an interesting board state for sure that I think I would give Dylan the advantage in for sure. I think I give Dylan the advantage here, but there is a line for Tyler. Tyler from here can go Ursaluna Crispin if it can be found to respond knockout, whatever Dylan uses to get the knockout in response to Tyler getting the knockout. Second, it starts with Crystal Crispin in hand, so lucky man, shake my head, luck game. Dude, that's what I've been saying, bro. That's what I've been saying. That's why I don't play anymore. That's why I don't go to tournaments anymore. The game's all luck now, so it's like not worth it. Ooh, top deck the Ogre Pawn is nice. That means you don't have to use your Night Stretcher here. But the Ogre Pawn is not going to be a great attacking option this turn. Actually, if you can get the Ogre Pawn set up, the Ogre Pawn is actually a great attacking option this turn because Ursaluna can't hit it. But can you get this thing set up, I guess is the question. Nest Ball Crispin coming in, probably. I guess we're going to still go for the Terapagos line here, I assume. Yeah, to get the Ogre Pawn set up, you would need Crispin plus Grass Pawn plus E-Switch. You need a lot. Would you say that skill level in NA regionals streams is higher than EU streams? It doesn't matter. If you take time to analyze that to come up with a conclusion, you're a weirdo. That's the answer. Are you going to NAC even though you have your invite? No, because I quit. I don't play this luck-based game anymore. I'm done with that. This guy got turn 1 water pawn. You think I want to play in a tournament where turn 1 water pawn is possible? Hell no. All right. Yeah, here's a trap. It goes to attack. Tyler does have a response to this, so if Tyler can find the Crispin, we have the out to the Ursaluna, unless it's prize. I didn't really actually pay attention to the prize cards. I never pay attention to the prize cards. Or Flamigo's prize. No, not the Migo. Tyler didn't know. I remember Tyler's prize cards now. There's no Ursaluna prized. I remember. All right, Fez to the active. Yeah, if Tyler can find Crisp... Wait, am I doing the math wrong again? No, this time it would get the KO. Ursaluna Crispin KOs the... No Crispin. Plenty of Pokemon search cards, but we already had plenty of those. All right, things are looking pretty good for Dylan. With no Crispin as an option here. Does Tyler play 3 Joltik? Is that a 3rd Joltik? No, okay. It's always been luck-based? No, not the way it is these days, bro. Like every tournament is like just pure RNG at this point. Like this rotation and format basically made everything pure RNG. Oh, now Tyler is going for some retreat locking, lining up the Maractus, it looks like. Like Isaiah Bradner had never won a major tournament until rotation happened. Like, wait, actually he won before rotation. That doesn't count. All right, the meme's dead. The meme's dead. Wait, I had to like second guess her. I was like, wait, didn't that happen before rotation? Honestly, if I had just like said it confidently, you guys wouldn't have even questioned it, to be honest. No one would have fact checked me. No one would have fact checked me. I would have got away with it too. All right, Prime plus Bravery Charm. Left my ass off. I sucked until rotation. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, going for the retreat lock here from Tyler. I mean, what do we even trap up? We could trap the Mew. We could trap an Owl. It seems like Tyler doesn't even know what he wants to trap. I don't know what the correct thing to trap. Maybe the Mew. I like the idea of the Mew because that thing's worth 2 prize cards. So we want to try and get a 2 prize knockout at some point. Goes for the Mew. Now Mew can retreat lock the Maractus though, but we do have Iron Leaves to get out of that. So this is why you play the Maractus in the Pikachu deck. It gives you time to like kind of reset up, start to attach some more energy for turn. Maybe Crispin gets involved. Or you try and find some Crispins to get involved. You can also still utilize this energy on the Maractus by using Iron Leaves. There's the 20. Does Dylan have an out for this? Uh-oh. Is the hand dead here for Dylan? Area 0 coming into play. I don't like putting this in play, though, if we're not going to take advantage of it. We have some hoots. We also have a nest ball. Okay. We also can play a lot of cards out of hand and then use restart here. But the hand here for Dylan is actually dead. There's no way to guarantee to move this Mew. So. Dead hand. Dead hand. Nest ball's coming in. I don't even know what we're grabbing here, to be honest. Fast spawn. Seems good. Does Dylan play Turtle? I don't think we know yet for sure. I didn't see anyone in chat confirm it. Definitely could be playing it, but I haven't seen it for sure. No confirmation. We need a Pokemon that can trap without doing damage. I disagree. I don't think you want that to exist. I think making the retreat lock Pokemon have some kind of condition where it can't be infinite or you have to work harder to make it work makes way more sense. It's like a way healthier card to exist. Measure for grass to cycle. We have Knackley. Well, Knackley does do 10 damage. Yeah, obviously up against certain Pokemon, but that's what I'm saying. Like, Knackley does 10 damage, but you can take advantage of it up against certain Pokemon. I think like something like Knackley is fine because it does damage, but if your opponent puts Noctowls and Monkey Dory's in play, it does 0 damage, but your opponent gets a chance to play around that, right? Your opponent can be like, I could just not bench Noctowl this turn, right? Or this game, excuse me. There's the attach to the Ogre Pawn, and then draw 2 off the restart. There's a Crispin found, but still no way to move, and there's just the pass over to Tyler. There's a Pokegear found. Tyler needs to start to build up some energy in play while the Mew is still stuck in the active to try and make the comeback in the prize trade. I mean, all Tyler really needs is like a Crispin here, and then next turn you can go Iron Leaves knockout into Ursaluna knockout on the following turn. Also, with Area 0 now given over to Tyler, Tyler can go super wide and get like Mew in play and Pheasantipity in play, and just have a ton of draw power on board to respond to a potential Iono. And we see the Ultra Ball coming down here, getting rid of the Miraidon and the Iron Hands. I assume some of the targets here are going to be stuff like the Latias or the Mew, the Pheasantipity, to prep for getting Iono'd into the late game. I think the Pheasantipity is prized, right? All right, into the Pokegear. Is there a Crispin? Nope. All right, we'll put 5 energy on Blood Moon if Dylan went lone Terapagos. Well, I mean, the Terapagos has to attack to be able to use its attack, so you'd eventually draw prize. You don't even need 5 energy. You'll draw prize cards eventually, and at that point, you're probably up in the prize exchange to begin with. All right, into the Arven here from Tyler. Probably just get another Pokegear, right? Because we just need to find Crispin. We just need to get energy in play. Actually, honestly, though, just over 2 turns, that might be enough, though. If Tyler just goes attach for turn, Maractus, into next turn going attach Iron Leaves, KO Mew. Oh, we already have Fez in play here for Tyler. For some reason, I thought it wasn't in play. And then you have Ursaluna on the next turn to win the game. So Tyler's already kind of set up to win here, just over next 2 turns without even playing Crispin. Like, the idea of Crispin's nice, but it's actually just not necessary, to be honest. Would you just Galvantula to go into Terapagos? Galvantula does not one-hit KO the Terapagos. So you'd have to go back-to-back Galvantulas. And at that point, you probably have the prize lead as the Terapagos player. So you still need to keep up with the prize exchange. Like, if the Crown Opal play isn't great in this matchup, but if it gives you the prize lead, then all of a sudden that's like, it was worth the going into it for those turns, trying to slow down the game. Your opponent's doing nothing while you're drawing prize cards. And then even once they get through it, you could just win, right? All right, energy to the Joltik. Also the Galvantula to protect that on the bench. That's probably not even that big of a deal to protect it, but I wouldn't hate to see Tyler go get Mew and put that on the bench, to be honest. Just to have it in case Dylan just plays Iono next turn. Just to have more draw power to work with. I also don't hate the Latias coming down. I think there might be an Ultra Ball or Nest Ball in the hand. There also might not be. I could be trolling. No, there's an Ultra Ball in hand. But you do want to leave some Ultra Balls around to be able to find the Iron Leaves if you get Iono. So you don't want to burn all of them. Dylan wants to confirm what the Galvantula does. Nothing crazy. I guess Galvantula could KO the Mew next turn, right? I think it's there. Yeah, Galvantula could KO the Mew next turn. Wait, why are we talking about Cornerstone? Mew Spider and then Bear for game. Yeah, that works. The Spider, you don't even need the Iron Leaves here. I was thinking about doing the Iron Leaves play here from Tyler, but you can just hold the Iron Leaves anyways. Here comes the Crispin from Dylan. Dude, this Maractus is doing so much work. Dude, the retreat lockers are so... Like, Maractus is so good right now. Oh, Nacli's Water Pawn is so good right now. It feels like there's so many opportunities in the meta right now to take advantage of those 2 Pokemon. The Maractuses and the Ogre Pawn, the Water Pawns, and the Naclis. Pretty good right now. Pretty good. Honestly, Maractus is so good in this deck. It seems pretty nice. Yeah, it does seem pretty nice. Energy getting loaded up here. Dylan can retreat lock the Maractus, but that's where the Iron Leaves would get involved. If Dylan goes, all right, I don't want you to be able to retreat into the Galvantula. I'm going to Mew to retreat lock your active. Then we could see Tyler, or we could see Tyler respond by using the Iron Leaves, of course. Tyler still has access to Prime Catcher as well, actually, right? Yeah, still has the Prime Catcher as well to work with here to close out the game aggressively. You think Feraligatr could work as a retreat lock deck? Feraligatr does not seem very good right now. It is a retreat lock deck, though. So I assume you're just asking me if I think it's good. I don't think it's good. All right, cycle 1 off the pawn again. Attach to the Mew and pass. And this is where Tyler can set up game, basically. Oh, wait, hang on. We still have restart for 1. We need a switch. We've already played Crispin, so we can't Turo here. How many E-switch down for Dylan? Honestly, maybe 0. It could be 0. I'm not sure how many have been played. Is it legal to shuffle your opponent's discard pile? I mean, what do you mean by shuffle? Like rearrange it? You should. I mean, riffle shuffling your opponent's discard pile would be weird. Not riffle shuffling. Mass shuffling your opponent's discard pile would be weird. If you rearrange some stuff in your opponent's discard pile, I think it's fine. You can. You probably just shouldn't do it though. Yeah, you shouldn't do it, but it is fine. I think there actually technically should be a rule in the Pokemon TCG that you're not supposed to rearrange your discard pile. I think that'd be a fair rule. Like obviously, if you play Super Odd, you have to take stuff out of the discard pile. But like, I think it'd be good if that was a rule in the Pokemon TCG that you shouldn't change the order of cards in the discard pile. You should try and avoid it at all costs. Like that should be like basically I thought there was. I don't think there is. Like I don't think there's like an official statement in the rule book that says avoid rearranging your discard pile. I could be wrong. I don't think there's like an official statement in the rule book that says that. And it's definitely something that I feel like isn't widespreadly pushed like from judges and stuff as well. Yeah. Would be annoying for decks that rely on taking energy out of the discard pile. That is true, I guess, in those kind of situations where you want to like stack a secondary discard pile. That is true. You can't shuffle a discard pile. It is a rule. Oh, okay. There is in the rules compendium. Oh, really? Okay. Well, yeah. That's good. The rule is in Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, I know it's in Yu-Gi-Oh. I feel like it should be like a rule in Pokemon. Not a rule, but it should be like heavily encouraged and like kind of put out there that you should try and avoid rearranging your discard pile in the Pokemon TCG. Something like making a secondary energy discard pile for certain decks, like Baxcalibur decks, is like fine probably, but... All right. Yeah, here's where Tyler is going to make the play. Clefairy's into play. Energy for turn to the Galvantula. Clefairy and Ursaluna as backup attackers set up now. Yeah, this is looking like it's all but over. The early game was really interesting, really weird, but we see Tyler's able to put it together here in the end, it looks like. The only thing missing from Tyler's board right now is like Mew for extra draw power, but there we go. Galvantula KO's Mew, down to 2 prize cards remaining. Dylan still has 3 prize cards, so Dylan can't win this turn. And Tyler still has Prime Catcher. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's a Crispin. I thought that was an Area 0. I was like, Tyler with the Area 0? Tyler still has Prime Catcher and Iron Leaf, so you can't even Sob Lock in this situation as Dylan to make a comeback like we saw was potentially possible in the last game. Ogerpon is pushing the active. If you can take a knockout with Ogerpon plus Iodo here, that does make things maybe a little bit awkward. So it looks like that's what we're probably going to try and play for here as Dylan, is knockout with Ogerpon. Ursaluna can't hit it. Clefairy can't hit it, so it'll force the Gust out of Tyler while taking prize cards. Briar? The deck doesn't really play Briar, does it? What would Dylan need? Like Counter Catcher, Terapagos plus Briar? The deck doesn't ever play Briar, though. You're not supposed to rearrange, but you can put a type of card in a place to help for organization. Also, it hurts you for rewinding game sets. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's something that's like not talked about ever. Or like, yeah. It should just be something that is like, is understood as that's how you're supposed to play the game. You're not supposed to rearrange your discard pile. But I feel like that's not, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe those discussions happens more than I think, but. Double Owl found here from Dylan, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Unless Dylan does play Briar. I mean, Briar Countercatcher wins the game here for Dylan. Dylan would also have to be playing Countercatcher, which I don't think everyone plays. Well, Dylan definitely doesn't have a play that he is for sure on, because he is taking his time here. I mean, Iono seems pretty good here. If Dylan can go like Iono knockout, that seems like the best play here for Dylan if Briar countercatcher doesn't exist. I'm still feeling pretty confident in Tyler's odds of winning the game next turn, even if that does happen, but we'll see. And I would also Dylan would have to, after the Iono, actually find a win condition, because Tyler could go back into Maractus for a turn and chill, and then Dylan would need a Gust Effect himself, so... Night Treacher for the fighting energy. Cool. And then in the hand, we have the energy switch. So we will be able to attack with the Cornerstone here, which is the most awkward Pokemon for Tyler to deal with. But if there's no Iono here, the game is definitely over. Tyler's hand is huge, has been sitting on it for many turns. Noctowl number 2 coming in. There's nothing else really you need for the attack. So I have to assume this is going to grab an Iono here to shake things up and hope Tyler does not find a Gust Effect, but has Pheasantipity to work with. The attacker only needs an energy for the attackers on the board. So all Tyler needs is a Gust and an energy. The only thing, like I said, the only thing missing from Tyler's board is the Mew for extra draw power. So, and that could be something we find as well here. I actually honestly think Tyler might just not have any Gust Effects in hand. So they might all be in the deck. So this Iono is actually almost only helpful here. I'm actually not sure, but I don't think Tyler has any boss in hand there, or Prime Catcher. Maybe an Arvin was in hand for the potential of the Prime Catcher. Energy, yep, energy boss. Prime Catcher's in the bin. Oh, did we lose our Prime Catcher earlier? Oh, maybe I'm wrong on that then. I thought we still had Prime Catcher around. Yeah, I don't think Tyler had any boss in the hand before the Iono, so yeah. Did we use Prime Catcher early? Oh, we did, yeah. Oh yeah, to bring up the Mew for the Maractus play. That's right. True. Honestly, I think the value of, because when you use Maractus in Tyler's deck, you're using it from behind. So if you're playing the Maractus, I almost feel like you should play a counter catcher. I'm not like sold on that, but it makes a little bit of sense. If you're using the situations where you use Maractus, you're playing from behind, and you're trying to make like a comeback. So it kind of makes sense to include a counter catcher. If you're playing Maractus, it kind of makes sense to include a counter catcher in the deck, to be honest, like a little bit. Check Gearhart's Twitter. Dude. Am I actually gonna... What am I gonna think of this? Is this worth checking? If this isn't worth checking, Nomad... Wait, you had multiple telling me... Conductor Cooks and Nomad? No, but it's funny. Alright, if I don't like this tweet, I'm timing you both out. And Iron Hands EX... This is not even a good... This is not a good tweet. This is not even funny. Dead meme. Y'all giving into Jake's cloud farming, bro. You laughed, though? I laughed because it's just so... It's like... It's just so bad. I mean, everything's a little funny. Like, I laughed because I get to time out Nomad and feel justified. That's why I laughed. So which deck counters Dragapult? Local meta full because of League Battle deck want to destroy their dreams? Let's play Gardevoir. Gardevoir's pretty chill against it. Was that the first round they streamed? Second round. We saw Ian versus Rowan round 1. Silence for being right. Party with double Clefairy. I don't know if I'd play double Clefairy. I think one Clefairy is good enough, but if you're really feeling it. You plan on going to NAIC? There's a command in the title you can use to get that information. Appreciate 21 months there, Team Abra. Appreciate 7 months there, iGriffy. I'm sub to avoid ads for the win. Bro, that's the way, bro. That's the way. Oh, I should have actually... Hold up. I mean, they're going to cut to an interview real fast, but I just want to...
Saldana here, and I'm joined by the last round winner, Tyler Matthews, or the Joltik master himself. How are you feeling?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive win and on stream, I think. A lot of the times when I think about this deck, right, the Joltik deck, people say it's very linear. You know, you're powering something up in the back, you're taking knockouts. But I got to see, you know, that opened my eyes in that second game where you're actually have some options. You're taking routes. You attack with Miraidon turn 2. You use the Maractus to buy some time for you to be able to set up a more checkmate play. Tell me about that. Like, when did you decide to, or what goes through your mind when you decide to attack with the Maractus, for example?
Well, I mean, he took the KO on the Joltik, so I had like no way to like set up energies really. And after I did take the respond KO with the Miraidon, I felt like going another Joltik just wouldn't help my game plan at all. So I was like, I just need to like try to stall him out and draw Crispins. Took me a couple turns to find the Crispin, but we got there.
Yeah, it did take you a couple of turns, but you know the Maractus did buy you a couple of turns. That's very, very good. Tell us about the deck choice, right? Again, you're known as a player who likes to stick with her deck for an extended period of time. So I'm sure you've put in a lot of thought into this deck. So why Joltik?
Well, actually, this season, I've played like a different deck at almost every of
really?
except for like maybe a couple of them. So I don't know. My approach this season was a bit different.
Okay.
And I would say I had like worse results on average. I missed a lot of day 2s, but like I top 8'd with the Joltik deck, and I was like, I still feel like it's in a good position, so I'll just run it back.
That's good to hear. I mean, yeah, you did do well in the last couple of tournaments. But yeah, tell us about. If it wasn't Joltik, would there be any other deck that's in your radar?
I really like Terrabox a lot, and Dragapult is probably the best deck still, so that's always on my radar. But I don't really like to play whatever the best deck is usually. So.
That's true. We like to beat the best deck.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of that though, how is your matchup into something like Dragapult?
I would say if it's like the straight Dragapult, they're both favored, but straight Dragapult's better. But the Dusknoir makes it a bit weird. They can like take prizes however they want usually, but like in a straight Dragapult, they have to like knock out stuff and give me Fez usually.
Yeah. So. But I guess the ones with like Dusknoir are a little bit tougher to deal with. 100%, 100%. And tell me about your training process getting into this tournament. How much have you prepared?
Actually, I haven't really played that much. I did a couple like master classes online for the deck, so I'm always like prepping the deck and like figuring out what I want to play. And I had some friends that went to Seville, and I told him what techs to play in the deck for that event, and like his results were basically like my testing. You know, like I could take that and apply it to my next event.
Makes a lot of sense. Tell me about matchups you want to run into though.
So Dragapult's pretty good. Gardevoir, if they play the Henry Child, the Zoroark list, that builds better for me. The one that Brent Thompson played is a bit harder. Terrabox, I feel like is a pretty good matchup as well. The only things I don't really want to hit is probably like Raging Bolt with Slitherwing.
That makes sense. Slitherwing can knock out that Pikachu sometimes, and sometimes they're a little bit faster with their energy and knockouts. With that, before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Oh yeah, I want to shout out my friend Andrew Nunez. He usually plays the same deck as me. He's not here this weekend, but usually. I'll shout out my other friend Josh Frink. He like helped me come to the conclusion of like, well, I came up with the Maractus, and like his logic behind it really convinced me that I needed to play it and keep it in the deck. So those two, excuse me. But yeah, those two would be my two biggest like shout outs, my supporters, I guess.
That's awesome to hear. Again, he definitely take some friends to really tune up a deck, right? But yeah, thank you so much for this interview. Best of luck with the rest of the rounds. Would love to see more Joltik, potentially in top 8, right?
Hopefully again, yep.
With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
Thank you, Wancho.
I missed it. What is the point of Maractus? Just to, like, make comebacks. To, like, if you fall behind in the prize exchange, if they go like KO Joltik, KO your 2 prize, and you don't have like an immediate follow up, you can like Maractus trap something in the active until you get the next 2 prize knockout for a turn or 2 turns, and then you just take over the game from there. Like literally just go back and watch. If you want to know how to use Maractus, just literally go back and watch the end of that game. You don't even have to watch the whole game. Just look at what the prize trade is at, how many prize cards each player has, and then just go watch the end game from Tyler, and that's why you play Maractus. Literally what he did with Maractus this game perfectly showcases why you play the Maractus. You think Levencia could be valid in Joltik box? No, you don't need more energy. You need more winning. The deck isn't hurting for resources. It's hurting for... What is the deck hurting for? Options a little bit, but not even really, to be honest. Yeah. Not even really. Oh, in the hunt. Who's on the cusp here? Jarek, Lance. I recognize quite a few names here actually. Kamal's close. I don't know how much Kamal's actually played this season actually, to be honest. I mean, he's got 620 points, so he's definitely played some. Definitely some familiar names down here. This, as a spectator, it makes this honestly way more exciting. Like, for me, I mean, yeah, because I'm not one of the players playing for my Worlds Invite, but it's like, this is like kind of exciting to see like who's on the cusp of making, getting their Worlds Invite and, you know, them competing against everyone else. Obviously, I'm sure the players aren't as thrilled about it potentially. They would maybe like to just be like, if you get 600 points, you get Worlds Invite. It's like, oh, okay, cool. But where's Triff? Good question. You think Guardroll will with Lively Stadium would be good? So you could one-shot anything with Drifloon Bravery Charm? Probably not. You can already make up the extra HP pretty easily with Monkey Dory. It's not a big deal. It's kind of like just a waste of a spot. I think Town Store is good in Joltik as a bump for Jamming Tower. No, because you can't find it. The Joltik box has no way to find stadiums. I mean, maybe if you played like 2 Town Stores, but it's just not worth it. Just play other better cards. Like your tool cards aren't that important anyways. Like I guess that Bravery Charms can be pretty important against Dragapult, or it can come up, but like Dragapult's not putting Jamming Tower in play until they're bodying you with it anyways. That's like the problem. Oh wait, that's probably more so the point, to be honest. Like the decks that play Jamming Tower aren't gonna put Jamming Tower in play if they know you. Like, okay, the one thing you could do is you'd be able to catch someone's like unaware, right? So like right now Joltik box plays 0 stadiums. So if a Dragapult player plays against a Joltik box, they're probably just aggressively dropping their Jamming Tower. And then all of a sudden you could counter it, but you have to like find it. But as soon as they realize you're playing Town Store, they're just holding their Jamming Tower until they go for their big combo turn. So is Iron Leaves important? What do you think about Kieran in Joltik box? I mean, Kieran seems terrible. I would definitely play Switch before Kieran, but Iron Leaves doesn't seem that important because it basically seems to be used as a Switch card, and at that point you could just play a Switch, is how I feel about the Iron Leaves. The only other value you could potentially gain from Iron Leaves would be if you played a stadium and you go up against like an Area 0 deck like the Terra box that plays Water Pond. You could go like use Iron Leaves, put my stadium in play, discard my Iron Leaves, and then reuse it with Night Stretcher theoretically. But that also means you have to gain a bench space somehow, so it's not even that good. The Iron Leaves does help some. Like the biggest reason I would keep Iron Leaves in the deck probably is because it's good against Zoroark. Yeah, if Zoroark is like 100% like a non-factor in a metagame, I would probably just play a Switch. But the fact that you can like use it against Zoroark is like kind of cool. Also, like if you do hit a Charizard or a Hydreigon or like one of those matchups, the Iron Leaves is also pretty good, to be honest. But those matchups are like not real matchups, really, to be honest. So yeah. Those are kind of like fake matchups. I tried Joltik with Kieran, and it never comes up. I like the idea because you can get a Dragon Ball with Pika, but it's a lot of pieces to combo in a deck with no draw. Yeah, exactly. That's why like Gravity Mountain sucks and is not actually good in Joltik box. The synergy is obviously there. Oh, Gravity Mountain play with Pikachu. I KO Dragapult. But in reality, it doesn't happen. And emphasizing your other ways you win the matchup is just better because they're more consistent. Because you're not drawing the Gravity Mountain, you're not drawing the Kieran. Like, these things are just not happening. You're not finding these cards when you need them because the deck has no draw power. Yeah. Cut Iron Leaves for counter catcher and it felt alright. Well, if you cut, you should definitely play a switch in the deck. The deck should definitely play one prime, one switch card, one pivot card, either the Iron Leaves or a switch. You shouldn't be cutting Iron Leaves for counter catcher. But yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm enjoying so much this meta. There's nothing mega broken, and there's a lot of strategies. I also am enjoying the meta as well, yeah. Even though Dragapult's 20% of the meta, like, a lot of decks can beat Dragapult. Dragapult's not like an overwhelming force. It's just the best deck. But, like, not in, like, a broken Lugia way, where it's like, oh, it's the best deck, and it's not beatable. It's like, it's the best deck, and everything can beat it, kind of. Like, everything feels fine. Vitband is probably better than Gravity Mountain because you can Mew plus Clefairy for Dragapult, and Vitband takes a one-hit. Let's Pika one-hit a Guardy. One-hitting a Guardy is, like, not that big of a deal, though. Vitband is not good because you gotta... not having a card that doesn't want to help you want to KO Dragapult is probably not worth it. I mean, yeah, you have Clefairy, but, like, yeah, you probably want the extra tool for the Dragapult matchup. I like decks like Dragapult being the best deck because it forces you to play different. It even forces you to get better. I got a certain... Sure. Yeah, I don't hate that take, to be honest. I guess the one thing I would say is, like, Dragapult being the best deck format after format gets a little boring at some point, but yeah. What situations do we need a switch card in Joltik box? Against Waterpawn and Maractus. Is it everything can beat it, or is it that Clefairy can beat it? Or is there any deck without Clefairy that beats it? I mean, Clefairy is definitely part of that, like just having the option of Clefairy in decks. I mean, it doesn't really matter if Clefairy is the reason or not. It's just that it doesn't feel like it's unbeatable. Yeah, the reason doesn't matter really. I also don't have an answer for the reason. It's just that it doesn't feel unbeatable. When you play any of these decks up against Dragapult, you're not just like, well, I guess. I mean, every deck I play against Dragapult is literally a 40-60 or worse. It's like you play against Dragapult with like any decent meta deck. It's like, oh, I can hang with this deck. I can beat this. It's possible. Yeah. Are live results in Limitless yet? I don't think so. But there is Pokedata basically is that. Like you can see the live standings, everything. I'll show off Pokedata here in a second. No, there's not. It's not live on Limitless yet. All right, I'm gonna go make my breakfast real fast, or first meal of the day. I'll be right back. Yo, show one for Latin America. Go to the Latin American region. What the heck? Did I miss it? What the heck is this discrimination, bro? Ryuki out here doing side quests. Bro, Ryuki literally owns Europe, bro. He's their, what do they have, a king over there or something? He's the king of Europe. And the queen, and the emperor, and the duke. It's over, bro. Yeah, Dango is 15% of the meta. We gotta make sure that is, people are aware of that. Dango is 15% of the meta. If you cut 1 energy from Joltik Box, where would you take it? I have no clue. I haven't played with Joltik Box yet. I have no opinion on it. Yeah, we do have a king of Europe. Yeah, it's Ryuki. Now the Emperor God King of Europe. Hop versus Golgo Dragapult. Wait, what? Wait, what did you just say? Caster said that the next 2 decks are spicy, not on their bingo cards. Yeah, Golden Go Dragapult, bro. That's a spicy one for sure. I'll be right back. Now there is Hops. Hops is pretty cool, but honestly, I feel like Hops does Hops get farmed by Golden Go? I actually don't know. We'll see. I guess you do have the Crams as follow up, but it sounds like a pretty bad matchup against Golden Go because they're just one-hitting everything. Definitely a go second matchup for sure. On both sides, go second. Hope that too many gimme ghouls aren't found. Start KOing them. Prize cards here, double nest ball, a Snorlax, 1 gimme. I feel like nothing too crazy on either side here. The only thing that would be is like I feel like sometimes some builds of Hops only play a couple nest ball, so but no, you're probably still playing 4. So yeah. Most builds of Hops are still probably playing 4 nest ball. So there's probably 4 nest ball here. Snorlax gonna OKO, right? No, Snorlax caps at 230. I mean, with like a 10 snipe, it could KO, but the thing is, the Zacian is not going to sit there getting many snipes off. The Monkey Dories are dead cards in this matchup, so it's got to be like, unless it's like a Snorlax build. I guess it could be a Snorlax build. There's not, there's probably Zacian in there no matter what, though. Yeah, you have to like, you have to hope to get, I think you have to hope to get 2 turns of Zacian. I think that's how this matchup probably goes, is you hope for two turns of Zacian sniping, building up energy on Snorlax, and then Cram, Lax, Ursa to close it out. Maybe it's not impossible. But it seems tough. Oh, wait a second. Hold up. All right, that's different. That changes things. That definitely changes things. This is the Iron Valiant build. Definitely a game changer. Into the Pokegear immediately, which is interesting. I feel like we should wait till next turn to use Pokegear. I'm curious to see. Yeah. I'm curious to know why we Pokegeared here. Unless they're going to like Squawkabilly and they're trying to find a worse supporter to get rid of. Prediction, please? Oh, sure. I got you. Didn't work. Wait, is there a prediction live right now? Oh, I forgot to delete this. All right, I gotta just delete this one. All right, I'm gonna try and keep up with the predictions this today. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Prediction live. I don't know why we poke. Did we just poke gear and pass? That is like, yeah. Don't. Well, no, don't do that. Don't poke gear and pass. Is that literally just what happened? Poke gear and pass. Yeah, don't do that. If you're not going to use the supporter, you're getting off the... Actually, there is some moments where poke gearing without using the supporter is correct. This is not one of them. This is not one of those turns. All right, over to Grant. Everyone at Carmine? Okay, that's fair. If they play Carmine. I'm just kind of assuming they don't play Carmine. If they play Carmine, then sure. Yeah, I'm kind of making the assumption that they don't play Carmine, but if they actually play Carmine, okay, it's not that bad actually. Yeah, the Iron Valiants definitely make a big difference in this matchup for how you can actually approach this matchup. Maybe they're afraid of Badoo? No. There's a gimme goal in the active with 2 retreat cost. The fact that there's a gimme goal in the active tells you you're not getting Badooed. And the fact that it's the one with 2 retreat costs means you know for sure you're not getting dude. Gimme goal getting lined up here. Double gimme goal and the TM Evo. So we got the turn 1 TM Evo for double golden go here. Looking pretty good. Gotta go into the vessel, but that's fine. Goodbye Ultra Ball. And there's a Cypher Maniac. And dude, this hand is just broken. This hand is just insane. Sure. the hand is literally just insane. Oh my gosh. All right, yeah, it's everything. TM Evo into turn 2 Cypher Maniac. Energy Surge Pro is in the deck. Doesn't get much better than this, to be honest. This is like the perfect turn 1, turn 2. Because if they don't have a supporter in hand next and getting Badoo next turn, you're not getting Badooed. You know Golden Go doesn't play Badoo. And I don't care if they don't know that. We call it a misplay because you should know that. Like, I'm not going to sit here, like, I'm not trying to mind read every person when we're analyzing gameplay. Golden Go doesn't play Badoo. And even if you played against the one person playing Golden Go with Badoo, we don't play as if that's a possibility. And even if Brooke is sitting there thinking about the possibility of that, I'm not, like, giving Brooke a pass here for making a mistake just because they don't know that Golden Go doesn't play Badoo. We're not mind reading out here. We're being like, okay, what is the correct play? The correct play is to not play the Pokegear unless they play Carmine. If they play Carmine, playing the Pokegear is fine. Playing the Pokegear to play around Badoo against Golden Go is not fine. I don't care what they think. I'm telling you it's a misplay. Yeah, we don't actually care what people think. Care about what's correct. What are the main decks that play Badoo? Gardevoir and Dragapult. Azul, this is called Trauma. One too many itchy pollens. They maybe are playing on a little bit of autopilot. That wouldn't surprise me if they're just like, but what if there is a Badoo? Play the Pokegear. Hops bag coming in. Gets the Cramp, gets the Zacian. Gonna start to build up a little bit of damage with the Zacian attack here. And get the KO. You get the KO on the Gimme Goal as well, so you get 1 prize card. 1 prize card, probably not going to be super effective, though, like in terms of the prize trade. I mean, Grant will probably bench another Gimme Goal or Dreepy at some point, which you could probably take advantage of to get a knockout, to get an easier KO. So that could come up. That could definitely come up. Especially if like a Dracloak gets stuck on the bench as the Dracloak. And it's possible that Brooke could go like attack with Zacian this turn, and then go Cram, Snorlax, and then like Ursula or Zacian again, even to KO, to be honest. There's the tools. Everything's loaded up. We have a switch card as well, but we can't make use of that for the ping from Iron Valiant, but that's fine. I think it's just retreat attack with Zacian here. Mew makes its way to the bench as well. Has a Postwick in hand, but doesn't need it this turn, so it's going to hold off on it so it doesn't get bumped. I don't hate that. Yeah, there's a knockout. 30 to 1 of the Golden Goats. Doesn't matter which one. Which Golden Goat does Grant Shen push? Confirming what the card does. I guarantee Grant has not seen the Hops cards before. Or maybe has seen them once, but does not remember what they do. Appreciate 2 sub in the prime sub there. Sneaky Tom and Nuba. Sinuba. Welcome to the pack. We're all out of mind reading, but we got plenty of analysis. All right, Maniac. Did push the damaged Golden Go, which is interesting. I actually think that might be a mistake here from Grant. Because it makes the Cram knockout a little bit easier for Brook. Yeah, I think that's a mistake here from Grant. I think we should have pushed the higher HP. I was actually thinking about not using the Cypher Maniac. Gonna go with the Arven. So not concerned with getting more basics in play this turn. I don't know how I feel about this from Grant here. Like this, like Brook can go knock out Golden Go over the next 2 turns with enough pings from Iron Valiant plus Cram plus Snorlax or second Cram. I was thinking like maybe Grant needs to go like Cypher Maniac for Buddy Poffin. Yeah, I was thinking Grant needs to go Cypher Maniac for Buddy Poffin plus Energy Search Pro, but instead commits to the Arven to save the Cypher Maniac, which is the more powerful supporter. But now we're not guaranteed to get any basics down on the bench this turn. He doesn't know what the Hops card do, remember? That's true. I'm not going to excuse Grant. Like, this is a misplay. I don't care if he... This once again, I don't care if he doesn't know what the cards do. I feel like you should know what the cards do. Monkey Dory found off the... And there's a Night Stretcher, so we are getting back a Gimme Ghoul. Oh, we maybe had the Night Stretcher before... I don't know, I feel like using... I guess you don't want to put Dreepy in play. Maybe you just don't want to put Dreepy in play, so maybe it's not that bad, and you have a Gimme Ghoul prize. So, and if we had the Night Stretcher in hand, actually, I guess this does make sense. There's nothing else to really bench. And you want to avoid Pheasantipity in play. So actually, you know what? This might make sense from Grant here, as long as he had the Night Stretcher in hand before the Arven. That actually might make sense. Monkey makes his matchup super hard for Hops. Ooh, that's true. If the Monkey Dory can get established. And we're actually seeing this play out to the point where Monkey Dory might not be able to get established. I'm pretty sure playing the Monkey is correct. I don't think playing the Monkey is correct until you're utilizing it. Because in this situation right here, Grant doesn't have a way to take advantage of the Monkey. Because if this Golden Go gets knocked out, you never have a turn to attach the energy to the Monkey Dory. So I think Grant waiting is correct. You don't just want to put a one-prizer in play that Brook might be able to take advantage of later on in the game. Without getting value out of it. There's a switch, 20 ping to the active. Cram at max damage does get the KO here. Brook is currently missing the Choice Band, but the Choice Band here does let the Cram do... No, not the Iono. We need to find this Choice Band. I don't like that at all from Brook. We need to see more cards. We just need to see more cards. Brook needs to find the Choice Band here. If you don't get the KO here as Brook, you're in trouble. I feel like this KO is super important. I think if you just get the KO here, you're actually in a decent spot. And there's the whiff on the Choice Band. Missed energy. I mean, you can still attack with Cram. You're just not you're not getting the KO here. You're coming up short. Now, here's where the Monkey Dory could come into play. But I think it's correct for Grant to have held off on benching the Monkey Dory until we needed it. Because if you bench Monkey Dory, but then Brook gets the knockout, but then Brook gets the KO, and then you evolve the Gimme Ghoul to Golden Go, and then Brook gets the next KO, all of a sudden you have a Monkey Dory on your bench alongside a Golden Go when it could have just been a Golden Go. And you put yourself in a worse spot. But now Monkey Dory could get involved here. Because we got like 180, 230. So double Iron Valiant does KO the active here. But if you get Monkey Dory now, ooh, another Golden Go. That's a pretty sick top deck right there. Or card off the top. Because you don't want Iron Valiant to be able to take the knockouts here, I don't think. So I think you, as Grant here, you probably do want to set up the Monkey Dory. Oh, but you can't do the Monkey Dory and attack. I guess that's not happening, actually. Oh, no, you could. You could get Superior. If a Dark Energy's in the discard pile, you can go Superior plus Monkey Dory here. And then you can use Monkey Dory and knock out the active. And we see Artisan getting lined up as well. I guess, do you want to give Artisan over to Brook, though, I guess is the question. Like, Brook plays 4 Postwick. So the chance that your Artisan actually does anything is pretty low in terms of taking away the damage. And then you give Artisan actually over to Brook to find like next Cram. Or yeah, I don't know if I like that, to be honest. It's like okay. There's the Artisan. Use it. Artisan is like okay here. I kind of like just getting the raw Monkey Dory, to be honest. A little bit more. There's such a high chance that Brook has a follow-up Postwick. And now you're giving Brook access to Artisan as well. I don't love it. But we are able to take advantage of the Monkey Dory now. Dark Energy going to come down after we get out the discard pile with the Superior. to Dory, move 30 off the active to prevent the, or to help mitigate the potential of the Iron Valiant KO. Move it over to, I guess, the Iron Valiant. I actually don't know where this damage should go. Makes its way to the Mew, sure. Then boom, there's a knockout on the active. Down to 3 prize cards left here for Grant. Now it is possible for Brook to still, the hand is dead, still concede. Oh wait, hold on, we can thin out the hand. We can thin out the hand, and yeah, it's not that bad. We can thin out the hand and draw some cards with Mew. It's still, we're still live here. We don't have to concede quite yet. Goes into the Artisan first. I don't even know if there's anything to grab here for Brook. We have the other Cram in the hand, I believe, so. Valiant Monkey, maybe? I doubt Brook plays Monkey Dory. I don't think you play Monkey Dory in the Iron Valiant build. I could be wrong, though. Could be a Monkey Dory in here still. Radar coming in, getting rid of an Iron Valiant. Probably to go get an Iron Valiant. The Iron Bundle grab here from Brook is... I guess you don't want to put a ton of damage on a Golden Go that already has a ton of damage. Need another Iron Valiant. I guess, yeah, if you use Iron Bundle here... Oh, we didn't grab another... I think we should have definitely grabbed another Iron Valiant there. That's interesting. Oh no, did we grab one? It's in the hand now. Maybe I'm tripping. I must be tripping. There's an Iron Valiant in the hand, so. I mean, if we got Iron Bundle, we should definitely use it, I feel like. Getting Iron Bundle and not using it seems like a mistake here. Play down the hand. We have a switch as well. We can switch into Iron Valiant. 20. I don't even know where the 20 is going. Apparently it's going to the active. Okay. Still haven't used the Iron Bundle yet. I'd like to see the Iron Bundle get used. Okay, research is found. Got another future capsule as well. Can throw that onto an Iron Valiant. Sure. And then research, ship the hand, and I feel like we should use Iron Bundle first. I feel like we're always using Iron Bundle anyways, but we should give Grant as little information as possible before we use the Iron Bundle. Kind of just giving Grant more information to work with the more we play cards. We got the Choice Band. Okay, we also got Prime Catcher, which is interesting. No energy to build up the Snorlax, though. All right, there's the bundle use. Yeah, it's always getting used here. I think Grant should push up a Golden Go here. Actually, I'm not sure on that. Monkey Dory doesn't seem terrible. You probably go Golden Go. You probably go Golden Go. But I actually don't hate the idea of the Monkey Dory. There's also a switch in here. In the hand for Brook. Nest Ball is getting used. I assume to grab Pheasantipity just to draw more cards. Going for a Zacian, actually. Are we going for a Zacian Punch and Pray? I honestly don't hate this. I don't hate this from Brook. But the Monkey Dory's set up on the other side. I don't hate it. I don't know if it's correct, though. I don't actually know if we're attacking with Zacian here or if we're just thinning it out of the deck. But then I feel like we should have maybe grabbed Pheasantipity. We might still be attacking with Cram here. Attack with Cram into the active. Find an Iono next turn. And the next turn goes Zacian... KO double Golden Go plus Iono might be the play here from Brook. So Punchy active with Cram this turn. Use the switch to build up another 20 on the Golden Go. And then next turn goes Zacian. Next turn we go Zacian plus Iono ideally. 20 more build up on the bench Golden Go. So it's got 20 HP left. But I feel like the play is still just Cram the active, right? Zacian next turn. We'll see. Maybe a Devo angle? Well, the damage spread is a little bit weird to go for a Devo angle, though. Prime Catcher on the Monkey Dory. So we're going to draw 3 prize cards. Oh, wait, this is an insane play. Wait, this play works. You KO the Monkey Dory, you KO the Golden Go, and then Ursaluna plus an Iron Valiant next turn wins the game. Well, yeah, this play is sick. Should Grant have never put the Monkey Dory in play? I was like, I don't know. This doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. But actually, no, this works perfectly. This is how we get a 3 prize turn, and then next turn we win with Ursaluna. Grant's gotta find... Grant has to find Iono. Oh, we have Iono. Okay. Well, we should stop drawing with Golden Go and play the Iono. don't know why we drew one there. I feel like we should have built up on the hand afterwards. I mean, the play is definitely just metal active. Burning the Poke Gear here seems fine. Take a supporter, throw it on the bottom of the deck. But I feel like you have to Iono here as Grant and pray it works out. Goes for the Cypher Maniac though. Are we using Cypher Maniac for the KO here? You have to Iono here. How many cards does Brook have in hand? I feel like Brook has way too many cards in hand to leave the hand the way it is. There's a Cypher Maniac use though. Too many? It's too many, right? Yeah, this is a big mistake here from Grant. You have to just go you have to go all in on the Iono and Pray for sure. Does he play Stamp? No, he plays Energy Search Pro. What if you like punch 200 with Dango? Ooh. What if you punch 200 with Dango? Okay, hold up. Are you cooking with that? Okay, hang on. You're maybe cooking, actually. There is no bench space right now because Brook did bench the Cram. Which maybe that could have been a mistake from Brook. Maybe shouldn't have benched the Cram. Okay, you might be cooking, A. If you punch 200 with Dango, what can Brook do in response? Cram would still be active. Yeah, no, maybe that is what Grant is going for here. Actually, Grant could be cooking. Grant could just punch for 200 and pass. Yeah. Surely Hot plays a Turo, no? They sometimes have a Turo or a Penny. I don't think that's an always thing, though, but yeah. She didn't attack with Cram last turn. It's a dead card. The thing is, though, Brook didn't set this play up. Brook wasn't for sure going to draw into this play, though, like when the Cram got benched. So, Brook... That's second Vessel. Ooh, 2 Vessel. Tech for the Genesect. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Grant goes for the 1 hit here or goes for the 200 hit. The 200 hit is definitely the correct play here from Grant, for sure. Yeah, the 200 hit is definitely the correct play here from Grant. Just punch for 200, and then it makes things awkward for Brook. Like, Brook... Well, actually, then does it come down to, like, a deck-out war? Because neither player wants to attack. Yeah, Brook could just pass into the 200 punch, and then whoever decks out first loses. The question would be, like, who decks out first then at that point? Let's see what Grant chooses to do here. If Grant goes for the 1 hit or not. Looks like he's going for the KO. I'm not convinced of that yet. Let's see. Metal active. Yeah, he went for the KO. All right, yeah. So definitely a mistake there from Grant. Could have hit for 200. Made things awkward. But yeah, now Brook just wins with Ursaluna. Well, hold on. No, that is game. That is game. I looked at his hand. I was like, wait. Yep, Nestball, Ursaluna, switch into Iron Valiant. Game over. All right. 20 active, switch into Ursaluna, knockout. Yeah, if Grant could have gone for the 200 punch, and then it comes down to deck out, right? Then at that point, it comes down to deck out. Because if Brook punches, then the Monkey Dory happens. Then the 3-prize turn happens. Why wouldn't Jishin punch for 200? Because he misplayed. Because he didn't see the play or thought this play was better. But in both situations, it's a mistake. Oh, the other play Grant could have made. Fear of tie? No. There's no fear of tie. The other play Grant could have made was Iono, go all in on Iono Pheasantipity to try and get the KO. That was the other play. But the 200 punch play was probably the best play. Couldn't Brook keep pinging with Iron Valiant though and deck out doesn't work? No, if you ping enough, once a certain amount of damage gets into play, Monkey Dory wins the game. You go Monkey Dory on the Zation for 2 prize cards plus knockout with Golden Go in the same turn. So you can never build up enough damage with Iron Valiant. Oh, wait a second. Maybe you can actually. You could go get into Iron Valiant, ping 20 on a Golden Go, pass, and then go Iron Valiant. If there's 20 on the active. No, but you could always put the Monkey Dory in play and move the 20 back over, right? Because then Brook has 2 prize cards left and the Monkey Dory is still left. I mean, as long as Grant has a way to get Monkey Dory back, which I guess I don't know for sure if Grant could recover Monkey Dory, to be honest. So Iron Valiant pings 20, you move it over. Go ahead. Then Brook has to go Gust KO. Gust KO Monkey Dory, spread 30. At that point, I don't think there's a third way to recover Monkey Dory. And then Brook would eventually win. Could just start attacking freely at that point. So the initial play is the weird one. So that makes it, I think when we think about it further, then the correct play from Grant is to do the Iono play. Yeah, the correct play from Grant is just to Iono and pray that the Ursaluna play doesn't happen, right? Yeah. That card also wouldn't have worked for Brook. Grant just needs to start making a Pult. No, if Grant benches any one prizer, Brook has plenty of gust effects left. Brook would just gust them and KO them. Or like double Iron Valiant, KO the Dreepy off the bench, something like that. Can you still do Iono Punch for 200? Yeah, also Iono Punch for... Well, the Iono, if you're doing the Iono play, I think you should just reach for the one hit. The Punch for 200 doesn't make any sense if you're doing the Iono play. Because the Punch for 200 actually doesn't work. I think Brook does win the Punch for 200 situation. Because if Grant punches the active for 200, hoping that Brook punches you back, and then you go Monkey Dory return knockout. Also, I don't know for sure if Grant had access to another Monkey Dory. Because Grant did use a Night Stretcher already. There was nothing prized. I don't know how many Night Stretcher Grant plays, or Super Rod potentially. So I don't know how many Monkey Dories Grant had access to. But if Grant goes Punch for 200, then Brook goes Switch into Iron Valiant or Jet Energy into Iron Valiant, 20 on the active Golden Go pass. And then if Grant doesn't Monkey Dory then Brook goes Iron Valiant, Cram, Knockout, win. So then Grant has to respond with bench Monkey Dory that turn to move the 20 off the active to the Zacian, and then Brook responds with Boss KO Monkey Dory, and then I don't think Grant can make another Monkey Dory. Then you have to just go ahead and swing plus Iono. So you could have got the play from Grant could have been hit for 200, see if Brook makes a mistake. If Brook doesn't make a mistake, then you just Iono, knockout on the next turn. If Brook doesn't make a mistake, then you just go Iono knockout next turn. If Brook does make a mistake, then you just win the game. So that could have been the play, honestly. That should have maybe been the play from Grant. Or Grant should have just gone play Iono, bench Fez, or bench Fez, play Iono. Just go all in for the one hit KO and hope that Brook was not able to find the cards off the Iono. That would have been, that was like the, yeah. I think honestly the play that Grant made, out of the range of plays that we've talked about, Grant made the worst possible play for sure. Grant literally did the worst possible play available. I'm not sure what is the 100% the best play, but Grant did the worst play. Or was it 4 mulligans? Ooh, it's an unfortunate Ursaluna start there for Brook. Yeah, Ursaluna's not great. Into the Techno Radar, discards the Surfer. Grant, once again, has a pretty good turn 1. Grant's turn 1 hand, once again, is pretty good. But this being the variant that Brook is playing is, this actually makes his matchup pretty close, to be honest. The Iron Valiant version, the Monkey Dory version of this deck just gets bodied by Golden Go. But the Iron Valiant version actually has a chance, for sure. And it might even be like close to a 50-50 matchup, to be honest. I don't think this matchup is terrible at all for Brook. Plays a lot of switches, not a big deal for the Luna opening. The Luna opening is more so annoying because it takes up a bench space. It's not so much the fact that it's going to get stuck in the active. Yeah, it's not going to get stuck in the active. But the fact that it takes up a bench space is kind of the annoying part. What does Valiant do? When it goes from the bench to the active spot, you can put 2 damage challenge on one of your opponent's Pokemon. So you play like a ton of switch cards like Switch and Jet Energy, and there's another one I'm missing. Switch and Jet Energy and Surfer. So you like just ping a lot with those, and that helps with your spread damage from your helps with the spread damage from your Zacian, and it also helps with like 1-hit KO potential from stuff like Ursaluna, like we saw in the last game, or Cram. Any Kieran or just Surfer? Probably just Surfer. There's probably not any Kieran in there, no. Penny 2? Maybe Penny. Most lists that I've seen, I don't play the Penny. But obviously it's a pretty unestablished archetype. But Grant has to play once again. Oh, does play Jamming Tower. Okay, so plays 1 Jamming Tower, 1 Artisan. Probably does not play the Genesect combo anymore, would be my guess. But then do you not have the Vengeful Punch in here for the Joltik box matchup? Do you Energy Search Pro here for the Dark? Probably not, because I think you have to get the Poffin. I'm pretty sure we need the Poffin, so no, just based on that. But is Energy Search Pro in the hand? You probably don't want to use the Energy Search Pro here, because then if you get Iono'd next turn, then all of a sudden you might not be able to reach for any kind of KOs anytime soon. So you probably just want to try and preserve the Energy Search Pro. Okay, Solid Pikachu? Bro. I can't keep doing this, man. You have Monkey for Pika? Dude. Where are you being serious, Slow Yellow Boy? I'm actually going to ban your ass if you're being serious. Prioritizing Dragapult be better here? It's just, no, Dragapult's so slow in this matchup. Like, this list from Grant doesn't even play Crispin. It's going to get picked off before you can actually utilize it. I'm trolling both? Thank goodness, bro. I need someone to be trolling when this happens. All right, Iono's found off the Pokegear. I wonder if that's actually going to get played here, though, or if we have something else to do. I face Halucha and Dango for Pika. I honestly don't hate the Halucha inclusion as a Pika answer. All right, we have the stadium here for Brook. Oh, I guess we actually get the KO on the active, even if we whiffed the stadium here. KOing the Gimme Goal off the bench would be insanely good here. If Brook can find... I mean, it's a lot of switch cards that are needed, but if Brook can find switch, retreat, choice band, KO the active and the Gimme Goal, like, this would be kind of insane. We're going with the Iono. We need to find it all off the Iono here. I mean, it's probably likely to find a way to move into the Zacian or jet up the Zacian. I mean, KOing the active at least would be nice here, but... and then even if we just, like, ping 30 on the Gimme Goal, then that kind of forces the Gimme Goal evolution from Grant next turn, which Grant could definitely whiff. So... okay. We are short a switch card here. We almost got there. That would have been in just, like, such an insane turn for Brook to have, but... knockout. I like the 30 to a Golden Go. So yeah, send up the fresh Golden Go, please, Grant. That gives you more time to, like, move damage around. Yeah, that was actually another mistake that Grant made last turn, I think, was sending up the damage Golden Go. I actually like the 30 on the Gimme Goal here from Brook, because now it kind of forces the evolve out of Grant. But now Grant doesn't really have to evolve the benched Gimme Goal here. Because you're not going to attack with Zacian here again as Brook. Found the Golden Go, found the Cypher Maniac. Dude, it was, oh my gosh. Well, I guess you had a Nest Ball in hand here for Grant, so you could have found Pheasantipity if you had to. But that was like, it's pretty clean. You're definitely not complaining here if you're Grant with that draw. Get the Gimme Goal evolved. Oh, we're going in with Nest Ball anyways. Interesting. We're going to go ahead and just put the Fez in play. I don't love this. This is a little bit more reliability than... I don't know. Maybe the Golden Ghost having the 30s on them already just kind of makes them the same amount of reliability. I don't know. This lets Brook have just like Choice Band Boss, KO Fez, and doesn't need anything else. Brook could just have Choice Band Boss, KO Fez for 2 next turn. It gives like Brook another way to get a 2-prize knockout that involves less. Yeah, I don't love that here from Grant. I feel like we should not have put Fez in play. I feel like it's like just +1 liability that we didn't need to put in play here. But maybe, I guess the one reason I could see to do that is that When you play the Cypher Maniac here, I was grabbing boss. Energy Search Pro boss. I was gonna say we could grab Iono. I was thinking about Iono grab here. But I guess Grant wants to go KO active for 2 and then boss KO a 2-prizer off the bench and like take away the crams that way. But that just activates Ursaluna. So as long as Brook gets... Oh no, but I guess... No, actually no, maybe this does make sense for Grant. Oh no, I guess this does make sense because this way Grant can go 2/2/2, right? Because Brook only drew 1 prize card on the last turn. Yeah, I'm tripping. This makes 100% sense here from Grant. You're just trying to go 2/2/2. You're trying to just avoid the 1-prizers at this point from Grant. So having a boss for next turn, even at the expense of putting your Pheasantipity in play, getting access to the boss makes a ton of sense. Yeah, I'm tripping. For some reason, I thought Brook had already drawn 2 prize cards, but the Gimme Ghoul did not get KO'd last turn. So Brook only got 1 prize card. This is setting up Grant into a pretty good spot, actually. Artisan as well, but does just fail it. Buddy Poffin, I assume this will get failed as well. You don't really want to put a 1-prizer in play here. There's Iron Valiant 2 and Hops. Just gives you more spread damage to work with and damage to be able to get bigger 1-hit KOs with Cram and Snorlax and Ursaluna in the late game. All right, here comes the knockout. Goodbye, Zacian. So for Brook now, honestly, Iono, I feel like, is the card you want here as Brook. Grant's got a massive hand. You want to try and take away the possibility of Grant having boss or counter catcher KO next turn. So by knocking out by Iono in here, you kind of like limit that potential, I feel like. So I feel like Iono is the card you're looking for here from Brook, but not just Iono. You need like Iono plus KO. Yeah, you need like Iono plus KO. Arven found off the Pokegear. That could lead to Prime Catcher plus Tool card for Cram to KO Fez, which would still be a decent knockout here. But honestly, getting an energy established on the Snorlax to build it for a Snorlax attack would be pretty nice. Because even if a 2-prizer gets KO'd on the next turn, then Brook could attack with Snorlax, still leaving a 1-prizer in the active. But why fail Artisan? Fail Buddy immediately. Don't you want to have dead cards to discard for superior energy retrieval? Sometimes, but Grant has way more than enough cards in hand. And putting the dead cards back in the deck is suboptimal because you want to draw into the good cards first before you worry about having dead cards. It's only in like really low cards remaining in hand and deck situations where you consider keeping around dead cards, but it rarely comes up. It doesn't actually come up that often. All right. Pretty slow turn, just punch active. And we'll see the boss play here from Grant on this next turn as long as there's enough energy to KO a 2-prizer, but with the superior drawn there, should be able to. Vessel's well coming out, getting up the Dragapult. Dude, what is this? What are you saying, TJ? Sure. What's the point of Pult here if it's never used? It's just not used in this matchup. Like, it's a matchup based card. Most matchups where you don't mind having extra 1-prizers in play, you'll just set it up as a draw engine to the Drakloak, and then it's an attacker that can get through Cornerstone and other stuff like that in situations where you want it as like an alternate attacker. Against this matchup specifically, we're trying to avoid 1-prizers in play. So Grant is not benching it because right now Brook's on odd prize card. So having a little one prize card in play just makes it easier for Brook to win. There we go for the 2 prize knockout here from Grant. And now for Brook to win. Honestly, this one seems like pretty much done at this point. I think Iono is still an out here for Brook actually, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Shouldn't Brook concede here? Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it'll be bad. And we do see Brook concede here. I like the concede there. That seems decent. Only 13 minutes left. There should be enough time to potentially win the game, though. This match doesn't need to take very long. I think both players are aware of how much time is left, so they're going to play a little bit quicker for sure. Yeah, definitely going to play a little bit quicker. They don't play Devo? Good question, actually. I don't know if they play Devo. Actually, they could have played for Iono into Devo on that turn, right? Onto the next turn. Devo was definitely still a win condition there if they played it. I kind of want to go back and check with a deck search if we see the Devo. No Devo there. Let's see if there's a Devo. While they're setting up for game 3, let's see if that exists. Don't see it, 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 don't see it. It looks like no Devo. No, it's not prized. It didn't look like it was in the deck or the hand. Yeah, I'd make the call here, no Devo. We will finally get to see Brook going second, which is what you want to do in this matchup. The optimal thing to do is go second in this matchup for sure. So we will finally see that. I guess they need triple ping plus Devo. Not exactly so, though. You could just like go Iono, punch Rosation for a turn. Like do as many Valiants as possible. Iono, punch Rosation. Pray, I guess, that there's no one-hit KO, and then Devo next turn. All right, I got you, TJ. There'd be Pregnant Fault for sure, but I'm an atheist. I'm lucky. No outs then. Murdoch is possible with Brook's deck? Yes, it is possible. Definitely possible. In fact, it's likely to get off a turn 1 attack with Zacian, doing like 90 to 120 damage on the active. The question would be like, could you pull off 2 Iron Valiant pings to like KO double Kimighoul or something? That would be that would be the question. All right. I think Brook maybe had a mulligan there. Yeah, it looks like did have at least one mulligan. Iron Bundle start. Not ideal, but it's not terrible. It'd even be useful on the first turn depending on what Grant starts or potentially benches. Droopy start. Droopy's not great. And that's something you'd want to be able to Iron Bundle out of the way on the first turn, possibly. We got the Poffin for Grant. Double energy. Oh, no. Attach pass. Over to Brook. Snorlax top deck. I think there's an Arven in hand. I think that's game. It should be game. The only thing that could stop Brook from winning here is Brook messing up. Station to the bench. There's the Arven. We need a tool card and a way to get to the active. And we have the Jet Energy in hand. So yeah, the only thing stopping Brook from winning here is Brook messing up. Which 90 knockout. That's it. The Zacian donk to end the set. Brook finally gets to go second and gets to have that aggressive turn 1 that you look for in this matchup. Getting the dub. I don't know if you love to see the dub through the donk, to be honest, but that is the power of the Zacian deck, right? We got to see the power of the Zacian deck. You get to go second. Aggressive turn 1. Take over the game. Songs are cringe? Nah, you're cringe. I can pay out the Predicto. I got it. Well, unless you already did it, then you're good. I gotta try and remember. I gotta try and remember myself to keep up with them. I gotta make it like a habit. Round starts, start prediction, round ends. Pick the prediction winner. Gotta try and make it a habit. Working on it. Dude, I just wish there was a channel points leaderboard. So like there'd be something for you guys to like be predicting for. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, there's no channel. As far as I'm aware, there's no channel points leaderboard. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong on that though. I don't think there's a channel points leaderboard or a way to have one. I've tried to look it up. I don't think there's a way to have one, but. Blue bucks ain't no real money. True. It'll be something cool to do with like, it'll just be some other way to interact with like the stream and the chat and whatever. I think Stream Elements has a plugin for that. It's not quite that episode. I've looked into the Stream Elements one. It's not for channel points. It's like everything except channel points. They have leaderboards for everything except channel points. Auto review the donk? No. What regional did you win again? All of them. All the ones that you can't name a player who won them, I won. Oh wait, did you request a VOD review? Here are your points. I didn't know you actually did a channel point redemption. I give you your points back this time. So each regional is either won by Gardevoir or you? Yep. Let me buy a subscription with Bulu Bucks. If I could, I would. If there's a way to just like set that up. Honestly, I feel like Twitch, it'd be cool if Twitch did add that. Honestly, if there was a way to set it up where like I would just like auto gift you a sub if you use enough channel points, I guess I could do it. The annoying part would be if I have to go out of my way to gift you a sub every time. You could just gift someone when they redeem. Yeah, I could do that, but honestly, it's annoying for me to have to keep up with. If there was like an auto way to do it. How many points would I have to make it? I could do that. I could do it to where I just gift you a sub if you do it. How many points should it be? Like a milli? Like 100k, 100k, 50k. Yo, chill. I know some of y'all be bankrolling, bro. $1 billion. Ooh, $1 billion. Whatever the amount is, I have. You been farming the Bulu Bucks? I mean, if it's like a milli, like no one has that. Or maybe like 500k. Maybe there's a way to set up a custom currency that can be tracked that always reflects the number of channel points you have. Maybe. Honestly, I should maybe just talk to Delonzo and see if there's a way that he could do it. I should just talk to Delonzo and see if there'd be any way to do like a channel points leaderboard. Even if it's like just in the Discord. Like if it came through like connecting your Twitch account to your Discord and then the leaderboard was represented in the Discord, that'd be like fine enough. Is again TOS because you can gamble for them. The channel points can't have monetary value. Okay, actually that does make sense actually. Oh shoot, yeah, that's true. I guess I don't want to get banned on Twitch. True. They can't have monetary value because otherwise doing the predictions would be gambling. Unlucky. Azul Casino. That does make sense. I didn't think about it, but yeah, that makes sense. Other channels do it. Well, yeah, but they're gonna get banned.
Wagner, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, a lot of like nerves going into the match, but first time on stream, so had to deal with all that, but definitely wasn't bad at all. Very fun experience.
I bet winning on stream, that must feel phenomenal. You were facing one of the best players as well, Grant Shen. What was your mindset going into, your first stream match?
I was pretty nervous, especially knowing like, I'm pretty sure Grant's either made it really far in top cuts or won regionals before, so I know he's like very high quality player. I knew I would just have to play my deck, try to get snipes where I can. The last game I just kind of cheesed out with like the Valiant, like the donk there, and a few matches have gone like that today, so it's really helpful to just squeeze out that with a little extra aggression.
No, I mean, that's what your deck is built for, right? Being able to just attack right off the bat. And we're in a format where, what, Dragapult and Gardevoir are prevalent everywhere, and they have 70 HP.
Yes.
Well, add Gimme Ghoul to that list now, too. But yeah, your deck is very interesting. Tell us about how you came up with this deck choice.
So I was a little bored coming off of rotation because my favorite thing is drawing cards, and we lost like Pokestop, we lost Trekking Shoes, a bunch of the things where it's like it might turbo the deck or the game too much, but it's fun a little bit. So I wanted to keep aggression, and I found that Zacian was really good at like just doing the colorless attack and ignoring the metal attack. It's really good at damaging something and then taking out like a baby Pokemon on the bench or setting something up. And then you get the like devious setup of Cramorant.
Yeah.
I love that guy because everybody's playing Fez. Fez is one of the best draw cards in the game. You're really going to get to gust it a lot and do 210 to it with your Cramorant. Then they have to have Stretcher in hand or a good supporter and Gust.
Yeah.
It's hard to have all of that right now.
Yeah, that's true. Cramorant is such a violent Pokemon, to be honest. That's bird-on-bird violence right there, attacking into a Pheasantipity. No, but yeah, very, very powerful plays. It's like turning, you're attacking first with such an aggressive Zacian, then suddenly you're turning into almost a single prize deck. Yes, you have those Iron Valiant, if I remember right, the name of
I love
that Pokemon.
the Valiant.
Yeah, the Valiant seems to be very interesting. You play at least 2 in the deck. That's what we've been able to see on the stream. How much has that mattered, though, that damage manipulation?
It's been really nice because Blood Moon hits 240, Goldengo's 260. There's a lot of other things you can kind of damage set up by hitting with Zacian early. The pings take Pikachu's ability out, which is huge against Joltik. As well as, I played like a Monkey Dory Frostlass earlier, and I managed to just get a turn 1 going first donk because they open Badoo, and it's just retreat switch.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really good setups like that for taking out babies or just taking out single prize little Pokemon that open up.
That makes a lot of sense. Tell me about the matchups you like to see and like to avoid.
Yeah, so weirdly enough, a lot of the big Pokemon evolution decks aren't that bad because I get to be really aggressive early, and they almost need to put down a baby Pokemon to do something, so the 30 HP guys. Badoo's really easy to take out when they're like itchy pollinating because I can boss something big, damage it, and take a prize. Setting it up perfect for Cramorant also. And then I really like looking for just little ways that you can snipe their draw engine.
That's amazing to hear. With that, I think there are a lot of fans of your deck now. A couple of them are our casters, I believe. I think they have a couple of questions there. Kyle, Boo, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Wancho. Brooke, fantastic play on our stream. That was
Thank you.
awesome to watch. I'm curious. Yes, we are now believers in the hops, the hops toolbox. But I'm curious, like, what did your play testing group, your friends say when you were saying, "Hey, I'm going to take hops into this event"?
A lot of them were decently supportive, but with some pause. Definitely there was some pause there. I would always have to like hesitate and be like, yeah, I'm playing Valiant Zacian, and then give it the like explanation of, it might not be the most powerful or consistent deck, but it goes well into what people are playing, and everybody hopped on Joltik really quick, so I'm super happy about that.
Yeah, that is very true. It's been a popular pick for sure this weekend.
Yeah, well, you also have a lot of damage manipulation that we've seen. You saw the Tachyon Bits that was thrown around. You can also manipulate with that Hop Zacian. What's the craziest turn that you've had so far?
no.
What's the most prize cards you've been able to
Let's
take
go.
in a turn?
Ooh, I think it was 4 earlier. Yeah, I didn't get the 5 prize turn, unfortunately. I was 10 damage off.
So close, though. That's incredible, though.
Yeah, it was, I think, something that I had hit earlier with a Zacian. I took out with 2 Iron Valiant pings, and then Prime Catchered up like a Fez and took it out with Cram. And that's rough to deal with when you're on the other end.
Right, that's impressive indeed. I definitely think you're putting Hop on the map, so thanks for bringing it to our stream and kind of showcasing it for everyone.
Yeah, thanks for appreciating it.
Yeah, 4 prize turn. That's very impressive. I'm sure we'll see maybe a 5. To be honest, just knocking out that 1 Dreepy, that was impressive by itself on stream.
I was happy I got that. I was nervous that match would go long.
For sure. All right, before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Definitely my buddies, Logan and Leanne out there, and then Squawkabilly's always got my back. Gotta shout out that guy.
Birds.
Yeah, they do everything right now.
Right.
Awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. Thank you so much for this amazing interview, Brooke. Again, best of luck with the next rest of the rounds. Hopefully we see you in day 2.
Hopefully.
Yeah, with that, take it away, Boo Kyle, for more Pokemon action.
Yo, yeah, if anyone, I think the precedent is set pretty well in my chat, so I appreciate y'all calling anything out. If I don't see everything in chat all the time, so feel free to @me on any messages that you think need to be responded to. I appreciate the call outs. Keep doing it. I appreciate it. I'm not going to be able to catch everything. We don't always have a mod in chat as well, so feel free to just @me in the chat, and then I will take care of it. Yeah, you guys can feel free to self-police a little bit. Don't get crazy with it. I obviously let people go reasonably rogue in the chat overall, but yeah, there's obviously some stuff that's off limits across the line I don't like seeing, so appreciate it. You're saying G-Sen is the second unluckiest grant in the venue. Could be. Other grants might say no grants be saying that, though. Standings? Pokedata.com. If you put exclamation point Pokedata in the chat, it should give you the site, actually. I actually want to make sure that command is working. Got you. Okay, it is working. Yeah, there you go. Please host a Manly versus Shen show match. No. If we went that far, we'd have to do like a full grant round robin. We have to get Manly, Shen, Hayes. I was blanking on the last name. If I just say Grant, that doesn't mean anything. Grant Hayes. Is there a 4th Grant in the mix? Grant Olympics. Grant Chow. Yeah, get Grant Chow in there. Maybe Grant is just the unluckiest name in the Pokemon TCG? That's possible. Actually, how much time did they have left? 10 minutes? Okay, we're getting pretty close to time. The next round won't be too long. Grant Reklev. Walls was lucky to succeed his crazy work. I mean, I don't think Quancho is calling out Walls. I think he's calling out Photograph specifically because he won the Master Ball League with Terrabox Photograph. Yeah, he's calling out Photograph specifically. Azul Grant. What is the VOD view on the point redeem? To review a VOD that you link. Have you ever played against your arch nemesis, Rojo? No. Is anyone in the Pokemon community named Rojo? I don't think so. Is anyone in the there's gotta be someone in the... Well, actually, I don't even know. Is there someone in the world named Rojo? I wouldn't be surprised if there's not, but I wouldn't be surprised if there is. Rojo's a common last name in Argentina. Last names don't count, though. Those could be anything, bro. Meta feels pretty good. A lot of decks are being played, but I feel like there are just too few cards to actually get to the level of Guardian Pulse. Maybe next expansion will change that. Yeah, I mean, we don't need a ton of decks to be on their level, but it would be nice to have something else be on that level, maybe. Right? It'd be nice to see Dragapult kind of get dethroned. I mean, it will eventually, right? Dragapult will get dethroned eventually. If it's not through meta shift, it'll be through rotation, but it'll get dethroned eventually, and we'll have something else kind of be up there, being the top dog. But the thing is, if you have like 4 decks that are Gardevoir and Dragapult's power level, then those kind of cut everything else out of the meta. Like if you have too many decks that are that powerful, nothing else is actually playable. You end up in metas where it's like the rock, paper, scissors meta, where it's like deck A beats deck B, deck C beats deck A beats deck C. You can like put 4 of them or 3 of them up there, and there's like nothing else can actually kind of get in and be actually successful. So this meta is kind of cool because like you have Guardian, Dragapult, which are definitely like a step above everything else. Not in terms of like overall potential, but in terms of like meta matchup spread, right? Like they just have way better matchup spreads than any other deck in the format, right? I think Joltik Box might have like the 3rd best matchup spread, and Golden Go's matchup spread isn't terrible either, but you have like a lot of little decks that can kind of get in there. Yeah, you have a lot of other decks that can kind of get in there and like be contenders right now. But if you had like 4 Gardevoir / Dragapult decks at the top, then there wouldn't be much room for stuff like, I don't know, Terra boxes and stuff to kind of like have a chance. Those decks would kind of get pushed out of the meta pretty aggressively. Oh, Hetty was actually over there playing in... Hetty was actually over there playing in Japan. So there is a European player in day 2 of the Champions League. What about wall/stall? Baby box? What do you mean? Which Golden Glove variant do you think is the best play right now? Not Dragapult. I think the best way to play it is like with Zoroark or Revavroom, one of the two, and then maybe a 1/1 Caesar. I'm not convinced on the 1/1 Caesar, but definitely Zoroark. I think Zoroark's the way to go. Yo, so what entails testing a deck aside from playing the games? Is playing bad matchups and trying to tech, also watching other people play that deck? I mean, testing is when you are like trying to get your own. I mean, just taking what someone says, you can apply it. Like if someone tells you this is a good tech card in this deck, or this is how you play this matchup, but that's not testing. Testing is when you play games of Pokemon with a purpose behind them. Everything else can be help in terms of preparation, but it's not actual testing. Actual testing is when you're like, I am playing Dragapult to my next tournament. I want to learn how to play the Joltik Box matchup better. So you sit down and specifically grind matchups against that deck, whether that be with a testing partner or like on an online simulator against yourself or IRL against yourself. That's testing, where you play games of Pokemon with a specific reason and purpose behind those games. To test the matchup, to test the tech card, to test just a version of the deck. Like I want to test Golden Go with Zoroark. I want to test Golden Go with the Dunsparce. I want to test like you're picking up those specific builds and trying them out. And that's the purpose behind the games of Pokemon you're playing. But let's say you're definitely playing Golden Go Zoroark. If you just go grind games on the ladder, you're just trying to get better at your overall play. And there can be some list refinement still happening or matchup understanding happening, but you're more so just trying to get better at playing the deck. And playing Pokemon in general when you're just grinding PTCG Live Ladder. You still can come to conclusions to cut cards or add cards through grinding games on PTCG Ladder, or come to the conclusion that a tech card or a variant isn't worth playing. But when you're playing PTCG Live Ladder, you're really just focused on getting better at the deck as a whole, not in a specific matchup, so it's not really testing, and trying to get better at Pokemon in general. But they are definitely two different things. Like just playing PTCG Live Ladder is practice. Playing games of Pokemon with a purpose behind them is testing. And you could apply that to PTCG Live Ladder in some ways when you're like testing like a variant of a deck, right? When you're like, I'm going to try Charizard with the Dunsparce out. So I'm testing Charizard to Dunsparce. You're testing the strengths of that engine. You can do that on PTCG Live Ladder. But if you're like, I want to play 10 games in a row against Joltik Box, you can't really do that on PTCG Live Ladder, right? AzulGG TCG, is there an AI TCG plugin or something that plays like a certain level? Not that I'm aware of, like chess where they can have different bots at certain levels. Not that I'm aware of, Jackson. I don't think anyone has anything like that yet. The best way to do it is like just to play against yourself with a simulator. I mean, also TCG Live is kind of that simulator though, as well. But if you're trying to play against a certain matchup, the best way to do it is by like against yourself or with a testing partner. Why would you play the Dunsparce though? Exactly. That was a test. I only mentioned the Dunsparce as a test there. Yes, there are bots in AI. They are called Joltik players. Thoughts on Greninja Blaziken? I don't know. I haven't played with it. So can I ask a question about a walls counter for a Zoroark deck? No, because you asked if you could ask a question. You got to hear out me trying to answer 2 questions. That's cheating. How do you get into judging? Just by like starting at the local level, by like judging like or like running a league or getting into judging cups and challenges. You have to take the professor test. You have to find like a local TO to either run their tournaments for them or find someone who's already running tournaments who needs more help, and then you just kind of go from there. Apply to become a judge at major tournaments and stuff like that. Explain why people use Hoopa EX and Zoroark deck. It's for Joltik, or it's for, excuse me, it's for Joltik box as an answer to an early answer to Iron Hands, and it's also a cornerstone counter at the same time. So it kind of has like 2 purposes. You can also use it in other situations, I'm sure, but those are like the main 2. Why do people hate on Joltik box? Dude, no one hates on Joltik box. I have heard more people asking why people hate on Joltik box than I've heard people hate on Joltik box. I swear, the people who are saying this are literally people who are just Joltik box mains who like want to feel who want sympathy. It's like, bro, why are they hating on our deck? Why do people hate my Joltik deck? He's just a little bug. No one is hating on Joltik box. Not a single person has hated on Joltik box. More people have asked me why people have hated on Joltik box than I've seen people hate on Joltik box. I don't know what y'all Joltik box players, why y'all want so much sympathy, but cut it out. It's cringe. What's Radiant Bolt Noctowl's hardest matchup? I have no clue, to be honest. Maybe Guard 4? He's a little guy, though. He's pretty small. That one guy called them AI bots. Oh, fair, yeah. But that's funny. That's funny. That's just a meme. You could just put Raging Bolt, and you could just say Raging Bolt players instead. That is fair, though. That is fair. All right, maybe it's like 50-50. For every one person who hates on Joltik box, there's someone complaining they're getting hated on by Joltik box. That people are hating on Joltik box. It might be a 1-to-1 ratio. But yeah, I haven't seen this hate on Joltik box that people keep. Well, not like genuine like hate. Is like, dude, that deck is just trash. But why are you playing this garbage deck? I haven't seen that. Yeah, I haven't seen that, to be honest. The only kind of hate towards decks that's warranted, like Golden Go to Dunsparce. The hate for that deck is warranted. That thing is garbage. But yeah, Joltik box is kind of chill deck. You know, he's just a little guy making his way in the world, trying to help his homies, give him some energy. Joltik is like the he's the guy on the, you know, he's not the best player. You know, he does what he has to do when he gets up off the bench. But you know, he's always hyping everyone up after they get back to the dugout or whatever. He brings the energy to the team. You know, he's like the hype man. Joltik's like the hype man. Brings the energy. You know, he does what he can when he can. Joltik a little bitch. He's Thanasis. Yo, Joltik is Thanasis, bro. Thanasis is legendary. Big fan of Thanasis. Joltik is Thanasis. Did Juancho change his suit mid-tournament? No, this is like a pre-recorded thing. I had to bounce out in a sec here, but thank you for streaming, Azul, and thank you for dealing with my oddball questions. Bro, I'm going to ban you next time you're in here. Have a good day. Moon with the Dunsparce is mid. It's kind of cool deck, though, actually. The deck kind of flows. The deck does flow pretty well after playing with it. Literally and figuratively brings the energy to the team, yet is a bench warmer. True. Yeah, no one KOs him. He brings the energy to the team, and then he goes and sits on the bench. Like, that's literally... Wait, dude, that's like so perfect. Yeah. That's so perfect. That's what Joltik is. He brings the energy to the team. No one's KOing his ass, and then he makes his way to the bench, and he just sits there the rest of the game. How does Brooks' Hop deck beat Dragapult? Yeah, you just try and like run over them early with damage spread, KO multiple Dreepies. Just try and draw as many prize cards aggressively as you can, and then you have like Ursaluna and Cram / Snorlax in the late game. You also have Mist Energy to help prevent damage spread as well. So. Dude, I read something else. Joltik is Sisyphus. Dude, yeah, sure. And Gust cards are its stone. Monkey hates Joltiks? What do you mean no one takes him out? Wait, is that like Monkey Dory lore? Or are you saying that people are using Monkey Dory to KO Joltik? No one is using Monkey Dory to KO Joltik. That would be a misplay. You rarely, if ever, KO the opponent's Joltik, even if you have access to Monkey Dory. You just don't do it because it's not a good play. We watching the Masters? Oh, you're talking about golf for a second. I didn't know it. Wait, isn't the Masters over? Or is that like a meme based on something that someone said in chat? I probably missed it. I'm not in tune with the culture. You wouldn't put down Monkey Dory anyways because of hands? That's not 100% true. Depends on what the rest of your bench is. Putting down Monkey Dory against Joltik box seems fine most of the time because attacking with Gardevoir is like a pretty good attacker into the matchup, especially if you can get set up a Gardevoir with no damage on it. But actually, yeah, because you can like Bravery Charm your Monkey Dories and then like attack with Gardevoir and move all the damage over so Pikachu doesn't one hit you, stuff like that. Appreciate the 4 months there, Bugman. Thanks for the encouraging words. After my first cup win with Bolt, I'm gonna keep grinding my king. Of course, Bugman. Best of luck in the next. I think they're talking about the Masters because the caster has a green jacket. Oh yeah, is that what you get? Do they physically give you a green jacket when you win? A tournament in golf? Is it only specifically the Masters where you get the green jacket, or is there something else? Is there other tournaments where you get the green jackets? They physically give you a green jacket. Okay. You think adding a Reggie to Joltik would be good? Regigigas? No, probably not. Very funny, Eduardo. Just the Masters. Is Masters a once a year tournament, or is it? Yeah. How often does the Masters happen? In April, once in April. Interesting. I've never gotten into golf really at all. I've never like played golf or like even gone to, what are those things where you like go hit golf balls? You're not actually playing golf, but you're up there with the net, the big ass net. I've never done anything like that either. Range, Top Golf, that's what it is. Yeah, Top Golf. I've never done anything like that. Yeah, driving range. Is Top Golf considered a driving range? Is that like the same thing? Yeah, Top Golf was the thing I was thinking of. Volleyball? Yep. Volleyball. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to run an ad here before the next match starts. We should be coming up in the next match. I need some water. If you win the Masters, you get to come back and play it every year, no matter what. Oh, really? So you could just like be like pretty much fully retired, and you can still just come back and play it. Interesting. I guess it's kind of like, they kind of do something similar with well, not similar, but like in Magic, right? Don't you, even if you make the Hall of Fame in Magic, can't you like go to like one Pro Tour a year or something? Am I trolling? There's like something though, right? If you're in the Hall of Fame in Magic. Also, have you seen the people donk speedrunning to Arceus League on PC Live? Yes. You boxed with or without Pidgeot? Go check out the latest video on my YouTube channel. They should have something like that in Pokemon. Talk about that. No, I mean, a Hall of Fame in Pokemon would be cool. I don't know if there should be like guaranteed like invites to like tournaments and stuff. I don't know if that needs to be necessary, but having just a Pokemon Hall of Fame would just be cool. I think that is something they will do eventually, though. Like, I think eventually they will just have a Hall of Fame. It's just like something that makes sense to do or to have eventually. Your top 3 picked heroes in Marvel Rivals. I mean, it's probably Namor, Bucky, and Punisher, I think. I forgot to mention to win that cup, I beat Grant Manley. He was playing Position Don. What is Position Don? The auto invite for a tourney is happening on Japan. The Elite Four have auto invite to their Champions Leagues. Yeah, that's a little bit different. You have to earn your Elite Four spot. Yes. The Elite Four, I believe, do have like basically invites to every major tournament that year. But you have to earn your Elite Four spot every year. You don't just have it permanently. After you've been in the Elite Four, you don't just like, it doesn't just carry over every single year. Wait, is that actually the meme? We're out on poison package, my bad. Oh, you meant to say poisoned on and it autocorrected to position, I assume. Jackson 4, did that guy get named after the truck? Yeah, actually, yeah. His parents were big fans of Ford trucks, so they changed their last name when they had him. Also be cool to have a support style award ceremony at the end of the year to stuff like most championship points earned, most impressive, most improved player. We all show up in suits and dresses to accept the awards. A little bit of an award thing would be actually kind of cool, to be honest. Best rookie of the year, best junior player of the year, senior division, like before Worlds, yeah. John Ang on stream versus Daniel Lin. Have you seen the new EXs in black and white? I have. They're pretty mid, to be honest. The only actually, I'm not too disappointed in the fact that we missed the card reveals yesterday, to be honest, because the only good card is Embor. So yeah, the only good card is Embor. So how do you do video reviews? I play like 3 to 4 hours a day, but need to start doing video reviews more. You basically just need to record your games and then just go back and review the games where you don't really understand what happened, win or lose. You're like, I don't understand what happened. You're like, I lost this game and I don't know why I lost, or I won this game and I felt like I was losing, so I don't understand how I won. Those are the games you want to go back and review. So you should just record all the, like if you sit down for like a 3-4 hour session of PTCG Live, record every single game and then just make note of the games that are worth going back and reviewing, and maybe even review them immediately. Like, so you could record and stop recording at the beginning of every single game. Like, start recording, game ends, stop recording, start recording at the next game, stop recording, and then just go back and immediately review any games that are worth reviewing. But you shouldn't review every single game. There's very little to get out of some games. But yeah, any game where you're like unsure what happened, you're like, well, I just won this game, but I felt like I was losing, and I don't understand why I won. I want to go back and watch that game again. Or same thing with losing, winning, vice versa. All right, predictions up. And I need to grab something while I get into it. I'll be right back. All right, Daniel is going first. Open the monkey door. He has the Buddy Poffin. Gonna go get some... it's a Cyrano build as well. At least one Cyrano. I feel like most Cyrano builds, though, are more than a Cyrano. More than a single Cyrano. Usually more Cyranos involved than a single Cyrano. But we'll see. But yeah, it is Zoroark here up against Dragapult. Generally, I don't know. When I see this matchup play out, I think it's Zoroark favored, but it is Dragapult Dusknoir, apparently. I think that makes things closer. If there's no Dusknoir, I definitely give Zoroark the edge. If there is Dusknoir, it's closer. I don't know how close. Yeah, I don't know how close. I still want to give Zoroark the advantage, but I'm actually not 100% sure, to be honest. Or can win if they get the early Fire Guy beat attack off. Yeah, if you get like an early snipe, especially if you're carrying like double Draclokes or something with like the Power Glass setup and everything, you're cooking. You're cooking. Yeah, you can definitely. I think you can definitely overwhelm them pretty aggressively as Zoroark potentially, and like you're like way less likely for Iono to actually allow the Dragapult player to make the comeback because you have trade, you trade through your deck, you thin out the deck, stuff like that. So. Early energy coming down to the Monkey Dory here. I wonder if that should have been the reversal potentially. I guess I don't hate this. I wonder if the reversal should have been attached to the Monkey Dory there. I guess you kind of want the Dark Energy. I don't know if they have another way to move the Monkey Dory. I guess that's kind of a question here. What are the options for them to move Monkey Dory? But if they play Rescue Board, they should have definitely still attached to the bench Zorua. Obviously, they play End's Castle, but that's not going to help you move. That's not going to help you move the other guy here, right? Often coming out from John. I mean, you definitely want to get into Badoo here. Looks like going through the prize checking. Yeah, Pokemon all to the front. So it looks like Badoo, Dreepy getting lined up. But yeah, you want to get into the Dreepy or Badoo and then go from there. Maybe it's the Petch build. Bro, we can only hope it's not, bro. We can only hope it's not the Petch build. Please no Petch. Finalizing the prize checking here. Looks like there's like a Luminous in there. I don't know if there's Monkey Dory. A lot of people just like play the Luminous to play the Luminous. I see a Jack in the hand as well. So might have some options in the hand to work with after this. Obviously want to try and like get some Duskulls down and stuff. Luxcape goes crazy in this matchup. Although Luxcape can be annoying to deal with as well. Yeah, Luxcape is pretty good. Protect your Duskull, protect your Dracloak, stuff like that. Definitely good. Did we see it? We did see it on John's side, right? We saw the Luxcape. Into the Iono. Okay, looking for some more basics here. I'm sure Daniel's not mad about that. Did have a Zoroark in hand, but wouldn't hate some more options, I'm sure. Dracloak found, Arven found. Rescue Board is nice to get into the Badoo here and not have to lose your energy attachment, so that's good. Not a ton of Dreepies, though. Just attach a Dreepy, and then here comes the Badoo for 10. And then we'll see what Daniel drew. I see a Zorua. I don't know if I saw a lot else in that hand, though. Oh, Cyrano off the top is too clean. Triple Zoroark on the way. Double. Oh my gosh, this is an insane draw here. Double. What's this guy's name? Darumaka? Yeah, Darumaka. Double Darumaka. Cyrano on the way. Things are looking good for Daniel on this turn 2. Not going to be able to evolve to all 3 Zoroarks, but you're not complaining. We'll have another one for next turn. And only a solo Droopy on the board over there for John. I mean, getting to cycle through the deck here is pretty big. The card we're going to be looking here for Daniel is going to be that energy. Daniel's definitely going to be looking for an energy. Just get a Dark Energy on a Zoroark. Start to build up towards that turn 3 potential Darmanitan attack, which would kind of just go crazy here. If we can see a turn 3, yeah, the turn 3 Darmanitan attack here from Daniel would be tough for, I think, John to deal with the current board state. So we just need to find a Dark Energy here from Daniel. That's all we need. That's why I was questioning if we wanted to put the Reversal Energy on the Monkey Dory, or honestly, maybe the better play from Daniel was to attach a Dark to a Zorua and just not put anything on the Monkey Dory. That might have been the better play, to be honest, thinking about it a little bit more. Trade number 1 comes in. Here we go with trade number 2. Goodbye, Counter Catcher. No energy yet. We're going to whiff the energy for turn. That does not feel great. Moving the damage over with Monkey Dory to the other side of the field. I mean, I think it should just go to the Badoo, right? You should just put on the Badoo here. If we're here for 2 more turns, you may as well get the free prize card off the Badoo eventually. No space for Reshiram. If John puts out a Potent Blade, it might stick for a couple turns. I mean, I assume that Daniel plays Turo. I guess maybe doesn't play the Turo. Not playing Turo in the deck is kind of criminal, though, so I'm just going to assume Turo exists. Is there a website that shows matchup win rates for decks? Yeah, check out labs.limitlesstcg.com for IRL results, and then check out trainerhill.com for online tournament results. There isn't... Labs doesn't quite have like a format compiled matchup breakdown yet, but I'm sure that's something Robin will do in the future. You can look at it on like a tournament to tournament basis. I don't know if there's anywhere else where you can look at like the overall matchup win percentage breakdowns. On Labs, you can see it tournament to tournament, but you can't see it format wide. Yeah. Seemed weird to me put down the second Darumaka plus 3rd Zoroark down so confidently. I'm not sure how he'd get punished. I mean, you could get potentially bench locked, but I'm sure it plays a Turo. And also, if you're just sniping with Darmanitan every turn, you're usually going to be in a pretty good spot, just like taking out Dracloaks turn after turn after turn. Trainer Hill, you can filter for only IRL tournaments. Oh, wait, does Trainer Hill have IRL tournament data? I didn't know it had that. Oh, I guess Trainer Hill is just a spot. I thought Trainer Hill was just online tournaments. Is that true? Online majors? Oh, yeah, you are right. Yeah, you can filter for majors. Oh, cool. All right, the trades are coming in. Trade 1. Still no energy, but we have an Iono this time around. Oh, there's a Turo in the hand. Yeah, we literally have Turo in hand, so we're chilling. Trade number 2. I think we want to hold the hand with the Turo, to be honest. I'd like to just see, yeah, trade number 2 just happen. Another Cyrano. Trade number 3. Goodbye, Poffin. No energy. We're stuck again. You could play Iono, but then you lose your Turo. Your Turo goes to the bottom of the deck, and then you're looking to find that back potentially pretty soon. I feel like for Daniel here, you just pass, to be honest. I don't even think I want to see the Iono get played. Ooh, thinking about boss. Interesting. I don't hate the boss play. That could slow things down a little bit. Yeah, just boss on a Dreepy. Yeah, I don't hate this from Daniel. You'd like to save this to combo with a Darmanitan play. We see the Monkey Dory moving the damage over. Just to the Badoo again, I think makes the most sense. Yeah, 10 more to the Badoo. Just threaten that potential KO. The energy whiff here is pretty unfortunate for Daniel. But this is what I was saying earlier. I think the Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory isn't that good. I think the Dark Energy from Daniel should have been attached to a Zorua, or the Reversal Energy should have been attached to the Monkey Dory. But thinking about it more, I think what Daniel should have done, knowing we're going to get Badooed, is Dark Energy to Zoroark, because then that would open up the possibility of Turoing your Monkey Dory if you find 2 Dark Energy, which becomes another way to move your active. So I think that was a mistake there from Daniel, to not have attached the Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory when he did. He should have definitely attached it to the Zoroark on the bench, or it would have been a Zorua at that point, I guess. Stuck? Oh, is the Dreepy actually stuck here? That's actually insane. That's crazy if the Dreepy's stuck here. Oh my gosh, it actually got stuck. Holy smokes. All right. We're in business here for sure for Daniel. Now Daniel's going to start cooking. By Cyrano. We just need to find ourselves an Ends PP up and a Dark Energy. There's a PP up. Couple reversals. The reversals aren't great. Okay, goodbye reversal. Secret box, okay. No Dark Energy though. You could Turo now. I don't know. It's stuck. You don't want a Turo. You don't want a Turo. You want to hold off on the Turo. You don't want a Turo. Bombardier. The Bombardier is a tech for Cornerstone. Secret box, I guess, could find Vessel. We also need to find a Darmanitan as well, though. Wait, actually, I say the Ends PP up, but I don't know if there's a Dark Energy in the discard pile. I don't think Daniel's actually doing anything this turn. Daniel might just literally be passing. Defiance Band down to the Zoroark. Reversal Energy to a Darumaka. And is it just pass? When he retreats Dory, right? But if you retreat Dory, the Dark Energy goes to the discard pile and you have a Zoroark in your active when you can only PP up to the bench. So you'd rather just leave the Monkey Dory in the active with the energy, I think. Turo discards? Yeah, but you can only PP up to the bench. Oh, I guess we have Ends Castle. We do have Ends Castle. So you could Turo the Dory. But wasting your Turo on Monkey Dory is really bad. I don't think you want to do that. Using your Turo on Monkey Dory, I think I'd rather just see the pass happen, which we do see happening here. I think this is definitely the better play from Daniel. Preserving the Turo is correct for sure. Just keep chilling. Now over to John. How much chilling will John do? 2 Lokes set up. I mean, could start attacking this turn potentially if you can move. Actually, I don't know if we're down the rescue board. Does he play Switch? He actually might not be able to attack this turn. Loke and Klops searched out of the deck. Throwing people up is only good at play if he had Dark in hand for an attack this turn. Yeah, that as well. We'd also need a Dark in hand, which we didn't have. And I definitely don't like the idea of playing Iono here as Daniel. I like holding the hand here for sure. I don't know. You just have so many options. The cards you want are in the hand. Yeah. We could see both Darumaka die here. It's super unlikely, though. It's super, super unlikely that it happens. And even if it does happen, I don't even think you're in that bad of a spot as Daniel. If both Darumaka died here, I think you're in an okay spot. You're just like, okay, cool. Push up Zoroark, bench rush your hand, punch for 170. Go ahead. I think you're actually just chilling. Maybe bench another Darumaka. I don't think we're in that... I don't think we're hurting that much, to be honest. But obviously, yeah, with the Jack played, no boss's orders is going to be played here. So the Darumakas are safe here for sure. Also, it would be hard potentially for John to move the active and attack with the Dragon Bolt this turn. I am assuming that John does not play a switch. I don't think this build plays a switch. I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. Dustclop setup. Psychic Energy to the active to retreat back into the Badoo. How good of a play is this from John, though? If you Badoo here, you give the Monkey Dory knockout back to the Badoo. Should you just, like, sacrifice the Drakloak? Also, retreating an energy there does not feel that good as John. How much does the item lock actually matter after Daniel didn't play a single item? Like, should we have just attached to the bench Drakloak and passed? Or detach to the active and pass? Like, this feels a little bit weird. This is not... Well, I guess our bench Drakloak is still safe, but... Yeah, I don't love this play. I don't love this at all. I think Daniel has a pretty clean turn here. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't, because Daniel literally didn't get an energy last turn. Dude, Daniel just has no energy. Never mind. The Badoo makes sense. I thought we got a Dark Energy in play last turn, so then I wasn't a huge fan of this play. But yeah, we have 0 energy on Zoroark, so I do like this play from John then. Yeah, because you can't attack. So even if the Monkey Dory KOs the Badoo, you just push up Pheasantipity. So here as Daniel, Daniel should not KO the Badoo. Yeah, Daniel should not KO Badoo here. Oh, plays Black Belt. Interesting. All right, the trades are coming in. Another Cyrano, biting the dust. What do we get? Okay, Ultra Ball can go next. Do not get rid of Dark Energy. Thank goodness. I got a little nervous. Oof. The rest of the hand is just kind of good. Giving up a Dark Energy is fine. We can give up 1. That's probably fine. I don't love it, though. I'm a little nervous. It makes me a little nervous. Attach a Zoroark for turn. And yeah, I would not KO the Badoo here if I was Daniel. I'd probably Monkey Dory the damage to... Maybe I just keep it on the Monkey Dory, actually. I might just leave the damage there. I actually might just... Because then if... Because it's possible John goes boss attack with Dragapult and doesn't KO the Monkey Dory. It doesn't leave any damage in play. I don't like the Monkey Dory use here, I don't think. I think we should just save this damage for next turn. It's possible John doesn't attack with Badoo here, but doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, good to not take the KO, that's for sure. Not taking the KO is 100% correct. Until we're going to fully initiate, we don't want to take this knockout. Play League HQ to threaten the Badoo? No, I don't think so. I think you route the mobility. The mobility of the Ents Castle is too important. The League HQ is... No. Definitely not. Why not KO Badoo? Because you're not gaining anything this turn. If we were KOing Badoo plus attacking with Zoroark, that'd be something. But if we're just KOing Badoo and then not attacking with Zoroark, we're basically just giving John access to Pheasantipity draw and a bench space without actually putting the real pressure on. So we definitely don't want to do that. Oh, that's true. The 10 damage on the Pheasantipity means Defiance can get the KO now. True. And Unfair Stamp. Yeah, and Unfair Stamp. Good call out, yeah. Jack coming in from John. Dusknoir and Drakloak getting searched out. I assume that means there's a Dragapult in the hand. Oh, and Countercatcher. Yeah, that goes further. And Countercatcher. There's even more. But wait, there's more. Take a knockout today, and your opponent will get access to Countercatcher, Pheasantipity draw, Unfair Stamp, a bench space. Is stream quality higher right now, or is it just me? In comparison to what? I actually just check it. Well, compared to yesterday, yeah. And compared to what they... it's definitely higher quality than what they use in Japan, but... So this is the same as what they usually have in Europe and America. / Canada. Not done with the Lokes. We're 34 minutes in. I have no idea... if John has Fire Energy, and I assume has a Dragapult because played Jack and didn't grab a Dragapult, are we just going to chill again here from John? Are we just going to attach a Psychic to a bench Dragloak and pass? Or Badoo, excuse me, again? Or do we start attacking? Oh, it looks like we're attacking. Dusknoir is popping. Oh, I guess this would give us access to Countercatcher. We're going after the Zoroark here. Interesting. 30 on Zoroark. This does give us access to Countercatcher. Often coming in. Another Dreepy or Duskull. I assume Duskull is on the way. Yeah, okay. Another Duskull on the bench. Sure. Have you played any Dragapult Zard decks recently? No. Does it seem decent now with all these Guardy does with Guardy doing recently? No. It still seems not good enough. Dragapult Energy. We have to have Countercatcher here, right? We're not... Okay, we're just going after the Zoroark. Okay, so we're just going to knock out a Zoroark. This seems... I don't know. This seems very okay. This doesn't seem that good. But is there... I guess the question is, do we have anything better to do? Yeah, this just seems hella mid from John. I don't know. I'd rather KO both Darmanitan. I think KOing both Darmanitan makes more sense, right? You could have gone punch Darmanitan with... Yeah, now we're just going to get Darmanitan, right? Countercatcher Loke. Snipe Dusk seems really good. Yeah, now the play from Daniel is push up Darmanitan. Snipe. Yeah, this just seems not that good. I don't know. This play from John just seems super mid. This seems like just bad. Yeah, this just seems like a bad play. I'm trying to like come up with it, why this is ever decent. This just seems bad. Like this is just, yeah. KOing both Darmanitans is definitely better than this, I feel like. We have so many options here now as Daniel. Now we just attack with Darmanitan. Yeah, Darmanitan, KO Loke, KO Duskull with a boss or a Countercatcher. You also gave Daniel access to Countercatcher going into this turn. Like, yeah, I think Daniel's cooking right now. This is where you want to be. Seems pretty good. See the Cleffa off the top. He punted. It does not seem great. It does not seem... We'll see how it plays out. Maybe John is cooking. I don't think so though. We do have a boss in hand here for Daniel. Are Trading the Ursa. Ursaluna does seem good into the late game. There's got to be something better than Ursaluna, right? Is there a Badoo in that hand? Bro, ship this Do, bro. This Do is done. Ursaluna's got to be better than Badoo. There's no way we're shipping... What? What are we using Badoo? Oh, Hourglass found. Hourglass is pretty good. What are we doing, bro? That seems like a misplay. I'm gonna let Daniel rock here. We'll see if it ever comes around, but... He can take a 3-prize turn. He can, but you don't want to. You just want to leave the Badoo on the bench. So like this turn, you Monkey Dory the 30 off the Zoroark to maybe the Pheasantipity, to be honest, and then you boss up the Dreep or Dracloak and KO Dracloak, KO Duskull. Daniel is really cooking, really thinking about this one. But you definitely just remove Dreepy and Duskull here from the field. Yep, there we go. And then Monkey Dory 30 damage off the Zoroark over to... Where do we move that 30 damage? Does it ever make sense on the Dragapult? Is that could add up eventually for like Ursaluna to KO Dragapult. I would honestly move the damage to the Dragapult, I think. Calpad coming in now. We won't be able to have this later for Turo, but we could get back double boss here, I assume is what's being recovered here. Does he even have the attack? Yeah, there's a reversal energy on the Darmanitan right now. All right, boss is recovered. I just killed both our Manitans last turn and call it a game. Yeah, I feel like that had to be the better... I agree. I'm with you. I feel like that had to be the better play. Was remove the... Oh, Super Rod coming in as well. Pheasantipity plus... Super Rod seems super weak here, actually. I don't like the Super Rod use there. Super Rod for Ursaluna Pheasantipity. If we just... We don't want to really put Fez in play because that's like a lot easier prize card for John to take. If we just don't discard Ursaluna there, we can just get to keep the Super Rod. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that play at all from Daniel. Super Rod does not need to be played there. At all. Yeah, Super Rod doesn't need to be played... Because we just shouldn't have discarded the Ursaluna. Save Super Rod for later. After the Darmanitan start to get picked on, maybe we recover them. Maybe we want to recover our Monkey Dory later. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that play at all. All right, 30 damage being moved over. Like I said, I think this could go to Dragapult because I think you could Monkey Dory 3 more times this game, or 2 more times, and then Ursaluna could KO the Dragapult. So I think this 30 should actually go to Dragapult here. Eventually, we might Monkey Dory. Wait, what? We're KOing double Dracloak? Dude, I'm scared of that. I don't know. I'm scared of that Duskull. I'm scared of what that Duskull can do. I'm not a huge fan of this. I mean, KOing 2 Dracloaks is good, but I don't know if it's good when there's a Duskull on the board. I'm scared of what that Duskull's going to do. We'll see. I don't love this choice here from Daniel. Because now this lets John... I guess if you pop Dusclops, Daniel can win next turn by KOing Pheasantipity. Is it ever just better to attack with Zoro? That way we force John to Gust. It could be, honestly, Slap. It could have been better just to attack with Zoroark. Well, that would involve finding an ends PP up. I don't know if Daniel had access to that. That'd be the thing about that, to be honest. Dusclops set up here from John. But I guess this turn from John, you're not popping the Dusclops, right? You're probably just punching and setting up a bunch of damage. You're probably not popping Dusclops this turn. You could KO the Monkey Dory off of Daniel's bench, though. You could go KO active, KO Monkey Dory. But if you pop Dusclops, then Daniel... Wait a second, no. How many prize cards has John drawn? No, yeah, then you could lose to... You could lose to Ursaluna boss. That's like the problem, I guess. 30 on Pheasant, we can Reshi KO it. I mean, we're not doing that until like so much later, though. I feel like the Ursaluna could do that. But yeah, even the 30 on the Fez feels better, to be honest. The 30 on the Dusclops... Well, the 30 on the Duskull... Okay, the 30 on the Duskull I actually think is probably the correct place to put the 30 damage if we're going KO double Dracloak. I just like KOing the Duskull there. I'm scared of the Duskull personally, but... I guess for where the prize trade is at, if John pops Dusclops this turn and draws 2 more prize cards, then Daniel does just win by KOing Fez. So maybe we're not that scared of it, to be honest. Maybe we're actually not that scared of it. Maybe that is the correct play from Daniel, just to remove the draw power from play. And then just like pressure the Duskull, be like, all right, if you're not going to evolve this, then I am going to get the prize next turn. And then John's like, well, I kind of have to evolve it now. I guess Daniel still has Monkey Dory to KO Badoo plus KO Fez. Oh, wait, now maybe that does make the better... Oh, wait, no, I think you're right. Who said that, Mello? Yeah, 30 on Fez. So next turn you can go Monkey Dory to Badoo plus KO Fez, right? Yeah, the 30 on the Fez makes so much more sense. Yeah, because we can just win that game next turn. With with KO Badu, KO Fez. Yeah, no, you're cooking, Mello. You're cooking. Bro, you need to unretire, bro. Mello, get back in here. Dude, that's what I'm saying, Mello. It's time to unretire, bro. We literally just have game next turn. Are we KOing Fez and Badu at the same time? Monkey Dory plus boss. Not anymore, because we didn't build up the 30 on the... With the 30 on the Duskull should have been on the Fez, so we could have done that play going into this turn. But we didn't do it, so... Oh, yeah, it has the 1 on it. Okay, yeah. You're following along. You're following along. It just has the 1, yeah. If John pops this, he loses to Urst KO Fez. And John can't even win next turn. Bro, this feels like it's chalked. All right, there's the pop on the Dory. But even after this, John can't even win on the next turn. Daniel can just punch the Dragapult. Daniel could pass. Daniel could draw pass and still win on the next turn. This board state is so good for Daniel here. Oh, wait, no. John has to get another Duskull in play this turn. That's what John needs to do. John needs to bench a Duskull. So you can threaten Dusknor next turn. That's what we need to see here from John, I think. No, but then the Duskull just gets sniped by Dar... No, because then you lose to Darmanitan plus... No. The Badu is safe. No, but you would lose to Darmanitan Gust. Dude, this is tough. Yeah, so if you could bench... You kind of need to bench Duskull here. But if you bench Duskull here as John, then all of a sudden Daniel can win. John goes and gets out the Ursaluna. I guess John can win by going KO the bench Zorak with... Oh, no, wait. Why'd we get rid of Halucha? John needs Halucha here. Although maybe John has more outs through Night Stretcher than Pokemon Search. Maybe John discarded the Halucha because he has more outs through Night Stretcher. That actually maybe makes sense. John could have used the Halucha... No, you don't want to use the Halucha right now, though. No. This does make sense, actually, from John. This does make sense. This play makes sense. Put the Halucha in the discard pile to activate it through Night Stretcher. We attack with Dragapult this turn. We KO the Darmanitan plus the Monkey Dory. Then next turn, we go Ursaluna plus Halucha KO the Zorak on the bench that has 30. But if Daniel just finds, like, Turo or gets Monkey Dory back and puts it back on the bench, that can save him. Like, Daniel has a lot of outs here still. Here's the attack, knock out the active, put 6 on the Monkey Dory. It's got to be 6 on the Monkey Dory, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, boom, 6. 2 prize cards left. Daniel with 2 prize cards remaining. Daniel with the... Ends Castle in play has the mobility to get into basically anything this turn. And if Daniel can just heal that 30 damage off the Zorak or find Gust plus Ursaluna, Daniel does win. Actually, the Ursaluna does need an energy. But even if Daniel just finds Monkey Dory energy this turn, then Daniel is safe for a turn and has more time to set up the final turns, the final prize cards. Yeah, that Ursaluna discard was so weird. He did recover it. Daniel did super... The Ursaluna is in the deck right now for Daniel. He super brought it back to the deck. He super brought it back to the deck. Which is like... It's like a little bit better to discard it, I guess, if you're going to super brought it back to the deck. And honestly, there's an argument that Daniel wants it in the deck instead of in the hand. So actually, there's an argument that the super odd play from Daniel was... If he was like thinking about that. Secret Box top deck? Did he top deck Secret Box? Oh, that's game then, right? Wait, no. He still needs energy. He still needs energy. Oh, Ursaluna's in the hand. Wait. Just discarded the Ursaluna. Does he have Night Stretcher off the Secret Box? Wait, did he not realize? Is he not a knower? Wait, he just doesn't see the play. He has no Gust. He has Secret Box. He has Secret Box for boss. He just needs to trade again and then have enough cards. Wait, no, does he have enough cards actually? Because he needs the energy as well. Trade 1, get 2, hold energy Ursaluna. Wait, no, maybe not. Maybe he actually doesn't ever have enough cards. He might not have enough cards actually. The dark energy, trade 1, get 2. Oh, he actually just doesn't have enough cards. He doesn't have enough cards. We should trade here because you could get Fez. You could have traded into Fez, use Fez. No, he definitely played this poorly. He definitely played this poorly. And if he has Night Stretcher here, he just threw. You could have dug for Fez first, and Fez could have provided you the cards you needed. And there was the Nest Ball. The Nest Ball was in the next two. He does have enough cards? No, he didn't have enough cards because if Ursaluna was in the hand, Ursaluna would have to be one of the cards he discards with the secret box. Now I don't even know which one of these you keep. Well, actually, no. In this situation, you should Nest Ball for Fez, draw with Fez before you trade. Play the Nest Ball, get the Fez, draw with Fez, then trade. Okay. But I don't even know. You could get Night Stretcher, Dark Energy. Did he attach Dark Energy to Zorak, though, right? Can't bench Fez, loses the bear. Oh, true. I guess the other play would force the Halucha. Yeah, the other play would force the Halucha. Yeah, he did already attach. Oh, just grabbing Reshiram for punch. Keeps Turo. Yeah, I think we'll see if John has game next turn. John has Night Stretcher, but John needs boss. John has Night Stretcher, but needs boss. But that was definitely a throw there from Daniel. Trade number 2, getting rid of the Turo. Doesn't matter what we draw here. There's no... What? There was the Night Stretcher in the deck. He did have the Night Stretcher. No, dude, he threw. He threw. He had it. Oh... He had game. I didn't know if he had Night Stretcher or not, but he does. He had game. Does he have boss in deck? Yeah, he pal padded back to boss earlier. He had game. He had game. How does John win now? Halucha boss. Nope. So now John can run to Badu for a turn. John can play the Buddy Poffin because there's a Night Stretcher on the bottom of the deck. That's right. John doesn't have Night Stretcher in hand because John got Iono'd. So you play this, get something if there's something worth getting. If there's not, you bench Dreepy, you retreat to Badu, and you just Badu the Zorak and item lock for a turn and hope that Daniel does not have boss. There is a boss in deck, yes. Both players have access to boss, yes. Both players have bosses remaining. No, you lose to Darmanitan? No, you shouldn't lose to Darmanitan. How are we losing to Darmanitan? Oh, you can't bench the Dreepy. Fair, fair, fair. All right, don't bench the Dreepy. Sure, yes, yes. Run to Badu and pray. Do and chill. Okay. Over to Daniel. Has 2 boss left in the deck. Secret box in hand. Justice. All right, trades are coming in. We have 4 cards more to see. Get rid of the secret box here. Actually, maybe get rid of the End's PP up. Actually, get rid of the End's castle. I would keep the castle just in case. I'd keep the castle just in case of a jamming tower. Jamming tower is like too good in the format. Not keep the castle, I think. I think you get rid of the PP up here. Yeah. Or 2. No boss. Hang on, we have 1 more trade to do. Not that many cards left in deck. 2 boss are definitely in the deck. Get rid of the Sarua. No boss. Has Iono? I mean, John just got 2 random cards. Do you Iono now? John didn't use either of the cards. There's no reason John would have used either of the cards. So John is just as likely to have Gust plus Stretcher with these 2 cards as like the next 2 cards. Can't play it. And you need to find boss yourself. So I think using Iono here is correct from Daniel because you cycle your deck further. So Daniel here should play the Iono just to further cycle his deck. Just the pass. Definitely a mistake there. Definitely should play the Iono. John, double counter catcher and Iono. Definitely don't want to take the knockout there though, because then Fez happens. So here from John, I mean, John should play the Iono. Wait, why are we not playing Ionos here? Oh wait, no, I guess the damage on the active. No, but this doesn't even guarantee the win for John. What if Daniel retreats to the... Okay, there's boss. Why not secret to boss? Because you're item locked. All right, let's go back and take a look at that hand there from Daniel. How big of a misplay did Daniel make on this turn? Let's find out. This time on... Azul said you threw 5. All right. Our Mana Tan to the active. Nope. The cape, it only applies on non-rule box Pokemon. The cape has no effect on rule box Pokemon. Alright, I might skip ahead a little. So we know Night Treacher's in the deck. So with the knowledge of Night Treacher being in the deck, I'm pretty sure this is always just a throw here from Daniel, right? I just want to see what the hand is. Let me peek. We used one trade. We got rid of Ursaluna, which is it's actually fine. And then right here, we can go Secret Box. No. Now we have to trade again. We would discard. We have a 4-card hand. Discard Ends Castle. Draw 2 cards. We never should have discarded the Ursaluna to begin with, though, just in case we drew into boss. We should have always traded away the Ends Castle or the Iono, whichever one we had in hand before. Trade that away, draw 2. Trade the next card away, draw 2. So we trade away Iono, draw 2. We need the Dark Energy. Then if we don't draw any pieces, we just Secret Box it all away, including the Ursaluna. The Ursaluna should be in hand over the Ends Castle. Trade away the Iono, draw 2, and then we Secret Box away the Ursaluna and the other 2 cards. We get Boss and Night Treacher. Night Treacher with the Ursaluna back, boss up the Pheasantipity, attach Dark, win the game. Yes. So we always had game there. Hand was Dark Box Bear off Iono. Oh, wait, was it actually? Oh, then we always just give up the bear and just go from there, right? What if boss is in deck? No, boss is in deck. Dude, this is not a what if. I'm telling you he had game. There's no second guessing anything. Listen, actually, you know what? You're right. What if boss isn't in deck? True. Interesting. Could be right, could be wrong. Who knows? Just play the game, we'll see. All right, John choosing second here. Open the Fez again, which is not a good Pokemon to have in your active, if you can avoid it. Doesn't matter if he gives up bear or energy, as Treacher gets both. Very true, Pizza, yes. That's true. Reminder chat, John Ang is undefeated against Azul. That's just not true. He has one more than he's one more than I beat him. But he's not undefeated. Dude, why are you just lying out here? That's crazy. You just cry when you start bear? No, you have Turo, you have Switch. Like, there's some mobility cards. It's not that big of a deal. Like, it's obviously not ideal. The worst part about the bear is more so for the fact that it's on your bench. Not even so the fact that, like moving it's not the end of the world. It's the fact that it's clogging up a bench space for the rest of the game. Potentially the rest of the game. If you Turo it, obviously not, but... John has you in a headlock. Sure. 13 minutes left. I don't think his game is ending, to be honest. Secret Box in hand here from Daniel. We're probably just going to see it get played. Maybe not, though. We'll see. Just to set up for the next turn. As Daniel here, you have to assume you're getting item locked. Okay, doesn't play the Secret Box. Interesting. I think it's maybe fair to assume that John doesn't play a Stadium at this point. I could still see John maybe playing a Jamming Tower, but if I was Daniel here, I think I would assume John does not play a Stadium at this point. I think that would be my assumption here. Ultra Ball and Nest Ball coming in from John. 12 minutes left is not a lot of time. Throws the cape down. I mean, it is possible that Daniel just has the nuts next turn. I'm sorry. I'm confused. Did John play a supporter yet? We should definitely just play this Jack if we haven't played a supporter yet. Okay, thank goodness. No energy down on turn 1 here either for John. Dracloak and Dusclops on the way. Obviously no Duscloak to go with it, but yeah, definitely should just play the Jack this turn. Over to Daniel. Yeah, Daniel can actually just start to run over. Oh, the boss. Do we have just the nuts here? We might just have it like that. We need the Cyrano. Can we get a Cyrano? Orc number 1. Our Mana Tan. We definitely don't Iono here. Please do not Iono. Secret Box seems chill. You could also just start trading, but if Daniel plays research here, though, research would be really, really good. I don't know if Daniel plays research, though. We'll see. Would the play here be Reshiram Black Belt KO Fez? Nah, I think just honestly punch the Fez for 170 is probably the play here. I don't even know if I like using Darmanitan here. I kind of just like a punch on the active for 170 and then see what happens. Like play it from there. I take Dusclops here. Because the only other alternative would be a Dragapult, and Dragapult's like pretty mid. There is a research in the list. Okay. If we're getting the Power Glass like this, I kind of like getting aggressive with Darmanitan. Just like start sniping the Dreepies off the bench. Just start swinging on him. I'm down for just, yeah, getting in there and start sniping. Yeah, you take the Dusclops here because you're so far away from needing a Dragapult. And if you get Duskull on the bench, you want to be able to start to evolve it up through Dragapult or to Dusknoir as soon as possible. So, Hourglass established. I could also see punching with Reshiram here being better. Possibly, excuse me. Get rid of that Badoo. Punching with Reshiram being better here, possibly just to set up the Fez and don't give draw power over to the Fez. Because if you attack with Darmanitan here, you give over. Ooh, although you could. Interesting. That's why coming in first to get the Darumaka. You could actually punch the active and punch the Dreepy with the cape. I don't hate that actually. Punch the active plus punch Dreepy with cape. And I just don't want Daniel to draw a prize card. That's what I don't want to do. I don't want Daniel to draw a prize card here. That's what I want to see Daniel avoid, is drawing prize cards. Unless you're KOing Fez, but we're obviously not doing that at this point, so. Have we not traded yet? We can definitely trade away an energy here, I feel like. All right, choosing not to trade, I don't hate it. Going for the Reshiram 170. I like this. I think this is decent here from Daniel. Oh, wait, then we definitely should have traded away an energy, right? Because we have Power Glass on the active here. So then we could have had a third energy on the active to then combo with... Wait, does Darmanitan say discard all energy or discard 2 energy? It's discard all energy, isn't it? Actually, never mind. I'm trolling. 90-90 punch Dreepy with cape. It's okay. This is fine as well. Oh, it's all energy. Never mind. I thought I was cooking. I thought I was literally cooking. I was not cooking. What supporter did he use? Research. Marvin here. Getting the Buddy Poffin. 9 minutes left. It already in a bad spot here for John. John's already in a bad spot with only 9 minutes left. Things are looking pretty good here for Daniel. Often the Duskulls are on the way. Oh no, Badoo. Badoo maybe plus Duskull? Badoo, but that Duskull's getting picked off. Like, these Duskulls are not surviving. If there's no energy this turn, dude, this is just... I think this is just over. I think you're just done. Daniel has Cyrano next turn. Gonna get triple Zoroark online. Is gonna start sniping with our Darmanitan. Has the Power Glass established. Okay, we do have the energy attachment for turn. That's a big deal here for John. Badoo for 20. Yeah, I think as long as Daniel just removes the threat of the Duskull, we're in a good spot. That's like the priority needs to be KO Duskull. That's like I think it's the only potential for John to have a comeback is some big play through Dusknoir plus Iono and Counter Catcher. Maybe Unfair Sam gets involved. Why is boss kill both Dreepies bad on Daniel's last turn? Well, I don't think he could have done the play. Maybe he could have done the play, but also it wouldn't have KO both Dreepies because one of them has a cape. And then you give the Fez draw over to John. You kill one Dreepy, one of them survives with the cape, and then John gets to draw with Fez. Does John play Crispin? No. John is playing the Hedrick 60 for sure. Maybe with like 1 or 2 changes, but it's the Hedrick 60. All right, Cyrano coming in from Daniel. The Zoroark, the last Zoroark is on the way. The last piece. It's the, what, Zoroark. For Zoroark, Fez, Ursaluna here. One more trade coming through. Bombardier EX. Here's where you would grab Bombardier EX. I feel like it was in the deck. But it must be prize or it might be in the hand. Because that's definitely the obvious trade fodder. Unless Daniel just messed up and didn't grab the bird. Darumaka instead gets sacrificed. I don't know about that. Why are we sacrificing the Maka there? He just discarded it? Oh, he literally just traded it away. Okay, my bad. Okay, well, here comes the Darmanitan attack, I think. KO the active, KO the Duskull. There's an argument to also KO the Pheasantipity, though. I don't hate the Pheasantipity knockout. I'm scared. I'm personally scared of Duskull. Goes for the Fez KO. Okay, I don't hate it. More prize cards. Hey, prize cards are good. Can you really argue against prize cards? Don't forget the Power Glass energy. Okay, cool. Is there no better anti-dust Cornerstone card than Bombardier? I think Bombardier is the best anti-Cornerstone card, just Cornerstone. But if you're looking at be good against other stuff, there's other cards that are better. Like Hoopa EX is really good against Iron Hands, stuff like that. All right. Energy's loaded up on the active. Both Dracloaks exhausted. Unfair Stamp coming in. No supporter played yet this turn. Even if we find a Dragapult here, though, I don't see how John makes a come. You need like Dragapult and Countercatcher to have a chance here. And even then, if you're playing Countercatcher this turn, you're not drawing that many prize cards because you're not punching a Zoroark. And even actually, you could bring up the Zoroark on the bench that has no damage on it. I guess you could KO the Darmanitan and the Darumaka here as John. That could be the play to go for. But even then, you're not like you lose. Like you're not winning that situation. Even if you have that play. Night Charger comes in. There's the Dragapult. It is set up. Dusclops is available. I'm not sure if Countercatcher was found from John here. Once again, still hasn't played a supporter for turn. So that could lead to something. Iono to Countercatcher. Boss for turn. Punching the active is just kind of terrible. So we're just trying to avoid that at all costs. Honestly, there was an argument for John to not have evolved the Dusclops there to try and find Candy Dusknoir to KO the active, to be honest. There might have been an argument for that. Nitrogen Fez, draw with Fez, but now it's another liability on the bench for Daniel to get the last 2 prize cards on. 5 minutes left as well. So even if John has a decent turn this turn, okay, there is the Countercatcher, is going to go after the other Zoroark here just to punch and build up some damage. This is where Turo can be super effective for Daniel, though. If Daniel can find it. Turo is pretty deadly here. Turo or probably doesn't play E-Switch. Yeah, kind of just Turo, to be honest. I guess you could like retreat, attach, ends PP up, Turo it back into the active to then use Reshiram to KO the Dragapult, which would be pretty good, to be honest. So if Daniel has Turo, you could also do it the other way around. Just 6 to the bench Zoroark there. Makes sense. Set up both these Zoroarks to get KO'd. Again, not KOing Darmanitan. Here, KOing Darmanitan definitely makes way less sense. I think not KOing Darmanitan is definitely correct here. This makes way more sense for sure. For sure. Now we just one-shots? No, getting the 2 energy on the active is awkward. The Zoroark deck isn't great at getting 2 energy on the active Zoroark. That's why he pulled up that one to the active. Does +1 prize on Cape always shut down when it's on Pulse? Yes, it has to be on a... It has no effect. The effect only is active on a non-rule box Pokemon. The play that John made here was definitely correct, I think. This is the correct play from John. Game 1, I think he should have chased the Darmanitans. I think he did mess up in Game 1. Yes, for sure. What makes Bombardier good against Cornerstone is you can punch Cornerstone for 130, then they punch you, and then you put it back into your hand. Or you send it up, they punch it, you punch them, and put it back into your hand and repeat. So basically, you're absorbing every other punch is being absorbed and being removed from play, basically. And you can like Turo your Zoroarks and stuff like that. Yeah, the Turo draw here is pretty good for Daniel. Just get this Zoroark out of the active, reset all that damage. That seems like the play. Actually, Daniel could have one-hit KO'd the Dragapult here. Daniel had the retreat, ends PP up. Daniel had the knockout on this Dragapult. Actually, I think that was the better play. I actually think this is a misplay here from Daniel. Because we had the ends PP up, right? And a Dark in the discard pile. Yeah, Daniel could have gone retreat to Reshiram. Ends PP up to this Zoroark, attach to this Zoroark, Turo the Reshiram, push this Zoroark back to the active, one-hit KO. Dragapult. I think actually is a misplay from Daniel. We should have gone for the bigger play here. This play is still pretty good. I don't think Daniel is losing this game. However, I think just taking the one-hit KO there just like makes it impossible to lose. Could you lose from this point? It still seems pretty unlikely to lose, to be honest. I think Daniel's doing okay. The play here from John, I'm pretty sure has to be like pop Dusknoir on the active, retreat Ursaluna KO active. Honestly, that is a little scary. Honestly, this is a little scary. Oh, the Dusclops works as well. You don't need the Dusknoir, excuse me. Well, I think Daniel will be... Oh, Daniel didn't bench the Zorua back down. Okay, this is a little scary, actually. I don't know why Daniel didn't bench the Zorua back down on the bench. I mean, we still have 1 trade to work with, but don't have a potential of a 2nd trade. Also don't have Pheasantipity established. Of course, we have Ursaluna to help us. The later the game goes, the more Ursaluna is going to be a factor here as well. All right, let's see how this plays out. There's possibility for a comeback here from John. Here comes the Ursaluna knockout. Daniel does need very little to win the game here. Daniel needs like an energy and a boss, but we don't have it yet. I definitely would have. I think I would have definitely liked to have seen Daniel just go for the 1-hit there, and then also if you go for the 1-hit there as Daniel, you keep three Zoroarks in play. So That was definitely a mistake there from Daniel to not go for the one hit last turn. Don't forget the 15 seconds per action win con. Ah, yes, of course. The legendary win condition factor. All right, Zork's cooked. We have Ends Castle in play, so Daniel has that mobility to work with, so you can kind of push whatever you want to the active here. I mean, if Daniel can just establish Fezandipity, I think Daniel's in a pretty good spot. Like, because then you could just like punch the active with whatever Fez draw power. Maybe you get another Zorua down. Ursaluna has potential of Ursaluna later. Like, overturn Iono. Boss in hand. It looks like he's going just for the dub here. Plays the Super Rod just to recover some dark energy, I assume. Maybe Fezandipity if it's in the discard pile. I don't remember what's in the discard pile. And then we're going to trade Iono and hope that we find a dark energy. Pretty good odds, though. Oh, we should have left a dark energy in the discard pile. Hopefully there's one in there, because we want to be able to use End's PP up as well. I think there's multiple PP up in the deck. That might have been a mistake there from Daniel. I don't know if we have any energy left in the deck. Can we go back and see? Oh, they ain't giving us that angle, bro. Give us the angle longer, bro. What the heck? You're just like teasing us. There's the trade. There's the PP up. Did he leave an energy in the discard pile? Did he get punished? Okay, he's got one. Thank goodness. Dude, that would have been... even he stopped for a second. I'm pretty sure he was even like, wait, what the fuck? Did I leave one in there? Yeah, I think he was even questioning it there. He was like, did I leave one in the discard pile? Because he didn't instantly play it. He was like... he drew it and he was like, is there a dark energy in there? All right, Zork gets the dub. Definitely some mistakes there. I mean, this game from John, like John didn't have a lot of options. Daniel definitely made some mistakes in that one for sure. But is able to pull it out in the end. The end Zork comes out on top. You love to see it, to be honest. You absolutely love to see it. Huge fan personally. Those are only good matchups. Guardy, Pult, Dango. Bro, y'all keep saying Enzork has a good Dango matchup. I'm pretty sure that shit's like 50-50. I think you have a good Guardy matchup. I think you're favored into Pult. I think the Dango matchup is 50-50. Y'all gassing this Dango matchup, bro. Is Dango good? It's a pretty good deck, yeah. Oh, is Dango good? Is the Dango matchup good? Yeah, I don't think the Dango matchup is that good. Dango versus Zoro is a game of chicken? Yeah, exactly. It's like there's a lot more to it than just, oh, I have Darmanitan. It's like, yeah, okay, but if I don't have energy in my discard pile, you can't use your Darmanitan, buddy. Dude, that's not how it works, though, Thief. Okay, listen. All right, think about it. I go Golden Go KO Zorua. Let's say you open a Zorua or a Darumaka. I knock you out. I have how many energy in my discard pile? 2. So what do? Well, to get enough energy in my discard pile for you to be able to KO me, you have to leave a Zork in your active. Okay, now you leave a Zork in your active. Now I use my Energy Search Pro, one hit KO your Zork. Now I've drawn 3 prize cards and you've drawn 0. Even though your Darmanitan does clap back, I don't know, it doesn't seem like you're at that big of advantage all of a sudden. Yeah, it's not as simple as I have Darmanitan. I don't think it's as simple. What do we think is better, Pult with Clops or with Monkey? Why not both? I honestly don't know. Dustnor's pretty powerful, pretty good card. Being more straightforward, more consistent. Having Monkey Dory in your deck is pretty good. I mean, maybe, honestly, maybe Dustnor with Monkey Dory is the way. Maybe just having everything is the way to go. Highest power level possible. What about just like a 1/1/1 Dustnor? Like, why do we need the whole squad? Do we really need the whole squad? What about just a 1/1/1 Dustnor with like the Monkey Dory stuff? And Maractus. And Genesect. And... yeah, I don't know. Where do we go from there? Add a Dango and a Dango. And a Dingus. And a Bingus. Throw in Zard. 1/1. Yeah, 1/1 Zard. You need enough room for the Dragapult? Now we're starting to cut back on the Dragapult line. We have a 2/2/1 Dragapult line. 4/4 Golden Go. Genesect. 1/1/1 Dustnor. 2-1-1 Skull Line with Monkey. I think I would just do a 1-1-1 at that point. I don't think I'm doing 2-1-1. I'm just doing 1-1-1. And Genesect. A Cleffa for some consistency? 1-1 Pidgeot line? No, that's cap. We don't want to know. Come on. You're trolling. Don't be caught trolling like that. Ardango is a weird deck I'm seeing a lot of. What? No way. How many Zardango have you actually seen? I don't believe you. That's right, I'm calling you a liar. I don't think you're seeing a lot of Zardango. I think you played against the same person on ladder 3 times in a row. I played against 2 in the last couple of hours. Bro, that is not a lot, and it was probably the exact same person you just didn't notice. 1, that's not a lot. And 2, you probably played against the same person twice and just didn't read their name either time. Ain't calling you a truther. Zardango sounds absolutely awful. It's not good. Now, low key, I've been playing quite a bit of Zard 2 on ladder. They aren't the same person.
On the stream.
I mean, it feels pretty good. First time playing on stream ever, so like pretty nervous going into it. But kind of once I like sat up there for a while, you kind of just forget about everything else, and you kind of just focus on playing the game and kind of just winning.
Yeah, that's good to hear. A lot of players, when it's their first time on stream, they're distracted by like a lot of the lights or the white noise a lot of the times. That get to you at all?
At first, but I kind of eventually kind of zoned it out. Yeah.
Gotcha. And you're telling me earlier this is your first full year of playing, and you've already made day 2 once before this, and now, hey, guaranteed day 2. Congratulations. What's going through your mind now that you're guaranteed into the next phase of the Milwaukee Regional Championships?
Well, I think it feels good to day 2 again. Only did it once before, but I think now kind of just closing it out, winning the last few rounds, to kind of maybe see if I can kind of take it further in the end. Maybe hit that top cut. Maybe. Who knows?
No. I mean, Zoroark EX seems like you're positioned pretty well. I mean, we got to see the caster picks for this tournament, and most of them picked Zoroark as their caster pick. The fact that it's a dark type Pokemon with that very powerful trade ability to draw you out of very tough spots. Tell me about how you landed on this deck choice.
Yeah, so I was kind of just between this or Gardevoir, because I used to play a lot of Gardevoir before rotation happened. And now that Refinement Kirlia's kind of rotated away, just having another way to kind of like draw cards, it's pretty much the same ability. So kind of just found myself playing this deck. Just a lot of cool like attacking options that you can do. Like no game feels kind of the same. So yeah.
I like it. Yeah, definitely Zoroark EX just feels so flexible, having all those different Pokemon you can copy. Well, I think it's specifically 2 Pokemon you really want to copy, but the trade ability is so massive. And again, the dark typing, are there any matchups that you are favorited or you want to see, or you like playing against?
Yeah, I think pretty much the top 3 or so decks, Gardevoir, Dragapult, and Goldengo. I'd say you're pretty solidly favored against all of them. Like against Goldengo, you have the Darmanitan to attack with the fire weakness, and then against Gardevoir, it has the Dark Nyx weakness, so the Zoroark kind of gets in there.
Yeah. Actually, in my mind, I was thinking Goldengo might be a tough matchup for you. That in my mind, anyway, since one of the great things Zoroark has going for it is 200 HP, but you said it right, that Darmanitan being fire type, and that first attack as well, which counts how much energy under the discard pile. Hey, Goldengo has a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, but yeah. Yeah, Zoroark, were you testing any other deck besides Zoroark for this tournament?
Pretty much just Zoroark or Gardevoir. It's kind of either between the new hot deck or kind of what I kind of been playing for the longest time. So I'm sure I couldn't go wrong with either, but ended up just kind of picking Zoroark.
Yeah. We got to see how dominant you are against the Dragapult EX deck, despite John Ang being probably one of the best Dragapult decks out there. Seeing you just opting to pass, not knocking out a Badu, very smart play. Love to see that, because then if you didn't see it, but John Ang's hand was just all counter catchers. Love seeing you play around that. Were there? Did you play against many Dragapults going into here in the Milwaukee Regional Championships?
This is actually the first full Pult that I played. Played a couple of Goldango Dragapults, but that deck is more so just kind of Goldango. So yeah, first time against the Pult at least.
It's not a Dragapult deck.
Now that again you have that experience with the stream, I know you mentioned this was your first full year of playing. Or what advice would you give any up and coming player?
I mean, I'd say kind of try sort of decks that might be a bit harder. Kind of keep yourself in like the most simple decks. Kind of playing a more complex deck helps you kind of like learn a lot and kind of improve at a much more accelerated rate.
I like it. Sometimes when I talk to a new player, I like to suggest the simple decks. But yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes you just have to go trial by fire. Am I right?
Exactly.
With that, before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out my guy Gary for coming to Milwaukee with me. Also shout out Liam Halliburton for some of the theory behind the deck. Pretty much took its structure from Atlanta and kind of changed it a bit. Also shout out all the guys who are watching at home, kind of rooting for me on the stream.
Shout out all the guys at home, that's for sure. With that, thank you so much for the interview, Daniel. Best of luck with the rest.
No, he wasn't tilting me. I mean, I was just like memeing. But no, he agreed with that. Yeah, Goldango Dragapult is a Goldango deck. Like, oh my gosh. It is not a Dragapult deck. I mean, no one really says that either. Everyone knows that. Like, Daniel was even like, I mean, it's not really a Dragapult deck. It's a Goldango deck. But it's just a tournament graphic that has Goldango and Goldango Dragapult split. It's not accurate. Not even close to being accurate. It's so far from being accurate. It's insane. It's just tilting. It's just tilting. What can I say? I think I even mentioned it to... I mean, I know Chip's not at this event, but I mentioned it to Chip as well. I think Chip knows. Zoro is my favorite Zoroark deck? Exactly, yeah. How's Henry Brand doing in the tournament? Is Henry there? I don't know if Henry's there. I think I did predict him to be my... Wait, we went to time in this one, right? I'm not trolling. Maybe not quite. Basically, right? 10 minutes till the next round is quite a bit, actually. I'm surprised by that. How was Tord doing, like in general? It's a good question. Everyone always asks, when is Tord on stream? Not how is Tord doing. Actually, they always ask, how is Tord doing? But not like mentally or emotionally. It's always just, everyone just cares about his record. No one ever asks, where is Tord? No one ever asks, why is Tord? What is Tord? Not when is Tord doing. Yeah. The new card reveals yet? Not really. I mean, the only new card is really Embor, to be honest, though. Yeah. All the other cards, they'll probably reveal more cards today. There should be more reveals today before Top Cut. Champions League Top Cut. Wait, there's only 2 rounds left? What time is it? It's 2. Actually, we'll be starting up basically right around Champions League start. Champions League starts at like 5 p.m. I think, so it'll be like 4 going on 5 by the time it comes around. Bertram and Zakharam, just like fine cards, but not good cards. Yeah, they're just like fine. They'll probably see some play, but they're, yeah, I mean, it's a comeback card. You like play one of in like a deck, maybe. That's basically all the card does. Yeah, what is going on with this pack opening on the side? It's like a TikTok and a video in one. Are they talking about the Raichu EX? Or is it just... Well, they literally are out here just opening packs. Or maybe they are talking about Pocket though. Are they talking about Pocket at the same time? I honestly don't know what I don't really actually genuinely want to know what they're talking about. I just want to like imagine what they're talking about. I'm just gonna assume they're talking about Pocket in some way. I'm assuming they're talking about Pocket in some way. And then it makes sense. If you're opening the pack while you're talking about Pocket, that makes sense. That tracks. Talking about the dualities and treachery of the lost Tina mirrors of the yesteryears. That's deep right there. Pokemon has round 7 up. Wonder why it says 10 minutes. Maybe there's something backstage that happened. They just need some time to like set up for the next match. They also maybe they sometimes do change the timer. Sometimes maybe they just over added time to be safe, but maybe it'll cut down to like a minute here and like a minute, and then they'll get into it. They sometimes over add the time. So they also sometimes under add time, and it'll hit 0 and then they'll add 5 minutes. So could be something like that. But yeah, the pairings are up for the next round. So it is weird that they said 10 minutes. It is a little weird that they put 11 minutes on it when they were at the end of time on stream. So it's a little weird. That's a lot of bit of time. Well, we can take a look at where the tournament's at right now, to be honest. Give me 1 second. We got something to do in between rounds. I'll check something. Okay. Do. We saw Tyler Matthews on stream earlier. 6-0. Caleb Rogerson 6-0. Also, I recognize up here Jones. We saw Jones in top cut of Atlanta. Also 6-0. Start. Not bad. Brent Tonneson 6-0. Owen Dalgard 6-0. Brendan Salazar 501. We're in the 501s now. Ian Robb 501. After that tie to Rowan, who is also 501. Both players bounced back from the tie. Only dub sense. Christian Labella here at 501. Grant Manley 501. I actually don't know what they're playing. Is it possible to know the decks? Nope. Just from what you've seen or what people have told you. Like, we know Tyler Matthews is playing Joltik Box, but that's because he was on stream earlier. But no, you can't see the archetypes or the lists until after the tournament. Lucas Zing 5-1. That means Lucas actually beat, because someone said Jishen played against Zing, so Piper is 5-1. Tanner Hurley 5-1. Back-to-back top cuts? Maybe. Jackson Ford 5-1. Bro, Jackson better put the Charizard down, bro. No way. Honestly, though, the meta is getting better and better for... Did Henry Brand go? Oh, we can find out. Wait, is there any names you guys want me to look up? Let me know. Nope. Oh, only one Henry in the whole tournament? Bro, what the heck? We need to get these Henry numbers up in the Pokemon TCG, bro. What the heck? 1 Henry in the whole tournament? We have Henry Chow and Henry Brandon. That's it? James Kowalski. 3-1-2. Dude, he's got to be back on control for sure. Tord is not there. Tord's in Japan. No, but still, look him up. Look up D's. How's Brent doing? Brent is undefeated. Grant Shen. Well, Grant should be 4-2. Yeah, Grant Shen 4-2. Yeah, we could look up. Let's see what Getimer's doing. The Getimer watch 4-1-1. Just gotta step it up. Gotta close it out. Three more wins. 2 more wins. 2 more wins. Is LDF playing? I'm not sure. Alvin Connor, 501. Leave. Schmidt. Nope, not there. Unless you have to do it by first name? I don't think so. Jesse Parker. Jesse Parker 4-2. Gotta close it out. Rahul. 4-2. No L's. What were you saying about Zard? Is it coming back? Don't worry about it. Is the is the bald music guy at Milwaukee? Oh my gosh. Wait, when did Lorenzo get DQ'd? No clue. Any Brazilian players? Nope, doesn't look like it. I mean, it's a little bit of a hike from Brazil to go all the way up to Wisconsin. Doing something like the Texas region or Florida, I think, make a little bit more sense. Ross Cawthon, 3-1-2. Oh! Getting some dubs on the board, Ross. All right, if he wins 2, he's good for cut. He's good to make day 2 and probably make top cut. 3-1-2. Neil. 4-2, gotta close it out. Oh, is Kieran not there? I just assumed Kieran was there. Wait, is that not how you spell Kieran's name? He didn't go? Maddox? 5-1. Chillin'. Now I'm watching your stream, bro. Oh, what's up, Kieran? You're not trying to get the dub for the Frostlast believers? We're about to have Santiago on Latam, so surely saving to go there. That's true. There's a closer regional coming up. There's another region. There's a regional coming up for them close by. Edric and Davidson. Good shouts. Good shouts. Let's see. 5-1. Dude, can he just lose already, bro? Davidson. Oh! All right, no cut potential. Well, maybe. Hang on. Let's do a quick limitless simulator. Hold up. Let me pull this thing up. This calc. So we got 16, 1957. Oh, 1657. My bad. 16. I feel like I should be able to do this kind of stuff in my head at this point. What if I think I've been doing 0.6 with this. We'll maybe reanalyze this at the end of the day. Record for cut. Ooh, okay, hold up. So it could be 30 points. How many rounds I got? 12. So that's X and 2. Possibly 2 ties. So X1-2 is probably in cut, right? Am I reading this correctly? X1-2 is, so X2-1 is not making cut. Unless something crazy happens. And there's going to be a massive top cut. But yeah, top cut should be X1-2. And it could actually be clean at X and 2. There's a possibility for it to be clean at X and 2. Just depends how things play out. Yeah, X1-2 or X and 2 or X1-2 for cut. I just unleashed Frostlass in the younger divisions with my students instead. Next event for me is NAIC. All right, I'll rock the Frostlass with you at NAIC. How many points for day 2? X2-1. It's always X2-1. 8 rounds. So 5-2-1. How's Kamal doing? Is Kamal there? Nope, Kamal's not there. Kamal needs to get like one more decent finish, I think, to Kamal needs to get like one more decent finish to actually get his invite. He was at like 130th or something with 620. He needs to like a couple more points. I don't know what he plans to go to next, but what deck should I build for taking over locals? It's all about just playing well. It's not about like a certain deck. You just need to be better than the players locally. It's not about playing a deck. I mean, you can like metagame and tech, but that's like depends on your local meta. Like local meta is easier to like tech for and get like hard reads on and play like tech cards or play a certain archetype. But I don't know what your local meta is, so I can't help you with that. But besides that, being better is the best. Being better than the local players local to you is the best tech possible, the best deck possible. All right, we got Rogerson and Tonneson. Artie versus Dango. All right, dude. A ton of people have been telling me that Dango, in chat, people have been being like, yo, I can't beat the Dango with my Guardy. And I think even like Trainer Hill stats say that Dango is like 75% favored into Guardy, which is insane. There's no way. In my head, I'm like, Guardy is favored. But I've been hearing different from basically everyone. So we got one of the best Guard 4 enjoyers in the game right now, Brent Tonneson versus Rogerson. I wouldn't say Rogerson is like the one of the number one Dango enjoyers, but Rogerson's pretty good at whatever. So I feel like straight Dango beats Guardy, but Guardy's slightly favored into Pango. Oh, that's why people call it Pango. Dude, people have been using the term Pango, and I just thought they were misspelling Dango. But Pult, sure. Pult Dango, Pango. But I guess if you took the D from Dragapult, it would still be Dango. Prediction? I got you. All right, predictions up for Twitch chat. Put your Bulu Bucks on the line. Call it Pingus? Dingus? Dango Pult sounds cooler. Dango Pult sounds... Oh! That's fine. Honestly, in this matchup, Energy Search Pro being priced isn't terrible, because I feel like you have a couple turns to build up your initial attacks. I think we can survive Energy Search Pro being prized. Dude, I feel like the prize cams are like oversaturated. Am I trolling? These things seem everything is like so much color. Too much. There is 3 research prize here for Brent. That can definitely hurt the early game. Also, the Brave Charm being prized could be a big deal as well, to be honest. But I know he probably plays 3, maybe 4 now. At least 3, so. It's the glass. Oh, it could be that, yeah. Like it's like tinted a little bit. Okay, going first here for Rogerson, attached to the active and pass. I actually wonder, I am curious who won the coin flip. Did anyone see who won the coin flip and who chose first or second? I assume you'd want to go second in the matchup. I assume we're going to see Brent here just go into the item lock, try and slow things down a little bit. Or maybe the Cleffa, though. I guess depending on if you have a slow start, you might want to go into the Cleffa. I mean, Clefairy is so bad here. I It's not great. The Clefairy start's not great for Brent for sure. Not a very good attacker in the matchup. Kind of just like a 2-prize liability sitting on the board. Vessel, second Vessel, okay. Getting out the energy aggressively here from Brent. Actually targeting a dark energy as well. Where did the Ralts come from? Did it come from a Nest Ball? I assume it did, right? I wasn't really paying attention. You keep your play shirts stored or not? Yeah, they're just kind of like my bedtime shirts. Nest Ball coming in again. Bedtime shirts and gym shirts are my Pokemon shirts. Any Evo builds for Guardy showing up yet? No. No Evo builds. I think we saw a lot of the Guardy builds that we saw at Champions League were Evo builds, though. I think a lot of them were playing Team Evo Arven. Match active. Is going for the Cleffa angle. Okay, aggressively, too. So, Cleffa. I mean, I think we had the Cleffa in hand, but we're not going for Badu here at all from Brent. We're just be like, yep, that's fine. I'm going to go with Cleffa. I'm going to use Cleffa. Kind of like committed to it before we've even seen the hand. I mean, we have an S-ball here, so we could go get Badu theoretically, but the hand doesn't look that good here for Brent, so I assume Cleffa is still going to be the go. And the question is just, what do we get off this? Monkey Dory getting established? Okay. Was Monkey Dory even that good of an attacker in this matchup? It doesn't seem great. It seems like fine. Yeah, it seems like fine. I think there's a competitive advantage to min-rarity cards. No. It doesn't matter what cards you play. Fez is getting in play aggressively as well here from Brent. Brent's just throwing the 2 prizes in play here. Plus 1 card off the Cleffa, though, of course. And if Cleffa does go down here, I mean, you're going to draw off the Fez anyways. You're not really scared of Fez getting KO'd this turn. But this does open, like, an interesting opportunity for Rogerson to not... Ooh. All right, there's 2 things that can happen here. 1, Rogerson could pass. 2, Rogerson could play Iron Bundle. And then the Cleffa stuck. You got Clefairy in play. You got Fez in play. The board is starting to look pretty ugly here for Brent if Rogerson 1 passes or 2 Iron Bundles. Passing seems a little bit weird, but if Rogerson has TM Evo, you maybe just play it slow and build up your board here as Rogerson. I almost like that a little bit better. And honestly, depending on how many boss Rogerson plays, I doubt Rogerson plays 2 boss and Palpad or anything like that. But if he does, he could just go Gust, Gust, Gust to win. As long as Brent doesn't find the Turo. You just go Gust, Fez, Gust, Guardy, Gust. The other guy, the pink one, the little one. Clefairy or whatever. That'd be interesting. Let's see how Rogerson plays this. Could also just start swinging and be like, I'm just going to attack. Ideally, you use Iron Bundle here, though, if you have it, I think. Most people play Iron Bundle. That's actually not true. Yeah, I feel like most people play Iron Bundle at this point. I'm not sure, actually, though. A lot of people play Iron Bundle. But there definitely is a couple different ways to approach this here as Rogerson. The TM Evo angle, I actually don't hate. Because you're not that set up here as Rogerson. If you go too aggressive without having an established board state, then Brent's gonna start going KO plus Iono, and then you're gonna get in trouble, maybe. But it looks like Rogerson is gonna get aggressive here, going into the code breaking. I assume this is just a stack. Probably double Golden Go on top, or like Golden Go plus Cypher Maniac probably actually makes a little bit more sense. The lack of Energy Search Pro would make it hard to like come or match into a Guardy, to be honest. If Brent just swings with Guardy next turn. I wonder if Rogerson just realized that Energy Search Pro is prized. Because he played the Cypher Maniac, but seems unsure of this second card. I feel like he just realized that he prized Energy Search Pro. Because he played it pretty confidently and then was like, okay, what do I get off the second card? Usually when players like play like that, that means they had a game. Like when you're going to play Cypher Maniac, you probably know what you want. But then as soon as you're like, oh wait, that means something changed. Either they thought about something else, or he was just like, oh wait, it's prized. I think this is a oh wait, it's prized moment. Okay, goes for the aggressive KO. No Iron Bundle to go with it, but also I don't know if Rogerson plays the Iron Bundle. Can Brent Tonneson find Candy Guardy, or will we see Brent fall behind another turn? The Candy Guardy, of course, is possible. Pheasantipity for 3. Gonna start with that. And also, we need energy in the discard pile to actually make a big play happen here from Brent. But another Vessel and energy discovered. That is a huge hand. I see an Ultra Ball, so the Guardy can be found. The Curlia could be found. Rare Candy is the question. Vessel, we're lining up a couple Psychics. Maybe the Dark instead. Go with a Psychic and a Dark here. We at least have Ultra Ball for Kirlia. Oh, I see the candy, actually. I was about to say, we'd like Candy Guardy. There is a candy in the hand. Candy Guardy on the way here for Brent. We're attacking turn 2. That's where you want to be. Question is, what do we attack with, I guess, right? That's the question. What are we attacking with? Attacking with a 2-prizer here does not seem super strong. If we attacked with, like, Clefairy... What happens if we attack with Clefairy here, actually? Do I even hate that? 160 plus move 30 over with Monkey Dory? I didn't mean to play the Night Stretcher. Are they forcing him to play it? Oh, what the heck? Really? Just recovers Badoo. I mean, that was the only thing. Wait, they really forced him to play that there? That seems so weird. Did they actually force him to play it? I guess if he doesn't say anything different. I don't know. It's pretty obvious that's not what he meant to play. But I guess... I don't know. I guess it depends on, like, you can't just play cards and then not play it. It's interesting. It's interesting. I don't hate them forcing him to play it. I'm not saying like it's Rogerson either. I'm not saying Rogerson's the one who did it either. It is interesting actually though. Because you would think, I don't know, because he went to go, like, he definitely meant to play Rare Candy. He definitely meant to play Rare Candy. Like if you put the Night Stretcher in your discard pile and then go to a vault, okay, what would happen if you put the Night Stretcher in your discard pile and then like you put the Guardy on top of your Ralts? Are they gonna be like, you can't do that with Night Stretcher? Will they force you to play the Night Stretcher when it's obvious you meant to play Rare Candy? Or is it because it wasn't obvious enough to play the Rare Candy? I don't know. If he obviously just went to go Ralts to Guardy, you couldn't do that. You'd have to just put it back in your hand, but yeah, I guess. What if you say Rare Candy into Gardevoir and then play the Night Stretcher and then evolve to the Guardy? Looks like we're going to Badoo for the turn here from Brent. You have to let go of the card for it to count. He did let go of the card. Like, yeah, the Night Stretcher was in the discard pile. Let go of it. All right. Load up the Clefairy. It's going to be the Badoo for 0. And you have 20 damage to work with on the Clefairy. If you move it over, it could just get moved back over by Monkey Dory, but... we'll see. Dango for 2 to start with here from Rogerson. Just needs a single energy here to pull off a knockout. Guess they should have forced him to attach Cramorant. True, bro. We need to go back in time and get that cram on that Snorlax. Why damage on Dango? It's probably so you can like KO the Dango with Guardy more easily on a follow-up turn, I would assume. Who's favored here? I would assume Guardy. That's my impression of the matchup, is that Guardy should be favored, but I've definitely heard different from other people, so I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, who's favored in this matchup. Should be 30 on Dango. No, there's only 20 on the Clefairy to move over. Has the Dango become paralyzed? It's not. It's just turned to the right to signal that its ability's been used. Yeah, Caleb Rogerson is a little aggressive with the Dangos there. They're getting a little turned around. But yeah, it's just a signal that the ability's been used. Was this ever a mind bend angle, actually? Thinking about it now? Should we have ever mind bended here from Brent instead? All right, there's the knockout. Body energy now found off the prize cards. All right. 41 big error there from Brent. Here we go into the Fez draw. We have Turo. Ooh, Turo can get the Clefairy out of play. That can make things a little bit more awkward. We also have Screamtail, Countercatcher, Iono as well. 4 prize cards left here for Rogerson. I mean, if we Turo once, we're never Turo never again. We probably want to Turo sooner than later. We could see a Screamtail play happen. Actually, it's weird. Is it weird that Brent sent up Clefairy instead of Gardevoir to get more damage in play to work with? This is looking pretty tough here for Brent, I'm not gonna lie. But we could see like a Countercatcher Golden Go Screamtail for a turn kind of play. And maybe Turo the Clefairy out of play, because it's like a super easy knockout. It would be hard, it's gonna be hard to find a time to use Turo besides like right now. Yeah, so that makes a ton of sense, I think. Now we can push up the... Okay, I guess we're gonna push up the Kirlia instead to build up damage on. I guess that makes sense here. Ultra Ball coming in, getting rid of... Oh, I thought it was the Gardevoir. I was confused for a second. Getting rid of the Clefairy here. Grabs another Monkey Dory. Do we have a second? I don't think we have a second Dark to work with for this, unfortunately. So we can't establish double Dory, double Dark. Yeah, the question is, I guess, yeah, I mean, Countercatcher on a Golden Go seems kind of good, and then kind of go from there, I guess. You Curly has one retreat. Oh, only one? That's unfortunate. It still builds up some damage and play to work with, though, I guess. I think the Brent doesn't want to put a damage, leave a damage hanging on the Gardevoir EX, because then the Golden Go player, because then Rogerson only needs 6 energy instead of the extra energy. So you don't want to leave one, even just one damage counter hanging on the Gardevoir. Makes it that much easier for Rogerson. And of course, Brent doesn't know this, but Rogerson also prized Energy Surge Pro. Honestly, if Brent knew that Rogerson prized Energy Surge Pro, then Brent probably would have been swinging with Gardevoir as soon as possible and been like, I don't think you got it. Okay, Countercatcher the Dreepy, interesting. I mean, I guess just going to attach retreat. But I feel like if you force the Metal Energy on the other Golden Go and then bring up the other Golden Go, you can like get really weird with it, right? Okay. Yeah, because can't you get really weird with it if you do that? If Rogerson has Switch here, though, then you can like Monkey Dory plus Switch and take like a 3 prize or a 2 prize turn here from Rogerson and get super far ahead. If Caleb has, yeah, can move the active, Switch or Turo. I think that is a Jamming Tower in the active or in the hand as well. So Rogerson also plays the Jamming Tower. Yeah, thankfully for Rogerson, Brent has not gone into Gardevoir yet, because once again, Rogerson does not have access to the Energy Surge Pro. Of course, Brent does not know that. There's the Switch. Draw 2. That's a Dark Energy. I feel like Monkey Dory's coming now. Got Arven's in hand as well. First draw 1 more. Nice. Second Vessel. Okay, everyone's on the double Vessel now. Maybe gonna put a couple extra energy in the discard pile just to have for later. Was a Monkey Dory prized? Oh, that is true. Monkey Dory is prized. I guess I'm getting ahead of myself there. Never mind. Don't mind me. Unlucky for Rogerson, I guess. We'll get him next time. We do have Boss here, though. Maybe we're going to go for a Boss KO on the Fez, actually. Thinking about giving up the Iono. Yeah, I think we actually have Boss KO on the... Okay, that's solid. Boss KO Fez is still pretty good here, though. Not bad. Now we have a ton of energy in the discard pile. So now Rogerson, there's like no fear of like, will I be able to deal with a Gardevoir if it attacks? Got enough energy in the discard pile with Double Superior. We'll be able to get us there, no problem. Boom, Boss on Fez. Leave the Screamtail around for potentially later to clean up with a Monkey Dory. There's 5 KO. Prize cards, Monkey Dory, and a Fire Energy. Energy Surge Pro is still prized, but at this point, you don't care. That's where you want it to be. Second Monkey Dory established here for Brent and Iono. All right, here we go. This is like the big turns for Brent to make the comeback. Iono down to 2 for Rogerson. Double Poffin is not great, but we have triple Golden Go on board currently. See the secret box in hand there for Brent. What else is going to be the play here? I mean, that'll give you access to potentially another Iono on the next turn. I mean, all your energy is trapped on your Clefairy here, so I think that has to be... Are we out of energy? Oh no, God, thank goodness. I guess we have to attack the Screamtail here because all of our energy is there. We can put another energy on the Gardevoir here, build up to 6. Move the 6 over. We're going to KO the Golden Go here, actually. Okay. Second Golden Go was set up by Rogerson, though. Brent thinking about the secret box. Goes in with the secret box here. Iono. Countercatcher. Arven. Or Artisan. Excuse me, not Arven. Yeah, okay. And we're only punching for... Well, hold on. Actually, how much can Screamtail hit for? Is it swinging like that? 1, 2. No, we can't quite KO a Golden Go, but we can put it in 2 HP left, right? So are we going to see Brent put a Bravery Charm on this and just swing and hope that there's no Jamming Tower? I think I did see the Jamming Tower in Rogerson's hand. Countercatcher on the Dreepy. Another energy to the Screamtail. 200. Okay, just going to go for a 200 hit. Okay, sure. So we can win next turn as Brent here, right? We can get the dub next turn. Can't win next turn? Can we not? Well, we need the active to die, though. But then couldn't we go, like, Drifloon, Bravery Charm, Double Dory after setting up Guardy Retreat, Guardy 6? I think we can win next turn. It's maybe not likely. I guess we're down 2 counter catches at this point for Brent. Maybe we can't win next turn. Yeah, that's true. Brent is at a gust. That is fair, actually. Okay, we probably can't win next turn. Why is Guardy opt to Screamtail instead of Drifloon? Because we're trying to trap something in the active to make it awkward for Rogerson. The whole point of the way Brent is playing this is to try and trap something in the active and make it awkward. The Dragon Ball line really showing its strength this game. Yeah, this one Dreepy is just getting gusted up and trapped over and over. There's the Fez draw for 3. I mean, I saw Night Stretcher Superior, so things are definitely happening this turn for Rogerson. Wait, Fez is a misplay? No? Could it hurt that much to put Fez in play? Well, it depends how Rogerson... It depends what Rogerson does here, right? But yeah, maybe the Fez... Maybe the Fez is not a good play here, actually. Yeah, Fez actually might be a misplay here from Rogerson. Oh, no, but can we set up Monkey Dory? Oh, Monkey Dory doesn't even KO the active here, actually. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have Fez'd here. Could we have just knocked out the active and chilled? Yeah, that might have been a big mistake there from Rogerson. Hold up, let's just go... What was the... Did we need Fez, I guess is the question. I don't think we needed Fez. We opened up with Fez draw. Monkey Dory is put down on the field now. Yeah, Brent can win next turn now. I feel like the Fez was maybe a mistake. Oh, with the Monkey Dory move, the Fez is fine, right? With the Monkey Dory move, the Fez is fine. Just the pass, okay. I guess Dory does protect it. Now, as Brent here, though, don't you just kind of... what do you do here, actually? You move the 30 back over and then just Screamtail punch the Fez and pass? Like you Iono Screamtail punch Fez, right? There's no damage to move right now? You can move the 30 off the bench Gardevoir. Triple Monkey. Brent only plays 2 Monkey, I think. It's just 2 Monkey, 3 Dark, right? I could be mistaken on that. Yeah, here's Brent here. I feel like you move the 30 back over. Move the 30 over to the Golden Go that has all the damage, and then you Screamtail punch the Fez. And then, but you don't take a knockout. I wouldn't take a knockout here, right? Or splitting the damage a little bit, going 2-1. 1 on Fez, 2 on Golden Go. Oh, we're actually just taking the knockout here. Okay, interesting. I did not expect us going aggressive for a KO. I don't know how much recovery Caleb has left, so I don't know if there's like a Night Stretcher even available for the Fez, to be honest. So this actually, this probably makes fine. This is probably fine. 3 Monkey prized. Oh, there's Jamming Tower for a KO. Oh, you got to push Gardevoir here. And the question does Caleb have enough energy? We just got Energy Search Pro off the prize cards. A little bit late, but maybe there's an energy left in the deck to get. We need to find ourselves a couple superiors and a way to retreat. We need a lot of energy here as Rogerson. We need 8 energy. We need double superior. We need double superior. Okay, double superior. Actually, no, we have Monkey Dory, so we can be 1 energy short, I think. Into the Poke Gear first. There's the Cypher Maniac. I mean, I assume that just wins, right? Cypher Maniac for double superior. If this doesn't win, then I feel like, why would we play the Poke Gear first? For Arvin. Maybe do we need the extra card? Wait, does that not work? He's off 1 since double SER equals 6. We get rid of 2. Hang on, let me think. We get rid of 2. Wait, no, I think that is enough. Get 4. Catch active retreat 3. Draw 2. Oh no, we are 1 short. No, wait. We have Monkey Dory. For Maniac, put double SER on top. Oh, 2 energy with Energy Search Pro. Oh wait, then he did just throw, right? Am I trolling? Or is this still game? Oh, this is still game. This is still game. Okay, okay, never mind. He has game. He has game. Yeah, it's game both ways, right? It's game both ways, yeah. Sure. He needs 1 to retreat as well. But if we had gone, okay, so this does work. Yeah, this does work. But if we had gone Cypher Maniac, I just want to go back and do the math on that. I guess he did have game. If he knew his prize cards for his Energy Search Pro, then he had game no matter what, right? I'm curious if he had game the other way, just in case Energy Search Pro didn't work. Oh, maybe there wasn't enough energy in the discard pile, right? That could be, no, that shouldn't ever be a problem though, I don't think. There should be enough in the discard pile. So this is our hand. Pokegear Cypher Maniac. We play Cypher Maniac, put 2 Energy Search Pros on top. Use Bench Golden Go to draw 1. Draw Energy Search Pro. Play Energy Search Pro. Discard these 2 cards. Get 4 energy. Attach Active Retreat. 3 energy in hand. Send up this Golden Go. Draw 2 cards. Energy Search Pro plus random card. Play that. Recover 4. 6. Monkey Dory 30 over. Win. No, it would work. Yeah, it does work. Yeah. You saw 2 energy in the Pokegear? Oh, did he? I mean, Rogerson's pretty thorough with his prize checking, so he would have known even if he didn't see it. But no, even if the ESP didn't work, he had game with what's it called? Surely Brent was supposed to KO Dango with energy over Fez and get rid of all damage in play, so Monkey does nothing. Ooh, that's actually that's a good, interesting. Yeah, because you lose out 1 on the Golden Go draw. You get +2 draw off the Fez. You get +2 draw off the Fez, but then there's no energy in play for Monkey Dory, so you need +1 energy. That's actually interesting, James. Let's see. What would that look like? So literally just kill this thing. Put everything on this and just kill it. Oh, wait, yeah, right? Because there's no backup energy on a backup Golden Go. No, yeah, you're right, James. Yeah, I didn't even think about that in the moment. And Caleb has already burned Switch. Switch has already been played, so it'd come down to Turo. Oh no, that was a huge misplay from Brent. I didn't even realize that in the moment. Yeah, that's actually a huge misplay from Brent. All Brent had to do was stack all the damage on this Golden Go. Just put everything onto that Golden Go and blow it up. And Caleb's already played Switch, so he doesn't have an aggressive way to pivot. So it has to come down to Turo. Didn't Brent have to remove damage from Screamtail? No, he moved it over from Agardi. Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake there. All right, game 2. Rogerson going first. Double. Give me gold to the board. Brent, Ralts, and Research to start off. Yeah, Golden Go's not very good if their active Pokemon's not a Golden Go and they have no energy on a bench Golden Go. That's when things can get weird, especially with like Lake Ionos. Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake there from Brent, I feel like. Especially because the Switch was gone. If the Switch wasn't gone, I think it was questionable. If the Switch wasn't, but the Switch was gone, I'm pretty sure at that point. So then it comes down to just Turo specifically, I'm pretty sure. Regardi is free. Just let opponent finish resources, then Itchy Pollen for game. That's not how it works against a good Golden Go player, Charles. Itchy Pollen is rarely a win condition against Golden Go. It's not going to work against Rogerson. Hey, did they show the meta share yet? They did, yeah. We can take a look at it in between matches. All right, Monkey's getting established. Pass over to Rogerson. Not a ridiculously powerful board save from Brent here. What's prize top left? Artisan. When did they show it? After round 1, I think. All right, Cypher Maniac coming in. I mean, we can get Energy Search Pro if we want to. If we don't need it, we don't have to. We can go for a Vessel. I already saw some energy in hand. And then we can also get a Poff in here, start to build up more Golden Goes and Dracloaks. Rogerson does not have Genesect, no. Had to make room for Jamming Tower and what was the other card that I saw in here? Second Vessel. Jamming Tower and Second Vessel is what it looks like what room was made for. There's the Energy Surge Pro. It feels like we didn't have to use the Energy Surge Pro here. Well, I mean, not that it's like a bad thing to do it. We could have just like got a Vessel, I think. Caleb is way too fast now. No, I mean, this isn't going to go to, Caleb wants to have enough time for game 3 to win. Like, this game is going to finish. This game is going to finish, almost for sure. So if we get to game 3, Caleb wants to have enough time to win. He's not trying to tie here. There we go, there's the knockout. Ever play Maractus and Guardy to retreat lock with the lack of switch being played? Honestly, it could be decent. The Screamtail play is pretty similar, like Countercatcher plus Screamtail, or just like kind of Screamtailing stuff is kind of similar, but also I guess I would like Guardy doesn't play that many gust effects to play around with Maractus, to be honest. You play 2 Countercatchers. Some lists play 1 Countercatcher, so that's probably like the main thing with trying to include it in the deck, to be honest. What's the best Shrek film? Shrek 2. Ultra Ball for Fez here from Brent. Knockout was had. It does have the Mind Bend set up, so at the very least you can Mind Bend here. This does give Rogerson a turn to like establish the Monkey Dory though, which is going to be annoying. Appreciate the Prime sub there, Winthor. Appreciate also appreciate 21 months there, Red. Screamtail to the bench, second Rolls to the bench. We got the Kirlia, no Candy Guard for this turn. Bravery Charm, a Psychic Energy, just goes for the Mind Bend. All right, 60 built up and Confused. The Confusion's pretty annoying for Golden Go to deal with. They do play a Switch, they do play a Turo, but sometimes you're just swinging through it. No KO happening, of course, means we do have time for Rogerson to establish the Monkey Dory, potentially start to move that damage over to the other side if you want. Maybe you just keep it here. I actually don't even know, to be honest. And you can just attack through the Confusion. Oh! The Switch off the top. Hang on, actually, we have the Turo. I think the Turo is actually the better card to use here, right? Well, hold on. We have to be able to use it. We can't get the KO quite yet. I think we would rather Turo here than Switch, because Switch is like the aggressive card. The Turo's a lot... Oh my... Chill! And the Superior, bro. He doesn't whiff. All right, so I would like to see Turo Superior here. See how Rogerson's feeling. Turo, discard the metal. Superior back. KO the Monkey Dory. You could also go Switch and then Retreat, I guess. I want to see the Turo get used. I feel like the Switch we want to save for later. The difference between being aggressive versus having the aggressive option versus the harder... Like, Turo is so much harder to use as the game progresses. And we are definitely the aggressor here as Rogerson. Like, we're moving. We're schmoving. Could play a Poffin here if we want to get another Gimme Ghoul established or another Dracloak. Just more draw power is always good, especially when we're this far ahead. Caleb with the Streamer Client. Big time. Bought the hacks. Establishing Monkey Dory seems decent from Rogerson as well. Not going to bench it, though. Just going to play it slow. There's the knockout. Does Dracloak even exist? Like, is Dracloak real? All right, Kirlia to the active. Screamtail is getting set up here now from Brent. Gonna have to go settle for a turn 3 now. Doesn't attach to Psychic Energy. Interesting. I wonder how many Psychics we have in the discard pile. We could have attached it to Kirlia and then retreated it off the Kirlia. It's looking pretty good here for Rogerson at this point, though. There are the Dracloaks. There we go. We have a stream for the Portland matches. I'll be playing in Portland. All right, Secret Box coming in. Goodbye, babies. Brent disposing of the babies. Vessel, Bravery, and Iono being searched out. I think there's an Ultra Ball in the hand as well, so we can get some more energy in the discard pile. He has Drifloon too. We gotta try and hold on to that Artisan, right, as the counter stadium. Yeah, can he Drifloon here? Is Drifloon the play here, I guess, is also a question. Creepy's just happy to be there. He's literally just the moral support. He's super happy. Like, look at him in the picture, bro. He's like super happy, chilling on the bench. He literally is we were talking about like Joltik. He brings the energy and then he sits on the bench. Dreepy just sits on the bench. And he's having a good time. He's having a good time. The Thanasis, what do we say? The Thanasis of the deck. Dreepy is the Thanasis of the deck. Just like Joltik is the Thanasis of Joltik Box. Bro, he brings the vibes. He brings the energy. He keeps everyone locked in and focus. He brings snacks. Brings snacks to the to the matches for everyone else. Wait, Joltik is Thanasis? That's insulting. What do you mean? Joltik brings the energy and then he sits on the bench, bro. No one KOs Joltik, bro. Nobody cares about Joltik. Joltik's in the active. He brings the energy, loads everyone up, and then he goes to the bench and just hangs out. Listen, man, Thanasis does good work, all right? So, same as Joltik. Bro, Joltik at least gets into the game. Yo, I've seen Thanasis show up, bro. He'll get his minutes when he needs to. Joltik gets in there for a little bit, then he heads to the bench and chills. I was about to say this Dreepy is a mind game. All right, there we go. Drifloon KO. And with the Braver Charm, and let me think. We got 120. Yeah, we are out of Monkey Door. Oh, there's no damage on the other side to be Monkey Doried anyways. Yeah. Drifloon, one hit. Getting aggressive here from Brent. This is what you want to do as Gardevoir. Just one hit, one hit, one hit, one hit. We just want to go fast and aggressive. Over to Rogerson here. I mean, this is where you want... This is where Jamming Tower would be pretty good, to be honest. Like, you got to find time to use it. May as well throw it out there now. If you can find it. Oh, also, I wasn't really paying attention. Did Brent discard a Artisan on the last turn? Did Artisan get discarded in all this shenanigans? The other Artisan is prized. If Jamming Tower is found here, it's sticking. He did for Vessel. I mean, I don't know if he shouldn't have done that or not. I wasn't really paying attention to the turn that closest. I was too busy talking about Joltik. But Nest Ball versus Superior goes for the Nest. A little bit light on the Golden Goes currently for Rogerson. Yeah, Jamming Tower would be pretty devastating because Brent prized the other Artisan. He should have known Artisan is... Well, he got an Artisan off the prize cards, I believe, actually. Brent did. Like, he got Artisan off Secret Box and then discarded it, I believe, was the sequence there. Brent's usually... I don't actually know how thorough Brent is with his prize checking. Brent definitely does prize check, but he's not like... He's not as thorough as Rogerson or like a Bradner or a Rowan. But it'll definitely come back to bite you sooner or later if you don't prize check decently thoroughly. You take second Artisan off the box then? He got an Artisan off box, but one of them is prized. And it is still prized. Nah, bro, prize checking is Giga Fake. You prize check fully? I usually get like I get between 4 to 6. Closer to 4 than 6. More often 4, sometimes 6. You almost always get better win percentage if you save time on prize check. All right, what are your credentials, Threy? Listen, if you have the credentials, I'll be like, all right. But if not, I'm just going to say you're gaslighting chat. That's Miloslav. All right. Credentials acquired. I can't argue against Miloslav's take. That he definitely has the credentials to back it up. Here's better to not spend the time. Kinda, yeah, because he's a slow deck. I mean, there's like you should check something. You don't have to check all 6. Like the Bradner method. Do you need to check all 6 and always get all 6? Probably not. There definitely is a balance to it. Time is important, but checking some amount of prize cards is reasonable. It's fair to not do a full prize check turn 1. I normally just check for the smaller things over the next couple deck searches after the first. That's what I generally lean towards as well. You got to check something, and there's definitely important things for matchups and situations, but then yeah, you want to pull together all of your 6 prize cards. Like by turn 3 or 4, you should probably know all 6, or at least everything that would ever be relevant. If you forget about a Buddy Poffin, you're probably okay. With that said, though, I am down for them just to allow us to look at our prize cards when we go to set up. Bradner method? I mean, everyone knows what I mean when I say it. I'm not knocking him for it either. If Bradner wants to check his prize cards that way, that's fine. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. How can you forget a Poffin? That's fine. He'd be chilling. All right, here we go. The counter catcher play again happening from Brent. Second Monkey Dory established. And wait, do we have the KO on the Golden Go here? Wait, don't we just win if we KO this Golden Go, or basically win? Rogerson still has a switch left, but we're in a pretty bad spot. Well, we're definitely KOing the Golden Go here, that's for sure. Yeah, honestly, Brent's in a pretty good spot here. There's 6. There's knockout. Screamtail does get KO'd by jamming Tower. I don't know how relevant that is, but Caleb does have switch left. The switch is literally in the hand. I don't know if he can get out of this though with how little he has set up. I do go back to, I don't know, 2 or 3 turns ago when Rogerson chose. Okay, we did just draw into Golden Go off of the Dracloak. We might stick this one out. We'll see. I do go back to like 3 or 4 turns ago, like when Rogerson played super conservatively with Buddy Poffin and like didn't go get more Dreepies and Gimme Ghouls, despite having more Golden Goes and Dracloaks left in the deck. Can I catch your tower in hand? He had game. Oh, right here. KO Fez. So I feel like Rogerson probably should have tried to get more draw power set up. It was like 2 or 3 turns ago at this point, but he had 2 Poffins in hand and discarded both Poffins, but could have discarded something else and Poffin for like another Gimme Ghoul or just another Dreepy. Just like get more draw power set up. It doesn't really ever hurt you to get more draw power set up in this matchup. There's like could be some weird stuff where Monkey Dories get you like an extra, give Brent like an extra prize card, but I feel like it doesn't come up that often, or you shouldn't try and take advantage of it. But we're in with the Cypher Maniac. We have switched into Golden Go to draw 2. I mean, you could just put Jamming Tower and a Superior on top and then just see what Brent does, I guess. Or you could go Counter Catcher. No, I don't even know what you do here, to be honest. Could you ever trap anything in the active here as Rogerson? If you have Counter Catcher, could you ever Counter Catcher Fez Tower? Fez Tower, I guess. Can't we just jamming and leave 1 prize or inactive? Jamming, leave 1 prize or inactive. I guess. Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah. Just get the Jamming Tower, throw it in play. It KOs the Screamtail, and then you just pass with Dracloak in the active. Then you're hoping Brent can't find the other Artisan, but Brent's other Artisan is prize. Unless Brent went up to 3 Artisan, which I wouldn't be shocked by. That's something I recommended to someone who's playing Gardevoir at this tournament. I was like, you should definitely think about 3rd Artisan, because Jamming Towers are coming at... Jamming Tower is definitely at an all-time high right now, so... Now, it's not that... There's not that much Jamming Tower in the meta, but it's at an all-time high for sure. I did recommend someone consider a 3rd Artisan in their Gardevoir. I don't know if they actually went with it, though. Plays 2 unless he switched. Yeah, his list previously had played 2. I don't know if he's changed that, though. You have to trap something? No? I don't think you can expect to trap anything here as Rogerson, to be honest. All right, there's the draw 1. So we're definitely leaving Dracloak in the active here as Rogerson. I assume that was the jamming. Oh, we're not even using the Jamming Tower. We're just passing. But Rogerson is setting up to win next turn, right? Jamming Tower plus KO Fez. I guess that makes the most sense to not even put the Jamming Tower in play. Wait. How close are we to just losing, though? Okay, now we're out of Jamming Tower range. Okay, all right, that's probably a mistake then, right? Because now we're just out of jamming tower range. And now Brent just punches your golden go on the bench. Okay, I think... Is it time to concede now? It might be time to concede now. Yeah, I guess that's always the play here, though. If you don't put jamming tower in play, then Brent just goes, okay, I'll move a little bit off my Screamtail. And then you're just chilling, right? Oh, wait, Monkey Dory? True. No, he can't Monkey Dory because he doesn't have a medal for his golden go. He has to go Monkey Dory jamming tower to KO the Screamtail. And then you don't have the... You can't win this turn. Definitely can't win this turn. And then you just lose to a Night Stretcher. So that's probably not the correct play. Yeah, I think Rogerson needed to jamming tower last turn. Yeah, we just had to throw it out there last turn and just see what happened. Although, yeah, now it's not winnable this turn. It's not winnable this turn. I don't even know what you do here as Rogerson now. I guess KO they... No, you can't do anything. What do you do? Game 2. Or game 3, excuse me. Oh, wait, you can evolve to Dragapult and KO the active with Dragapult. And you don't just lose. You would lose to the Clefairy, though, if it's found. Because we can use the first attack. That's our only play, right? Is evolve to Dragapult, punch for 70. Ideally, we have a Fire or a Psychic to go with it. So that way we can threaten the big attack potential on the next turn. I don't know if that actually matters, but... Trap Fez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh... There is only one Psychic. Oh, there's one Psychic and one Dark Energy unaccounted for from Brent. Brent did attach manually to Gardevoir last turn. Was that? Oh, but that was for the same reason, right? Now everything's in 1 retreat range, as opposed to one thing being in 2 retreat range. So that's why Brent did that. Now everything can retreat for 1 energy. But Rogerson could go after the Fez here. But that is so slow. How does that lead to a win, though? If we counter catch our Fez, how does that lead to a win? All right, we did find the Superior. I assume that means we're setting up towards Dragapult. Okay, when the active feels pretty weak, though, I'm not going to lie. So maybe counter catch our Fez and then punch it for 70 is the play here from Rogerson. But then we double Monkey Dory off the Screamtail. But if you double the Monkey Dory off the Screamtail, you have no... And the Screamtail never dies. How do you ever... Screamtail KO Golden Go? I guess you could still have maybe quite a little, just enough damage. No energies left, maybe. Brent has 2 energy left, a Psychic and a Dark. Counter catcher hit Fez for 70. If you hit Fez for 70, I guess hitting Fez for 70 seems fine, right? Counter catcher Fez, hit it for 70. Sure, why not? Yep. And then even if you Monkey Dory twice, you still go KO that plus KO Screamtail. Oh, you have Jamming Tower as well to take away. No, but if you heal 60 off the Screamtail, you can't KO. You can't KO the Screamtail on the bench. Oh, we have a Bravery Charm as well. Oh, and a Research. All right, geez. All right, game 3. Wait. Okay, game 3. Okay, there was no Dark Energy left, but we had Night Stretcher left. All right, game 3, 6 minutes. It's winnable. It is winnable. The game can go pretty fast. I'm sure both... I don't think players would hate... I don't think the players would hate a tie here because 2 ties probably makes top cut. Yeah, I don't think players would hate a tie because 2 ties make top cut. Wasn't it better to just kill Screamtail? No, because then you give the Fez draw and you lose to a Night Stretcher. Actually, you lose to like a lot of things, I think, if you do that. Wait. Oh yeah, you lose to Clefairy too. You give a bench space open for Clefairy. You lose to Night Stretcher for Screamtail. You give Pheasantipity draw. You're not trying... The biggest thing you're trying to do is not give over the Pheasantipity draw. It's like the biggest thing. Also, giving a bench space is pretty bad as well. No, doing the play that Rogerson made was the correct play, I think, for sure. He definitely did the right play. Yeah, I think it was definitely the right play for sure. He lost because he had no Dreepy support. Yeah, as soon as he evolved the Dreepy to the Dracloak, it was not a winnable situation. It became unwinnable at that point. Without the moral support of Dreepy, it was cooked. All right, we finally get to see Rogerson go second. Immediately into a Buddy Buddy Puffin, of course. As soon as we took out Thanasis, the Golden Goes weren't motivated. Shake my head. Dude, true. That's facts, bro. See, you're getting it. You're getting it. All right, second Puffin on the way. You love to see it. I just want to see. I think right, Rogerson did make a misplay last game by not. You just need to put more Dreepies and Gimme Ghouls in play for more potential draw power to set up throughout the game. Yeah, there was that turn where Rogerson just like chose not to put down more Dreepies and stuff. And I think he could have. I'm almost positive he could have. All right, aggressive TM Evo. Here we go. Golden Go and the Dracloak set up. Does Danglepult cope? I don't think Danglepult's that good. I think like Dango Zorak or Dango Revavroom is just better. The Pult is just like so like you want it because you want the secondary attack, like the what you gain from having Dragapult. It's really Golden Go Dracloak, and it's like, oh, and I have Pult. That's kind of cool. And Pult helps me get through Cornerstone or whatever. But like it's just, I don't know. I think there's like other fine ways to get through Cornerstone. Like I think a lot of decks just don't even have the Cornerstone value has gone way down, or people playing Cornerstone has gone way down. And then like if you just play Baby Golden Go with like a Super Rod, like a Zorak or Revavroom build can usually get through the Cornerstone depending on the deck. Or if you play that and Iron Bundle, use Iron Bundle around them a bunch as well. It's not too tough to deal with, for sure. All right, Kirlia, Badoo, energy established on the Monkey Dory. Golden Go for 2. Plenty of energy in hand. Second Golden Go, draw another one. Dracloak for 2. Energy or superior, goes for the energy. Attach metal and swing. Get the first KO here for Rogerson. We're cooking right now. Did he just draw? Oh no! What the fuck just happened? Did he just draw a card though? Oh no! He's playing too fast. He didn't draw a prize card. He drew a card. Uh-oh. Oh. Well, does this become a 2 prize penalty? That makes things interesting for Brent. I'm not gonna lie. See, we didn't do stroke fast gaming because 5-minute price checks. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I didn't check how thorough Rogerson was being with his price checks, but that is fair. Listen, I'm all for. I've definitely come around on a little bit as well. I used to be a little bit more on the in the Bradner camp. Check all 6, find all 6, learn to find all 6. But I've definitely come around a little bit where it's like you should try and be efficient with your prize checking, but don't stress 6. Don't stress 6. Stress how much time you're spending for sure. Try and keep it around. Try and keep it under a minute, but try and find as many as possible. I would like to see people just be able to like pick up their 6 prize cards and look at them, to be honest, though. Or draw 7, find a basic. If you have a basic, draw 6, look at 6, shuffle 6. Your opponent can cut or tap or whatever. Lay out 6. Maybe next season. I don't know. How could we convince TPCI to make that a rule? How could we convince them? Do you think they would ever be okay with that? What happened? Just tuned in. Rogerson went to draw a prize card and drew a card from the top of his deck because he's trying to play fast, which is like fine. It's fine that he's trying to play fast, but you make more mistakes when you're trying to play fast. Are TPCI even allowed to implement that as a rule? I mean, our rules are different than Japan to begin with, right? Like our tiebreaker rules are different, or were different. Like they still lay out 1 prize card over in Japan, I'm pretty sure, when they go for a tiebreaker game. Like, so we already do stuff differently. Obviously, that is looking at the prize cards is a little bit more extreme, but Pokemon likes to print. TPCI likes to print Pokemon Catcher for 10 years. I don't think we changed our mind. Hey, that's TPC. Right? We're trying to work with TPCI here. They're a little different. They're a little different. You know, they're just forced to give us Pokemon Catcher. I agree that prize checking is a skill in itself, and good checkers should be rewarded. Well, they currently are. Prize checking is rewarded, well, up to an extent, because like Threy is saying in chat, like if you just save time and just play fast, playing more Pokemon is better. And that is one thing that I've been like preaching in general about prize checking. Like playing Pokemon, if you assume you're the better Pokemon player, you want to play more Pokemon. Playing more Pokemon means you have a higher chance of earning more match points. Earning more match points means you have a higher chance of progressing in the tournament. So you're trying to maximize how much Pokemon you can play. If you prize check, like prize checking isn't playing Pokemon. However, it can be the difference between losing or winning a game. So there is some level of importance you want to put on prize checking to maximize win percentage. But there's like a balance to it of like trying to play Pokemon versus trying to prize check for sure. But I think all of us would like to play more Pokemon. I think all of us would like to play more Pokemon. That is the stuff that matters the most. Although there's a lot of games that we see where players lose because they didn't prize check, or we see players win because they did prize check, and they like played accordingly around the lack of a certain prize card. Is a minute and 30 too much for prize checking? It's like, I mean, how much? I mean, too much is like, I guess like my opinion. I think it should probably be like at a minute, like 60 seconds is what we should probably give players, around 60 seconds. There's really no like rule. 130 is like, I've never even timed anyone, to be honest. Or I've never really timed myself, or I haven't timed myself recently. With prize checking. So yeah, I don't know. You have to like start timing players and see how much time they actually take. The judges I know usually allow 60 seconds max for a initial prize check. Yeah, it shouldn't be over. It probably shouldn't be over a minute 30, but around a minute 30, is that fine? I don't know. I mean, if I had to set the rule, if I had to set the rule, everyone would just look at their prize cards, but if we don't cut the opponent's deck, we are cheating. True. I apologize. What do you mean by prize checking? When you play your first search card for your turn, because you know all the 60 cards in your deck, when you pick up your deck and look at it, you can figure out what 6 cards are prized. So players like look through every single card in their deck, look at their hand, look what's on the board, and they can figure out what 6 cards are in their prize cards. The players take extra time on their first search, like their first nest ball or first buddy poffin. They take extra time to try and figure out what's prized. Just joined what happened. Rogerson by accident drew a card for drew an extra card out of the deck instead of drawing a prize card. You're talking about looking through your deck to see what you're missing, right? Yeah. Would it be bad to let players see prizes, then have them shuffle them for prizes, so no time is spent checking prize cards? Do you still don't know prize order? That's what I'm advocating for, Lance. I don't think it would be bad. I think it'd be fine. I think it'd be a fine thing to do, to just remove the prize checking time up. Because as the game gets more competitive, I don't know if that's actually 100% true, because like Thray makes a good point. I do feel like, and I feel like, but this has been the trend lately. Like people didn't used to, like immediately post-COVID, people did not check prize cards the way people check prize cards now. And I feel like as the game gets more competitive though, I feel like the prize checking amount will go up. Like more and more players will take the extra minute and a half to prize check every single game. But there is the flip side of that, and Thray makes a good point that more time playing Pokemon is sometimes more valuable than spending time checking prize cards. Isn't prize checking skill expression though? Yeah, definitely to an extent. It definitely rewards. The players who actually go to the way to prize check and are efficient with prize checking definitely get rewarded for it, but it doesn't mean it needs to exist. Like technically best of 5 is better skill expression, but I don't think anyone really wants to play a best of 5 regional championships, you know? Technically 60 minutes instead of 50 minutes is more skill expression. Right, you can kind of just go on. It's like you can go infinitely on that. I guess prize checking is a little bit different because it is like a fundamental part of the game to an extent, but I don't think it's like, I don't think removing prize checking from the game removes like that much skill from the game, I guess. I guess that would be the argument you'd have to make, is like how much skill from the game is being removed when you remove prize checking. Both players should just get to decide if they both check their prizes or not. If they both agree, they get to look. I would honestly be fine with that as well, being the rule, to be honest. PJ Ball would be just like if the players can agree. I was playing against one of my friends, and we were both playing Control Zoroark, so we have like a billion one-ofs. And we were like, yo, do you just want to look at our prize cards? And we called over a judge. I'm not going to say what judge it was. We called over a judge, one of the head judges. They were like, yo, is it fine if we just agree to let us look at our prize cards? And the judge was like, the judge said, when I turn away, whatever happens, happens. We didn't do it. We got cold feet, but the judge was definitely being chill about it. The judge was definitely being chill about it. He was like, when I turn away, whatever happens, happens. We got cold feet and didn't do it. And then I did beat him. Nothing to do with prize cards, though. We both took a minute to check our prize cards in the game. But, yeah, I would be fine with that being a rule. Like, it's basically, I mean, the prize checking timeline is an unwritten rule. All right, my guess here is that they awarded a penalty to Rogerson, and Rogerson is now appealing the penalty. Would be my guess is what's happening here. So how would you recommend orientating your cards during prize checking, especially as someone who can't shuffle well? Just put all the Pokemon to the front, all the energy to the back, or something like that. Real talk, if that was the rule, I would always say no, just to get the mental edge. The mental edge. I would probably always say yes. I'm too lazy for that. At this point, honestly, I guess it kind of depends. Like if earlier in my career, I probably would have been more cutthroat, but at this point, I would just always say, yeah, let's just both look at our prize cards. All right, my guess is that we're gonna exit this with Rogerson having a 2 prize penalty. What would the appeal even be here? That it just like doesn't matter, or that, you know, being on stream for the situation, you know, that's gonna lead to that. Like this kind of exact, like Rogerson drew from his deck because his prizes aren't on his left hand side where they normally are, and I literally had this situation come up with me at OCIC. Oh, maybe there's not a 2 prize penalty. Maybe there wasn't a 2 prize penalty. It's not listed here anyways. Maybe they were going to give him a warning and he was arguing against getting a warning, because if you get enough warnings, that does lead to further penalties, but there's no marking on the Brent's prize cards. We'll see though. Maybe they just forgot to add it to the overlay. But yeah, this literally happened against me against Cameron Shinoy. Like Cameron is left-handed and they made him play right-handed, and twice he drew a card from his deck instead of his prize cards. And it wasn't even like a rushing thing. He wasn't trying to play super fast. It was just that, oh, it is a 2 prize penalty. There it is. Okay, we're just waiting for it. Just waiting for it to update. Oh well. Well, that's not great. Looking pretty bad here for Caleb. Yeah, they made Shinoy play left-handed or right-handed, but he's left-handed, and then he drew from his deck twice instead of drawing a prize card. And me and him argued against the judges for not to be a DPL, but it was just great. It was cringe. It was super cringe. I was definitely gonna beat his ass anyways, but he shouldn't have gotten a 2 prize penalty. All right, well, now Brent's kind of cooking here, to be honest. Do we have a big hit, or is it just a little hit? Well, you can't do that without a Bravery Charm. You literally just killed your own Drifloon. All right, never mind. We're chilling. Nah, you know what? Fuck it. Another DPL, bro. And the Drifloon dies. DPL and the Drifloon dies, bro. This game is going to be decided by DPL. 3 prize swing. On Brent's turn, a 3 prize swing. He KOs his own Drifloon, and because you're not allowed to do that, he cheated, and it's also a DPL. Rogerson only needs 2 prize cards to win the game now. This is insane. How will Rogerson respond? All right, I mean, at this point, you like need... Okay, never mind. We have it in hand. Jamming Tower is in hand here for Rogerson. I mean, like, Jamming Tower Iono is like the only win condition I really see here for Rogerson. You have Counter Catcher as well. You could actually go... Wait, hang on. If Rogerson can find... I don't actually know how many cards are in Brent's hand. You could go Jamming Tower, Counter Catcher, KO Guardy. There's only a Ralts on the bench, so that would require a Candy Guard for... Actually, no. Rogerson has a way into this, to be honest. This isn't over yet. Rogerson actually has a realistic chance of winning this. Jamming Tower, Counter Catcher, KO Guardy. I don't even think we need Iono to get involved, to be honest. I don't know how many cards are in Tonnyson's hand here. Would Brent get 4 or 2 cards off an Iono? 4. You just have to draw less prize cards. You don't actually physically draw the prize cards. Why wasn't the Drifloon KO? Charm wasn't on it yet. Because Gardevoir can't KO. Gardevoir's abilities is not allowed to KO Pokemon. So you have to maintain the board state still. So if Brent didn't have a Bravery Charm there, they would just put an energy back in the discard pile and remove 2 damage counters from it. Counter Catcher first, right? Then jamming? Yes. Counter Catcher first. Counter Catcher first. All right, time's been called. Does Rogerson ever just like play it out for a tie here? So Brent has 2 more turns left. I don't think that makes any sense, right? You have to play for the win here as Rogerson. I was like, if we have Turo, do we just ever pick up our Golden Go? That's not ever good enough. Energy Surge Pro off the top seems pretty good. But we definitely have the play here for Rogerson. I'm almost sure. Brent just needs to KO a Dango. Yes. Dango goes down. The game is over. We have Ultra Ball here for Rogerson. We can Ultra Ball 4. And we have the... Oh, wait. We can't Iono anymore, though, because all the energy's in the hand. Yeah, we can't Iono here. Ultra Ball coming out. We get one more Golden Go. Is Zoro just not a good draw engine for Dango in this meta? I personally think Zoroark's better than Dracloak. The reason people play Dragapult, Dracloak and Dragapult instead is because you have the option of attacking with Dragapult. That's like literally the only reason why people play it. Which isn't like it's pretty good. Okay, we go after the Guardy here. There's the jamming. Didn't use the Artisan, maybe could have. I don't know if there's anything worth getting out of the deck, but then I guess we maybe risk like triple Monkey Dory happening. And yeah, here comes 7 energy for the 1 hit. Why not play Zoro and Reshiram? It's just not good. Reshiram just never gonna happen. Use Artisan, didn't grab anything. Oh, did he fail it? I wasn't paying attention to that. Looks like the same thing's happening with Buddy Poffin. There we go. Wait, was that 7? Oh, it was 7. Okay, I thought I saw 6 at first. All right, Brent can win this turn. And if Brent doesn't win this turn, Caleb still needs Boss KO Pheasantipity to win. So at the very least, Brent could just Turo Pheasantipity and force a tie. We'll see. Starting with an S-Ball. Brent needs a lot. We need Counter Stadium. Then we need a Bravery Charm attacker and what's it called? A Bravery Charm and then something else. Your boxes is there. Do we have it in hand? Why did Brent get penalized? Brent didn't get penalized. Rogerson got penalized. Brent has to draw 2 less prize cards. And Rogerson got penalized for drawing a card instead of a prize card. Oh, wait. Second Artisan is prized again. Brent needs a third Artisan, bro. He's so unlucky. We could triple Dory, though, right? Couldn't we? We could triple Dory, KO, Dracloak. Oh, but how are we going to get another prize card? Actually, no, that doesn't make any sense. Never mind. Don't mind me. I didn't say anything. Wait, actually, is there... Oh, there's the Monkey Dory on the bench. No, wait. Brent could win with triple Dory. Triple Dory plus Countercatcher wins the game. Candy, Gardevoir, triple Dory, Countercatcher. But Brent just settles for the Badoo here. Triple Dory wins, just KO active. Oh, true. Yeah, you could just KO active. Oh, yeah. What the heck? Holy smokes. All right, so I think Brent is playing to... Oh, yeah, that's true. It's plus 90. Yeah, chilling. So Brent either finds... Oh, we're not benching the Dory? Wait, why would we not bench the Dory, though? Oh, no, I guess we can still find Drifloon, Bravery Charm. But we still have the Dory option. We wanted to get the Badoo just to guarantee not losing. We have the Night Stretcher. We have everything here as Brent. We just need to draw into the Candy Gardevoir. We're just missing Candy Gardevoir at this point. We have everything we need. We just need a Gardevoir. That makes sense. That makes sense. No Stadium Bump? Oh, wait. Yeah, we have no Stadium Bump. So the only out is the Monkey Dory. Oh, wait. How many Dark Energy are on the Monkey Dories in play? I think I'm just trolling, actually. We don't have... We only have 1 Dark in play. I'm getting way too far ahead of myself. So Brent actually just doesn't have a win condition. Brent just needs to Badoo... And... Oh, wait. Brent has 2 turns. Dude, I am hella trolling. Brent has 2 turns. We're in time. Turn 1. Brent has another turn to play the game. So we just Badoo this turn, and then we win next turn. I don't know how we win next turn. We'll figure it out, though. You need to Turo Fez? No, he can Turo Fez this turn. He didn't need to Turo Fez. He didn't need to Turo Fez this turn. He can Turo Fez... No. This is Rogerson's last turn. Rogerson can't win. This is Rogerson's last turn. Rogerson literally can't win. So you were thinking about the Japanese time rules? Probably not, dude. I'm just kind of lost. But how do we win next turn with only 2 monkeys as Brent and no Artisan? I don't think I honestly, I think it's just a tie. I think it's just a tie. Can't he boss Fez? He can't get energy. He's item locked. He has no access to energy here. Rogerson can't get... Rogerson would need 6 energy, but they're all in the discard pile. He can probably deal... He can probably KO a Badu or 2, but he can't... Actually, I don't know. This thing's got a Bravery Charm, actually. I don't know if he can. Yeah, so Brent did need to find Candy Guardy that turn to actually win this. Yeah, Brent did need to find Candy Guardy to actually have a chance to win this. There's the pass. Final turn here for Brent. Has Gardevoir, has Secret Box. Shouldn't matter, though, because Artisan is prized. Third Artisan? Nope. The way Brent is looking through his deck, I feel like he thought he maybe had it in there, but it is not in the deck. Does penalty work with Iono? You don't draw the prize cards. You just have to draw less prize cards. So Brent still has 4 prize cards. He just only needs to draw 2 more. Yep, that's a tie. All right. I mean, I think Rogerson was probably in a pretty good spot if the penalty didn't happen. Brent does prize Artisan, second Artisan, 2 games in a row. This card Artisan was a crucial mistake. That wasn't in this game, pleb. That was the previous game. This game, Brent put an Artisan in play, which I guess maybe was questionable for him putting it in play. And then the second Artisan was prized. But it was one of the previous games where he discarded an Artisan where he maybe didn't have to. I don't know if he could have avoided it, though, to be honest. Why did he get a penalty? He drew a card instead of a prize card. He went to go draw a prize card and drew a card for turn. Oh, I got it. I tried to catch a fly in the air. I missed it. Tied? Tied. Why were 2 of Brent's prize indicators marked red? Because Rogerson had a 2 prize penalty against him, so that was indicating that Tonneson needs to draw 2 less prize cards. But you don't when you need to draw when a prize penalty happens, you don't physically draw the prize cards. You just need to draw less prize cards. So they don't want to mark them as gone because it'd be confusing to see Brent draw 4 prize cards off an 4 cards off an Iono when there's like 4 prize cards grayed out. So they read them out when it's a penalty. How long until the Japan stream? Like an hour. How do you feel about the Dango Guardy matchup? You got the Jamming Tower. It's probably pretty close. It's definitely not as bad as people in chat have made me start to think it is. Whenever people talk about this matchup in chat, they act like Guardy can't win. With a single Jamming Tower, it seems like it's 50-50, maybe slightly Guardy favored. If they have double Jamming Tower, honestly, you're probably cooked. If there's 2 Jamming Towers, you're probably cooked. Well, Guardy clearly can't win. There was one big mistake in this game, though, that James pointed out at the end of this game. Was Brent... was that the end of game 1? Is this game 2? This is game 1. Was this... With this turn here coming up, Brent just needed to KO the damaged Golden Go on the bench. Or was like this turn here. Yeah, Brent KOs the Pheasantipity, but what Brent needed to do was KO this damaged Golden Go instead. So it was a pretty big mistake there from Brent in this first game. And honestly, I feel like Brent was in a really good spot if he actually made the correct play. But made a mistake. Got punished. Go next. You hoping for any meta changes coming from the Gen 5 set? I don't know. I don't think about those things. What's good? Whatever ends up being good is good. Whatever is not is not. Is there a general draw order for Loke, Bench Dango, and Active Dango for Dango Pult? It depends on how many cards you need. Generally, you want to Loke last, but like if you're trying to get 2 cards off Cypher Maniac, it would be like Bench Dango, Loke, then Active Dango. Because you're hoping to draw the Cypher Maniac before you use Active Dango, because then Active Dango draws you 2 cards. But I guess if you can get away with just 1 card, then you'd go like Bench Dango, Loke, Active Dango. I don't know. It depends on the situation. It depends on if you need Cypher Maniac, if you care about Cypher Maniac, if you're trying to Iono, how many cards you need off the Cypher Maniac. Because sometimes you actually only want 1 card off Cypher Maniac. You want to leave the other card on top to save for later. So if you get Iono, you naturally draw into a good card. Yeah, it really just comes down to Cypher Maniac, to be honest, in terms of how you should draw with Dango. If you have a switch left and you're okay with just burning it if you draw, because then if you use active Dango to draw 2, you can switch into bench Dango and then draw 2. But that also depends on if you want Cypher Maniac and how many cards you need off the Cypher Maniac this turn. If you need Cypher Maniac but you only want 1 card, that's different than needing Cypher Maniac and wanting 2 cards. So for prize checking, you need to know all Pokemon and energy available, then any matchup relevant trainer supporters. I think it's a fair take for sure. Checking Pokemon and energy is just so fast that you should always check Pokemon and energy. For sure. That's usually my recommendation, is like do some kind of sorting method, put energy to the front, Pokemon to the back or whatever. You should know if you prize any Pokemon or any energy. And then trainers, sure, yeah, supporters. The one thing you should always check, if you want to be as lazy as possible with prize checking, the one thing you should check is make sure everything you need in your deck is there for your turn. Like if you're playing Golden Go and you're like, okay, so I'm gonna do this and this and this, and then I'm gonna play this card and go get my Energy Search Pro. If you use like a Artisan to start your turn, or if you use like an Artisan to start your turn, probably should check if your Energy Search Pro is prized before you play any other cards. Yeah, if you want to be as lazy as possible with prize checking, on each turn, just check that you have the thing there. Or once you realize a win condition, you're like, oh, I'm gonna attack this turn, and then if I have boss next turn, I win. Make sure you have the boss for the next turn. Not like in your hand, but like in your deck, or you have available to be able to find it. The availability to be able to find it. Did you hear about the VGC DQ for the guy looking out into the crowd during the match? Oh no, what the heck? Was he actually getting signals? Or was it just like coincidence? He just nodded to someone and they thought it was cheating. Who was it? What was the name? Look at Judy. How do you pronounce his name? Judy? Wait, what the heck is it? What is his Twitter? Soulsur VDC? Okay, I found it. At 6-0, Lorenzo was DQ'd apparently. Oh, this is who someone else mentioned in chat earlier. Lorenzo. At 6-0, Lorenzo was DQ'd apparently due to nodding to the crowd during his stream set versus... someone's name I'm not going to try and pronounce, which the judges took as if he was receiving signals for someone in the crowd, which just feels so ... Additionally, all of his wins on stream from stream on are reversed, creating an interesting scenario. I don't know. Here, President. Additionally, all of his wins from stream on are reverse cheating. I'm not sure. I feel like that's worded poorly, or I'm just like losing my mind. It should be noted Lorenzo was also the stream's perspective. That feels like a situation where like it feels like a situation where they should like confirm that they think something's happening. Like they should be like, oh, we see that. That looks a little sus. Let's just have someone watch him for the rest of the match and then watch his table moving forward. That seems kind of silly for sure. That definitely seems silly. Yeah, it definitely seems like they should chill. Chill, just look out for something. Yeah, that seems like if it was like a single nod. I mean, I guess you could see it and be like, I think he's getting information. I think he's cheating. But like, I feel like there's something you'd like look for. Maybe they did. Maybe I'm. But if it's like it's one single nod to the crowd, that feels weird. I would definitely call that an overreaction and watch him like a hawk. That's what I'm saying, yeah. It was his perspective. There was no way of knowing what the opponent was doing unless they were on stage with him. It was his perspective. There was no way of knowing what the opponent was doing unless they were on stage with him. Wait, what do you mean? It was his perspective. There was no way of knowing what the opponent was doing unless they were on stage with him. Oh, like the gameplay was his. It was showing his side of the field. So it was showing what move he was selecting. So if anyone was looking at the TV in the venue, in the crowd, if anyone was looking at the TV in the venue in the crowd, they were only seeing what he was doing. Am I understanding that correctly? I feel like I'm understanding that correctly. So there was nothing to gain. There's nothing to gain. I mean, you could argue, though, that someone has like a better understanding of the matchup and was still telling him the right move to do, right? Someone caught cheating? No. Someone got DQ'd. Someone got very questionably DQ'd. I mean, I don't want to say for sure that he wasn't cheating. Like, I'm not going to for sure say that the judges for sure messed up. I don't know that much about the situation, but it definitely doesn't seem... It seems a little sus, but... Maybe the judges know something more that we don't. But yeah, I don't think I don't think it was his perspective is a good justification, right? Because like, you could still be looking out for confirmation. Someone could still, like, you could look out, like, to play devil advocate. You could look out to the crowd and someone could be like confirming that you're doing the right thing or something. Like if you talk to someone before the match and we're like, all right, this is how I'm gonna play it, and then you like start playing it that way, look out to the crowd, and the person is like, yep, you're doing good, keep doing what you're doing. Like, even if it was on his perspective, they could have had some further code that implies something else besides just like the turn that they're actively in, right? Maybe playing devil's advocate. It seems overblown for sure for the information we have, but there's two sides to every story, so I'm not going to jump to conclusions. Too hard. DQ'd for Nadia is crazy. It seems wild. What was the DQ reason? They thought he was cheating. They thought he was getting like signs from someone in the crowd. How do you choose which Pokemon card to put on the thumbnail of the live streams? Today is Gardevoir. Whatever makes the most sense. Well, for the ones that's where I'm playing, I put cards on the thumbnail that I'm going to be playing with. For this one, we're going into a regional championship where Gardevoir has won the last like 3 or 4 majors. I don't know, Gardevoir kind of makes sense. You're streaming day 2 tomorrow? No, I'm actually gonna be playing it. I'm playing in day 2 tomorrow, so I'm just streaming today. But then I fly out tonight to play in day 2. Maybe they just hate nodding, just like Ian. No nodding, no fist waving. None of that. Are you playing in day 2 but not day 1? I've just got an auto spot into day 2. And let's actually catch up with the tournament here for where we're at. Where our 7-0s. Well, I guess, well, no, they just tied. We don't have a 7-0 from that round. Are you gonna auto spawn day 2? It's gotta be me. Sam 7-0, Jones 7-0, Dalgard 7-0, 601s. Now we have Rogerson, Salazar, Ian, Daniel Lin with the Zoroark 601. Okay. Labella 601. Onison now 601 after the stream match. Tyler Matthews 6-1. Does that mean Matthews lost at some point? Yeah, that means Matthews lost this round, actually, I think. Is this going to be the last round? This is the last round coming up, yeah. Last round of Swiss is coming up. Viper 6-1. Eon 6-1. See what match they give us. Actually, we can take a look at what the matches are as well. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing the 7-0. I don't know. Depending on the matchup, I wouldn't mind seeing the 7-0, to be honest. For player B going 8-0 into day 2. What is your next tournament? Command in the title. We'll give you that information. Depending on the matchup. No dark mode, I'm blinded. Do they have a dark mode on RK9? I don't think they do they? It is 8 rounds today. This is the final round of Swiss coming up. Did you see anything interesting in Champions League last night? Not really. A lot of Raging Bolt. A little Mewtwo. A little Grimmsnarl. A little Typhlosion. Nothing crazy. Yeah, nothing wild. Tor did play Mewtwo, yeah. Tor did rock the Mewtwo. I wanted to check something. What do I want to check, dude? What the fuck? Oh, yeah. I want to see what time the tournament in Japan starts back up. Mewtwo looked okay. Got Max Quint versus George. Slacking? Yo! The slack? Honestly, you kind of love to see it. What is this, Japan? Bolt? Dude, that's what I'm saying, bro. We're gonna see enough Bolt later, bro. Get rid of this. Or took Azul's tweet seriously. I mean, I doubt he's playing the list that I tweeted out. He's probably playing something else. Some other build. Eight round? Yeah, maybe 9 round. 10 round. Why is he on E-Search? I'm crying. It's E-Switch. That's Energy Switch, not Energy Search. Post-game interview, I net decked Azul. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, that would be kind of sick, but I doubt so. All right, predictions up. Slacking versus Raging Bolts. What deck do you even give the edge in this, to be honest? I don't even know. What are you playing to Milwaukee? Everything. I play it all. Nest Ball coming out. What is that in the hand? Is that a Vigoroth? Vigorath? The hand's pretty good. It has Colress. It has Colress. You go Artisan, Colress for Artisan, plus another Jet Energy or something like that. I can't wait to play Slacking when the Rocket Stadium comes out. Well, that stadium is not even that big of a buff to Slacking, bro. People gassing that, bro. It's not even that big of a buff to the deck. Like the best, like what are you even playing as? Like, is it just gonna be like Slacking Zoroark? I hope he net decked you. That I'm not gonna lie, that would be kind of sick if he's literally just playing the 60 that I tweeted out on Friday or whatever. We'll see though. Turns off Slacking's ability. Dun, Yeah. Sounds like Ball will be favored. Nah, Slacking is slightly favored to everything. It has like a 51% win rate into literally every deck in the format. I don't know why everyone's sleeping on it, but everyone stays sleeping on the deck. Oh. All right, well, it's not the 60 I2 deck because he plays at least 2 rare candy. Oh, it looks like the build. It looks like Bernardo Diaz's build for sure. It looks like the Bernardo Diaz build. But it's still sick to see Slacking up there. I'm not gonna lie. You got the turn 1 Colress here. There's the Artisan. That finds the Fan Rotom. No shot we're turning off our own Pidgeot for that shit. That's what I'm saying, yeah. What happened to the prize loss in the last match? Rogerson just drew... what did Rogerson do? Rogerson did something. Fucked up for the last time, Rogerson. What did he do? What did he do? He did something. He did something. Oh, he drew a card from his deck instead of a prize card. He took a knockout for 1 prize card and drew the top card of his deck instead of a prize card. And it was a double prize penalty. All right. Pidgey. There definitely is an argument to get second Pidgey here, so your lone Pidgey doesn't get bopped. I don't hate the double Pidge here. I kind of like it actually. And then we maybe just attach we got the Grand Tree in hand. So we just attach Boomerang Energy to the bench and then pass. Seems fine to me. Yeah, our Pidgey getting bopped. Also, our Pidgey could die to the snipe from the Baby Bolt, so we don't want that to happen as well. You know if the Utrecht special event will be streamed? It will be streamed. Every major tournament in America, Canada, and Europe is streamed. Every single time. They're all streamed. And then... LAIC. That's it. For TPCI events. Nothing in Australia is ever streamed. Very little, if anything, in Latin America is ever streamed. But any major tournament in America, Canada / Europe is always streamed. Even the Puerto Rico special event had a stream. It wasn't an official stream. I guess that's the only event. That's the only event in US / Canada that isn't officially streamed by TPCI is the Puerto Rico special event. But even then, they still had a stream. It was pretty good production too for just like the local shop or whoever it was putting on the stream. It was pretty good production, to be honest. So shout out to them. Shout out to them. I don't think TPCI is gonna go stream the Puerto Rico special event anytime soon. But it's cool that they still have their event, and then the local community or whoever is stepping up and streaming it. It's good to see. All right, the pawn cycle. They aren't forcing the coins on the players this tournament. I noticed. They're not forcing the players to put the coins on the Pokemon like they have at previous events. They probably decided it was probably not correct to do that. they're probably like, well, maybe we don't need to force it. Bro, my biggest pet peeve is how mad the judges get when you don't put coins on your Pokemon. Dude, it's so annoying. The standard needs to be tapping Pokemon, and the commentators need to... I think it's fair, probably, for the judges to enforce players. Like, was it Rogerson was fully 90 degrees turning his Golden Goes. I think tapping them, there's a difference between tapping them and full 90 degrees. Because then when people are watching it, they're like, wait, is it asleep or paralyzed? How is it asleep or paralyzed? But I think doing a little tap is fine. And then I think it's on the judges, not the judges. It's on the commentators to like communicate to the viewers that tapping the Pokemon means that the ability is used, not that anything else is actually affecting the Pokemon. But the coin stuff just takes people out of their flow. Like, you want to keep the players in their flow. You want them to play some good Pokemon. You don't want them to be like worried about some BS or something like that. All right, just gonna be attached boss here from George. Removing getting this Boomerang Energy out of play is actually a pretty big deal. I do like this play here from George. Just knock it out. No energy in play. That's like the biggest thing about this deck, this lacking deck, is building up your energy in play is like the toughest thing. How much worse is Raging Bolt without the Owl package? I think it's better, but I'm very much vastly in the minority of that. So, not using the Artisan? Wait, don't we need another Slack Off? Okay, I'm just kind of confused. He's not prized. Wait, what is the reason for that from Max here? Is the Slakoth in hand? Here comes the Arven. I think we have the return knockout, but it requires a jet energy here from Max. Oh, maybe that's what Max is playing for here. Is Max just gonna go slacking Ursaluna? That actually maybe is Max's play here, actually. Then I guess it is fine, to be honest. Then I guess we don't need the other Slakoth. I was definitely a little confused, but does he have counter gain? Yeah, he just got it off the Arven here. So you can go slacking knockout, and then you can go Ursaluna counter gain, attach knockout into Ursaluna knockout. So I guess this works out here for Max. It works out. You don't need another slacking here, or Slakoth, excuse me. Okay, but now we're gonna go get another Slakoth. Okay, we maybe should use the Artisan. If this is actually gonna get a Slakoth. Okay, maybe we should have used the Artisan, and then our Arven could have got something else. All right, maybe we should have. I mean, we definitely have the bench space to put another Slakoth down. I'm actually kind of questioning this Duskull bench because we never really want to pop Dusknor, and now we're losing like bench space to work with like Fez. I don't like the Duskull grab here. I think the Duskull grab here is actually a mistake here from Max. The Duskull's a mistake, I think, for sure. Because we want more bench space to work with for like Fez, I think. Now we don't have bench space for like Fez plus Ursaluna next turn, which seems bad. So definitely a mistake there from Max to get the Duskull. And it was a mistake to not use Artisan to get the Slakoth, because then oh, we haven't even used Quick Search yet. What the heck? Okay, we're chilling. Got everything set up, but we didn't use Quick Search. Honestly, quick searching for a Boomerang energy might have been a little bit better there, but this seems fine. I mean, like I said, we can go Ursaluna counter gain next turn to actually knock out the follow-up Raging Bolt, which is probably going to KO. Ooh, actually, I'm a little scared here for Max. If the baby Koraidon comes out, that's going to be tough to deal with. Yeah, if the baby Koraidon comes out here from George, that's tough to deal with. Or we have to discard that jet. Okay, we're good. Caught up to it. Nice. What if Bolt just goes one prize or KO with Fan Rotom? What if Bolt just goes one prize or KO with Fan Rotom? Then we need Dusk. Fan Rotom, KO Slakoth on that side. What even? All right, sure. That's fair. That's fair, actually, to be honest. But couldn't you have gotten it next turn? Couldn't you respond with your own Fan Rotom? Couldn't you respond with your own Fan Rotom, KO Fan Rotom, bench Duskull that turn? But I guess then you're a turn behind. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I guess if George does play things slower, or is forced to like use Fan Rotom or something, and this gives us like we're like one turn ahead of developing the Dusknor. Okay, that's reasonable, I guess. Yeah, because now we can like Grand Tree out the Dusknor or something like that. Here comes Asada. Definitely would like to see George find a stadium replacement here. Only one ancient Pokemon to load up here as well. Yeah, the hand here is not of a super high quality for George. Also, I want to know what one prizers George plays. I mean, it might not matter anymore at this point in this matchup. Honestly, this seems exactly where exactly where Max wants to be. Okay, we found Jamming Tower. That's super good here. Take away the Grand Tree. This is nice. Yeah, if George does play the baby Koraidon, that's going to be super effective in this matchup. I think he didn't shuffle. Who, Max? He plays Baby Ball and Slither. No baby Koraidon? Okay, so it doesn't have the big game changer. Both those are still decent. Ooh. We have the KO on the Pidgeot here. That's big. Removing this from play is... Well, we leave the Slacking alive, though. How big is this? Am I gassing this a little bit? Pidgeot's pretty good. Well, I guess in this situation, though, for George didn't have another play. Like, George couldn't KO the Slacking here, I guess, right? We don't have 5 energy to work with. But you could have done the Fan Rotom play that Kieran mentioned. You could have gone Fan Rotom... Ooh, what about Fan Rotom KO Duskull? Oh, wait, but that's the thing about getting the Duskull here, though, right, Kieran? Is, like, the Duskull becomes the target. So we should keep Duskull in the deck and keep it safe to utilize later. Because the Duskull becomes the target, the one prize target, if we put it in play aggressively to respond to a one prize Pokemon getting KO'd. True, we need to Pidgeot for the Boomerang energy. That or just set up for the Ursaluna play thinking your Slacking is going to get KO'd. The biggest loss on Max's last turn, though, was not just Artisaning for Slakoth and then getting a different item card off of the Arvin, but then don't get Duskull for sure. So yeah, definitely some mistakes here, I think, on Max's side. We do have the return KO. Max is still set up in like a decent spot to win this game, though. Don't get me wrong. I think Max has made some mistakes here. We're still set up in a decent spot. Oh, yeah, we're still set up in a decent spot to win this game. Why is there a fan Rotom in our active? Oh, because there's a jamming tower in play. Okay, thank goodness. I was like, dude, I'm so confused. But yeah, there's a jamming tower in play. We're good, we're good, we're good. But hold up. Okay, this is what it could have been, though. Oh, yeah. Max has made some mistakes. Max could have Arvin for Nestball for Fezandipity instead of getting Poffin for Slackoth. If we had Artisan for Slackoth, Arvin for Nestball for Fezandipity, draw +3 with Fez, and then we have Pidgeot and Fez developed in play to respond to whatever George throws at us. Now George is looking like he's in a pretty good spot with the current setup. Another Noctowl coming out here. We can see the area 0 go wide. Use the Sada here to set up 2 Raging Bolts to respond to the Slacking or Ursaluna that come out next turn. This is looking pretty good here for George. I mean, if George only takes a 1-prize KO this turn, we could see Max take advantage of the Dusknoir, but Max developed like the minimum amount you could do last turn. Max literally went attach pass. It's looking pretty bad here. Doesn't Slacking take 2 energy? Yeah, I forgot about Jamming Tower. That's on me. I forgot about Jamming Tower. Counter gain not available. I was like, oh, it's available. We're ahead on prize cards. Or behind on prize cards. Jamming Tower too good. Is the Slacking deck good? No, it's a bad deck. I would even say that Slacking probably just isn't even competitive, to be honest. It's like on the cusp. Yeah, it's on like the cusp of like having potential. Doesn't Dippity make its way to the field? We can't use it, of course. No prize cards were drawn, but he's 5-1-1. I've seen worse decks than Slackoth be 5-1-1 in a tournament. Dude, I'm not shit talking the guy, bro. I'm not shit talking Max. I think it's dope that he's 5-1-1 with Slacking. Slacking also just kind of sucks. Both things can be true. I can be happy for Max. I can hope he wins the tournament, and Slacking can suck. It's all fine. Is there 8 or 9 rounds today? 8 rounds. This is the final round. This is the winning in. Actually, no, this isn't the winning in for these players. This is a pretty big round for them to have a potential of making top cut. Don't say it like this. You just break our hearts. Man, listen, if I could pick a player to win the tournament at this point, I'm picking Max Quint, bro. I'm all in, bro. All my Bulu bucks are on Max for the rest of the tournament. Listen, I am a believer. All right, we got the Crispin here. Oh, do we have a Lightning Energy for turn? I assume we were somehow making this work. Yeah, PokemonTCG is all luck. Paying for coaching lets you learn how to be luckier. I don't know why they show a match that's not a winning in, but not a 7-0 or 6-1. I mean, the way you have to think about it, Juan, is just like day 1 and day 2 is like one continuous tournament. Like winning into day 2 doesn't really like. They could show us a winning in. People are at 4-2-1, but like I don't know. I'm more interested in the players that we're gonna maybe see go further in the tournament and be on the winning in tomorrow for like top 8. I like that they're not just showing winning ins to force winning ins on day 1. It's like. I really want to see like a lower quality game of the Pokemon TCG. Just because it's a winning in. It's like, is it like this? They're not even contention for cut. Like it's not even like putting them in contention for cut. It's like, nah, not really. Not me personally. But we get to see a cool deck. We get to see the Slacking, and we get to see players who are in much better spot to potentially make top cut tomorrow because they're 5-1-1. Then obviously we want to see a winning in tomorrow, but that's a little bit different. Day 1, you're just playing to try and get to day 2. Once you're in day 2, you're playing to try and win the tournament. That's all like one tournament, though. You just gotta like separate it out like that. What makes day 2 in the TCG? X2-1. So we got 5 rounds today, so 5-2-1. Or 4-2-1. No, 5-2-1, yeah. And if we have 9 rounds, it's 6-2-1. That's why I want to see a 6-0-1 or a 7-0, not a 5-1-1. I think 5-1-1 is still decent, especially when you get to see a cooler deck like the Slacking. Because they definitely want to show a variety of like top level players and cool decks. Like last round we saw Brent Tonneson versus Caleb Rogerson, both who were 6-0. We saw the high level play that last round. Now we're seeing some back and forth fan rotom. Dude, this is some fan rotom. They're just going at each other, bro. Fan rotom, KO, fan rotom, fan rotom, KO, fan rotom, bro. Can we get another one? Fan rotom again? Honestly, it doesn't even not make sense here potentially. Fan rotom might be the play if we don't have Gus to win. There is the slacking on the bench that we can go after to win the game next turn as George here. Or we could just fan rotom again. The fan wars. The great fan wars. Hey, that's a nest ball. That's an E-switch. That's a fan rotom. I think currently George doesn't have access to just a lightning energy. I think we're just short lightning energy. We have prime in hand. We're just missing a lightning. There's a lightning prized. But there's no lightning in the deck. So we have to find a Sada. Oh, it was the next card. That feels bad. I mean, still optimal sequencing here from George, though. It's optimal sequencing. It just feels bad that there's 3 Sada in the top 6 cards of your deck when you don't, before you Pheasantipity. Still super close to getting the dub here. Slacking does play Blood Moon, yes. Yeah, I don't think we're actually gonna see George attack with a fan rotom here. We definitely want to see George draw a prize card though, because we don't want Dusknoir to be able to be an option for Max on the next turn. Surprise Kyurem off the top rope. That would go kind of crazy. Vessel getting played. Sure. More energy to cycle through. At the very least here from George, you could like knock out the active fan rotom with a Ogre Pawn, I guess. We can cycle one more on the Ogre Pawn. We still have the Fez draw to work with. Did he Fez already? I don't think so. I don't think we've Fezzed yet. I could be wrong though. Slacking one of the most frustrating decks to play against? No. Roughly 40% of people on win-and-ins ID today too. Oh, I do want to run that number after this. I am curious about that number. All right, there's the pawn cycle. We could play this Ultra Ball to thin out further. I actually kind of want to see the Ultra Ball get played. There's 3. Oh, that's Night Stretcher. That should do it. Night Stretcher for Lightning. Cycle one more with Ogre Pawn. I mean, as long as he sees it. All right, he sees it. He sees it. We didn't need the extra energy on the extra grass energy, but why not? +1. Better safe than sorry. Well, how many decks do you usually keep sleeved IRL? 0. What's good? Is it 9 rounds for Milwaukee? 8 rounds. Using Dango, what should you focus when playing Raging Bolt? Drawing the first 2 prize cards and trying to make your opponent avoid, or trying to avoid your opponent getting the first 2 prize cards. How many decks do you keep up your sleeve? 3, just in case I gotta switch it up. If I have a bad matchup in game 1, I'll take out a different deck for game 2 at like regionals and stuff to get the advantage. I don't know why more people don't do that, but yeah, I keep usually like 3 different options. You can only like prep with so many decks, but I'll keep a Dragapult and a Gardevoir up the sleeve just in case. You like this meta? Sure. $16 points today too. 8 rounds, X21 makes day 2. So yeah, 16 points. Wait. Sure, yeah, 16 points. My shirts only have 2 sleeves. You can fit a couple decks in a single sleeve. You'd be surprised what you can fit in a single sleeve. All right. We do see Slacking go down in game number 1. I actually am curious to see if we see Slacking choose first or second in this matchup. Now, current builds of Raging Bolt, like Noctowl Raging Bolt, doesn't attack turn 1 very often, but they can still do it. They can still attack turn 1. It is possible. I don't think that would ever prompt you to want to go second, though, in this matchup. I think you go first, use your Fan Rotom. It's unlikely they're going to get off a turn 1 attack. You develop your... You're probably not attacking turn 2 with Slacking, but you can like develop your board a little bit. right, there we go. Dude, on the freaking Swiss round marker, they need to put out of how many rounds. I gotta request they do that. So it says like Swiss round 8 out of 8. Honestly, they probably should just do that. Just makes sense for them to do anyways. Not even for my sanity, but just for everyone in general, to be honest. Okay, did choose second. Interesting. Okay. Max chooses second here. I like the idea of going first still, to be honest, but I don't hate it. I mean, oh, 2 birds. Not like this. That's gonna be tough, man. That guy is that's such a pivotal part of this deck. Oh boy. And honestly, this kind of, the more I think about it, the more I dislike it, because this kind of sets it up for George to like turn to Baby Bolt Snipe super cleanly into your Pidgeys. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it's just like so unlikely. It's not that unlikely though that George opens like a Sada combo or a Crispin, right? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't hate it, to be honest. I'd have to like play more with Raging Bolt. I just haven't played that much with Raging Bolt this format. But I feel like whenever I hit Raging Bolt on the ladder and I go first, they don't hit a turn 1 attack. I don't know. Tables at 15 match points, 16 have submitted ties as of now. You running the numbers? So what is that, like 40% basically? Close enough. That's 40. The focus is Nightmare Pricing. Dude, the double Pidgeot is brutal. Basically need Crispin with the current builds. Yeah, Turmo Sada's like, well, I mean, they still play Squawkabilly. Or actually, have people been cutting Squawkabilly? I feel like I've been seeing less Squawkabilly in Raging Bolt. Also, whenever I played Raging Bolt Noctowl, I literally never used Squawkabilly. I never used it. I mean, you're choosing first to not trying to attack. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jam. Like, I think Raging Bolt's choosing first in this matchup still. Like, you're just going first, attach the Baby Bolt, snipe the Pidgey, right? Like, that's your plan. I cut it out of my list. Too many cards I don't want to discard. Yeah. Honestly, isn't that good? Blitzel and Fontanet said it could be cut. Makes sense. Yeah, that's how I felt when I played it. I was like, I use this like once in every 5 or 6 games, but even then it probably isn't like necessary. It's just like it's correct to use there because I have access to it. If George doesn't bench an EX/V, Slacken can't attack. Oh wait, honestly, I didn't even think about that as being an option. Does George ever just like rock Baby Bolt for as long as possible? Because Baby Bolt doesn't even get KO'd. Oh, but looking at the hand here for Max, Max can get aggressive here with a Fan Rotom and just start swinging. Honestly, that's probably the correct play here from Max, is to get aggressive with Fan Rotom to force an EX into play. Yeah, that actually is kind of funny. George could try and play like just like a 1-prize game, just like Baby Bolt as much as possible early and try and like take away options. That would actually be kind of interesting. Is Bolt something other than Turbo? I mean, yeah, the Owl build's not really attacking turn 1. That's how the Owl build kind of operates. You're kind of like taking the first turn off and then playing for turn 2. So I can play a Hop Scram for no EX scenario? No, Fan Rotom plus Pidgeot's usually enough, I think. I don't think you need anything extra. All right, Fan Rotom getting established. Slack Off and double Pidgey on the board. And yeah, we could see Max go for that Artisan and then jet up the Fan Rotom and start swinging. I wonder if... Well, the first thing would be, yeah, is Max going to think about that as like a preemptive measure? And is George actually even going to play towards that on the next turn would be the question. You can respond KO the Fan, so Max would have to chain 2 of them together. Yeah, or like, yeah. I mean, 2 Fan Rotoms is not that hard. We can definitely make it work. But it's actually kind of funny. After both Fan Rotoms go down, Max has 2 Pidgeots prize. And actually, where are the Pidgeots in the prize lineup? What do we know which one of these prize cards is closest to the player? How they're played down? I don't know. Like, is the bottom right prize card The Pidgeot or the energy? It's the energy, right? Oh, I guess Max also has Dusknoir as an option. Energy? Okay, that makes sense. So as long as if Max draws the prize cards in order and goes back-to-back Fan Rotom punches, but we don't even see a Fan Rotom punch here from Max. Wait, is the play here from George KO? No, the play here from George is KO. What if you KO'd the Fan Rotom? Well, you never make that read, though, because then you're like, oh, then Max is just going to go get out Pidgeot, punch me with Pidgeot. But then the Pidgeot's in the active. Honestly, I think the play here from George is KO Fan Rotom. But I'm curious to see if George does it. Because if you force the Pidgey into the active, that's right where you want it. Then you get to KO the Pidgey. Kill Fan Rotom definitely seems like the play here from George. Depending on how good the hand is, of course. The quality of hand does matter. No, I don't even think the quality of hand does matter that much. I think you just always go after the Fan Rotom here. Let's see what George goes for here. The thing is, I also, even if Max makes the realization that, oh wait, if George just kind of like starts sniping and doesn't bench an EX, I'm kind of in trouble. Oh, there's an Ogre. Attached to the Fan Roadie. Yo, I think George is doing it. George is doing it. Let's go. Now he isn't KOing the Fan Rotom, which I would like to see the Fan Rotom get KO'd. But George is ready to combat. Raging Bolt and Fan Rotom versus Fan Rotom. It's going down, and it's the perfect play for the situation because Max prize double Pidgeot. Oh no, and we're discarding the Dusclops. Dude, you need Dusknoir here. We need everyone on deck, bro. We need help. The squad can't keep up. Honestly, Max like needs to set up Pheasantipity to like attack. Like, what does Vigoroth do? Is the Vigoroth any good? Tame the Sloths. Dude, this is so bad for Max. Yeah, the way things just like turned out, it's just like so unfortunate. Candy Pidgeotto. The rest of the hand has a Jack. There's a boss in hand. No Stadium to even attack with Fan Rotom though. Oh no. You think no Owl Ball will go further in the tourney? Probably not, just because like if like one player plays no Owl Ball and everyone else plays Owl Ball, probably not, but. Basil sends Caleb Ty. What happens to the Bulu Bucks? They went to the people who voted for Ty. But this prediction right now is for this match, right? Did I set up this prediction for this match? I honestly forget when I set up this prediction. I'm pretty sure this prediction is for this match, unless I'm trolling. I don't think I'm trolling though. All right, Max is giving it some thought here. Going into the Jack. This makes sense. I think Max is going to realize that both Pidgeot EX are prized here, unless he already checked. But here's where you'd grab a Pidgeot EX because you have Pidgeotto in the hand. Yep. I think the realization is setting in. Speaking of the importance of prize checking. Yep. Realization has set in. Oh, shit. Now he's like, oh, shit. What do I do? Dusknoir, okay. Candy out Dusknoir next turn to get a prize card. That is something. We need to get the Duskull, though. We need Duskull. You already checked, though? Well, we don't know what he checked. I don't even know. Yeah, just because he used the search card previously doesn't mean he checked or checked anything. To be honest, he didn't like take that long on a first search. I don't think he took that long on his first search. And if he did, he definitely didn't check Pidgeot EX. I don't think. I think he would have definitely played this differently if he had checked for Pidgeot EX. Flacking into the active. Wait, that's kind of weird, isn't it? That guy's just kind of stuck. We just like literally stuck a 2-prizer in our active. That does not sound very good. Get to the Fan Room. There's no Stadium. There's no Stadium. And Max realizes he attacks, and then he's like, oh, wait, there's no Stadium. Good on Max to catch it. Pass. Oh, no. I mean, if I'm George here, I don't know. We didn't see Pidgeot get developed at all. I might be killing the Fan Rotom here. But honestly, I wouldn't fault George for knocking out the Pidgey here. I would not fault George for knocking out the Pidgey. And just getting another Fan Rotom in play and just getting ready to have the great fan war. Let's see what George goes for. Do you ever not check prize cards for a search? Yeah, if you're going into game 3 and there's like no time left. Screw it. There we go. The Pidgey goes down. Back over to Max. Duskull top deck. That's a good top deck. That's going to get us a prize card eventually. We got a Colress. All right, the Fan Rotom can swing. All right, it's coming together here for Max. Max has assembled his own squad to combat Fan Rotom and Baby Raging Bolts. Oh, but we need to get Pidgey too. Okay, we got the Super Hot. The Pidgeys are coming back. This is big also for Max. No, but George can snipe the Duskull. Dude, it's chalked. It's so bad. The Duskull can die. George is gonna have such a massive prize lead when when things change. Like when this is so bad. This is so bad. The Duskull is for sure cooked here. Yeah, George played this really well. I'm really glad George identified the oh wait, you can't do shit with slacking if I don't put an EX in play. And it's like, all right, let's just see what happens, right? Like you don't know for sure that Max prize double Pidgeot EX, but it's like, okay, Pidgeot EX only does 120 damage. You don't even kill my Baby Raging Ball. Let's just start sniping stuff. Not gonna give you too many options. And unfortunately for Max, did prize double Pidgeot EX, so that's not good. Is it a 1-1-1 skull line? It is a 1-1-1 skull line, yeah. Now we do give the Artisan over to George, so George can go find some more Fan Rotoms if he wants, but I think we'll see George snipe KO the Duskull this turn. Hopefully we see George snipe KO the Duskull this turn. That is by far the best play you could make here. Remove that from play as a threat. Into the Artisan. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't grab second Fan Rotom here. A Hoot Hoot is pretty reasonable, I'm not gonna lie. That's up to Latias. Are we ever trying to... No, you definitely need to take out the Duskull here. The Duskull's gotta go. Could just be a fail on the Artisan, we'll see. Yeah, George has plenty of options in hand, but you don't need to really do anything right now. Yo, appreciate the tier 1 sub there, King Goose. Welcome to the pack. Got plenty of fans. We're all out of EXs. Going for a Nest Ball. No, not Latias. Wait, what would we ever grab here? Oh, Slitherwing? Oh, I'm down for some Slitherwing action. No! Not like this. Don't give him the out. I guess maybe George feels like it's about a break anyway, so at this point you may as well just like get more set up. I don't hate this play from George here, to be honest. We got our early prize advantage. Now maybe it's just time to break the, put the EX in play, give Max access to the slacking, just try and go set up fully and just like play the game. So yeah, I don't hate this here from George. At some point you probably had to do this for how things were going on the other side for Max. I think we could have waited one more turn though. I think we could have waited one more turn. But yeah, this seems fine still from George. I still lean towards KOing the Duskull though. The Duskull does seem like the biggest threat, to be honest. I don't know if you can make the read that Max prized both Pidgeot at this point, but I lean towards Duskull KO, to be honest. And the Ogerpon comes down as well. That's fine. It's a little sad, but all good things must come to an end. Even Fan Wars. Yeah, it goes for the Pidgey. I don't love it. I think the Duskull is the bigger threat. We're going on to odd prize cards, which means Max can take advantage of attacking with Duskull here, or utilizing Duskull here. The Fan Rotom is also getting the KO on the active here as well. I don't love that here from George. I'd like to have seen the Duskull go down. Seeing Duskull off Jack before a Skull was in play would have told me that he prized Pidgeot. Yeah, definitely. Or like double Pidgeot. Like there's something missing. Something is missing. Dusknoir's making its way out here. I don't think we popped Dusknoir yet. Just having it established is nice. And then take the Fan Rotom KO, and we have to play heavily for like some kind of Iono play next turn from Max. Honestly, Max probably wants an Iono this turn, and then Iono potentially next turn as well, but we see the Arven come out here. It'd be nice to disrupt the... George has like a 6-7 card hand on the other side, so it would have been nice to disrupt that this turn, and then more disrupted on the next turn if possible. But Arven comes out, counter gains getting located, and I mean, we might use Artisan for Pidgey again here from Max. That seems reasonable still. And then Fan Rotom knock out the active, and then we're going to need a big comeback turn from Max on that next turn. Oh, there's also only 13 minutes left. Aren't both Pidgey prize? Aren't both Pidgey dead? No, we super brought them both back into the deck, so there should be one Pidgey in the deck as of right now, I think. Is the Max playing for day 2 here? Why would he scoop? Oh, yeah, Max should never scoop here. Oh, wait, yeah. What the heck? Max should never scoop here. Max lost game 1. Both players are in day 2, but yeah, you never scoop here, because otherwise Max is just a loss compared to a tie. All right, Pidgey is found. We're not going to get a Pidgeot off the prize cards yet from Max. We're going to KO the active with Fan Rotom. We'll draw into the Boomerang energy, which is still fine. And I think we can pull together a comeback here for Max for sure, with a combination of Dusknoir plus Iono. And the Dusknoir, if we go like Dusknoir KO Hoot Hoot, that will find us the Pidgeot as well. I think we definitely want to save the Dusknoir to respond to... I don't hate holding counter gain here as well, because if the Slacking gets Gus KO'd... Oh yeah, we definitely don't want to pop Dusknoir yet, because we could just get Pheasantipity or Slacking Gus KO'd, and then we just lose the game, so... And honestly, that probably is the play here from George, is Gus KO Slacking. I'm not sure I actually like that counter gain attachment there from Max. I mean, we could get judged or Iono'd on this next turn from George, but I would say it's unlikely. I don't even know if that's true, though, I guess. George actually playing the Iono ahead of time would actually be kind of nice. Actually, the more I think about it, from George here, I kind of like using Iono. If George can go like Fan Rotom Knockout plus Iono, or like Prime Catcher KO plus Iono, the Iono actually here seems kind of good for George. I'm not going to lie. The more I think about it, the more I like George using Iono. He drew the Pidgeot? Oh, okay. Maybe the prices are the other way around. We can't see their actual... We can't see where the physical prize cards are, so it's hard to tell which one George actually, or Max drew. Was it the one closest to him or the one further from him? You always just kind of assume they draw the one closer because that's what people do on average, but it's hard to tell if that's the way it's laid out on the graphic. Why is the guy playing Slacking? True, dude, that's what I'm saying. Why is it not like 100% Dragapult in this tournament? It doesn't make any sense. Like, Dragapult's the best deck, or even if you think Gardevoir's the best deck, why are the tournaments not 100% Gardevoir or 100% Dragapult? What are these players like losing in the Pokemon TCG, bro? What the heck? That's cringe. Is there any online tournaments that have real money as a prize? No, not really. It's all like codes. Cycle with the Pawn. We have Ultra Ball. I don't think we've used Fez yet, right? So we have Fez left. We have Ultra Ball for a Noctowl. Honestly, I wouldn't have hated to see from George here. I wouldn't have hated to see Ultra Ball for Noctowl, get Area 0 plus Iono, and then Iono put some more stuff on the bench, Iono, and then just Fan Rotom KO the active. I kind of like that. Gust KO Fez here is like also kind of okay, I guess. Or maybe the Slacking. The Slacking has a lot of resources on it. It's got a counter gain and a Boomerang energy on it. I just don't hate the idea of George using Iono here to like preemptively play around Max's Iono, because Max has like a, I don't know, like a 9-card hand over there or something ridiculous. I don't know if that's really stopping Max from having like a really good turn next turn anyways. Counter catcher going away. You think personal attachment to specific Pokemon leads to more people using bad decks in the Pokemon TCG compared to others like MTG or Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, probably. But I think generally, if you're like on like more competitive, I think, yeah, sure. But it probably exists in the same way in Magic. We're going for the Prime Catcher play. All right, so we're gonna get aggressive here and draw 2 prize cards. That does take away the Dusknoir potential from Max. Like, yeah, sure, but I'm sure it's the same way in Magic, where a lot of people play a lot of bad decks because they just like the bad decks. It's like not anything different, to be honest. Like it doesn't change like the top end outcome of tournaments. Like the people who are more competitive are going to be more competitive no matter what, and are going to always be trying to play like really good decks, really good builds of archetypes, and try and play really well, right? So, like, yeah, sure, maybe, but like, doesn't actually change the outcome of the tournament, if that makes sense. Or today has cash prizing in her weeklies. Yeah, that's for Pocket. If you like playing Pocket, though, yeah, there is a lot of cash prizing in the Pocket tournaments. If you're trying to go full-time tournament grinder, Pocket's the way to go. Insane cash prizing. Pokemon TCG Pocket tournaments. Wow. Nest Ball coming in, a Hoot Hoot or a Mew. Honestly, both are solid options. Actually, no, we should go for the Mew. If we're going to have a Hoot Hoot on our bench, we should definitely go with Mew. If we're not KOing a 2-prizer this turn, then going with Hoot Hoot probably makes the most sense, because then Dusknoir would KO our Hoot Hoot. So I feel like from George here, we should grab Mew and EX, because we should never need 2 Noctowls next turn. If we draw a single Noctowl, we're cooking. Nice. Mew EX is grabbed. I love it. Is X12 day 2? X21 is day 2. Or better. This one seems not quite insurmountable for Max to come back in, but we're getting there. Waiting at the EV deck. It's pretty cool, pretty chill. How many pocket tournaments wins to make rent? A lot. Wait, I don't actually know. How much you win for first place in Ursa Day's tournament? It's still probably a lot, to be honest. Ursa Day gives 140 for first. You better be streaming these tournaments or something. All right, yeah, you can't just grind the tournaments. You gotta do something a little extra. Some VGC player got DQ'd at 6-0 for looking at the crowd while playing on stage. Terrible. Wait, no, I'm not gonna go that far. Oh yeah, it's terrible that the PokemonTCG staff or the Pokemon staff is catching cheaters and DQing them. Yeah, that's awful. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I don't know if he cheated. I don't know if he cheated. Don't come at me. It's a joke. It's a joke. Shut up. Shut up. Focus on the game. Raging Bolt here. Prime Catcher. Do we go for the slacking or the Pheasantipity? I honestly think the Pheasantipity was probably the better play. Well, I don't know. Now that the counter game was... I don't know. It's just so much energy to KO this slacking. All right, here we go. Got to discard 5 energy. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the Fez KO, but it's fine. Joe calls you like the Green Goblin mask, Azul. Too late. I have my pitchfork ready. All right, we have Pidgeot EX. We have Grand Tree as well. We need a couple more pieces here. We have Candy Pidgeot, so Pidgey should be pushed. As long as we don't top deck Vigoroth or Slacking, I think both of those pieces are in the deck. So we should be able to Grand Tree into the Slacking now. I think we're doing okay. Also, did you see the Wolfie Glick chess controversy? Yeah, I would say it's not so much Wolfie Glick as what's his name though? It's Dr. Lupo. I mean, Wolfie just got a free dub, right? He got cheated against, but then he just picks up the dub and moves on, right? Or is it something else? I know, but he was playing against him. Yeah. My gosh, dude, I knew Lupo was a cheater from day one, bro. The no scopes he was hitting in Fortnite, bro. Like that's not you can't do that. That's not real. That's not programmed into the game. I knew since day one that he was a cheater, bro. All right, we got our Ursaluna. Oh, we're actually attacking with Ursaluna here? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, we want a slacking here. I feel like. Maybe we didn't want to play the Grand Tree because we want to give bench space back, I guess. All right, Pidgeot's online. Well, I mean, we have Candy Pidgeot, Candy Slacking here. We don't have the counter gain. We might have the Boomerang energy. At the very least, we can go Ursaluna KO the active, though. At the very least, we have that going for us. We need Iono counter catcher. I mean, KOing the Raging Bolt, though, is also still pretty good, though. Like, KOing the Raging Bolt removes an energy and an ancient Pokemon from play. If you KO the Fez, you leave an energy and an ancient Pokemon in play, which means you need that much less off the Iono. It's actually a really good match. I can't believe Max is still hanging on. I mean, I don't know if I'd call this hanging on. It's kind of cooked, to be honest. It is kind of cooked. Listen, I'm all for Max somehow pulling out a dub here, but it's pretty chalked. It's pretty over. Listen, I want to see the comeback. I want to see it happen. I want to take one prize with Fan Rotom last turn. Because then you give the option of Dusknoir over. So then this turn Max could go like pop Dusknoir, KO your Hoothoot, and remove your Hoothoot option from play, plus take a knockout. So you want to get the 2-prize knockout to take away Dusknoir as an option. Getting the 2-prize knockout here from George was a good play. It was a good play to get a 2-prize knockout here for sure. Ooh, now we're putting Grand Tree in play. It feels a little late. It's a pretty easy discard too, of course. Fan Rotom and Ogerpon get discarded. I guess, is George thinking about keeping Fan Rotom because you could go boss K? You just get rid of the Fan Rotom here every time. The Fan Rotom goes. It's cooked. It's chalked. But if you did get Energy Boss, it could KO the Fan Rotom on the other side. And we know George and Max are big Fan Rotom enjoyers. So he has like Fan Rotom has a personal as a special place in George's heart. He's like, man, we've come so far together. We knocked out so many other Fan Rotoms. No counter catcher. So it is going to be have to KO on the active. But I don't even think KO on active is like bad here. KO and Pheasantipity might be slightly better, but this is, I mean, Mew into Fez. Right. Well, that's Night Charger for Noctowl. So I think that's game. And that's a Noctowl. So a little bit of a missequence there. Should have started with the Mew draw, but it's okay. I mean, it should be over here. That should be game. Unless, hold up. Does George not have a boss? I mean, if we have boss here, it's game over. I don't know if there's a boss left, though. We'll see. There's a boss. Okay. Night Charger in hand. Gets the fighting energy. Should be a dub here. George moves on to 6-1-1, headed into day 2. One last check, just making sure. Let him take his time. You don't want him to mess up. I don't want him to mess up. He doesn't want to mess up. There we go. Boss the Fan Rotom. Gotta KO the Fan Rotom in this situation. No, oh, he's gonna do it, dude. He's gonna Night Charger for the Fan Rotom. Yes, bro. He brought the boy back for one last round. All right. Good dub, good dub. Maximum BM. Yeah, the fan on fan violence continues, bro. Will it never end? And we have these Pokemon trainers out here promoting fan on fan violence consistently on stream, bro. Will it ever end? People don't talk about this enough. This enough. Continued support of the Fan Rotom on Fan Rotom. It's graceful. Is there any Frostlass player doing well? Not that we're aware of, no. Not that we are aware of. All right, well, Champions League Aichi starts in 24 minutes. We're gonna go ahead and catch this interview here with George real fast, and then I'm gonna end the YouTube stream, but don't go anywhere. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream, and I'm gonna start it back up immediately, but you can't have VODs on YouTube longer than 12 hours, so I need to reset it, and that way I'll keep the VODs separate for both. Money me? I got you. It'll keep the VODs separate for both tournaments as well, which will actually be kind of nice. I need to create a new thumbnail for that as well. Let me make a new thumbnail real fast. What do I do when the YouTube stream is down? Water break, snack break. When does Champions League start? In 20 minutes. 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. 20 minutes. It was honestly like such a smooth transition from day 1 Milwaukee to day 2. What's it called here? Pretty sick. Pretty sick lineup. Call your mom? Yeah, call your mom. Give your mom a call. Tell her you love her. Or hate her, I guess. I don't know. Whatever you need, get off your chest. Get it off your chest. Now's the time. While I'm going to take away a YouTube stream for a little while. There's no better time than now. Whatever you've been meaning to say. It's time to let it all out while my YouTube stream is down. Let it all out. Once my YouTube stream comes back, it's time to lock in and get ready for day 2 of Champions League. Hold up.
Feeling good, made day 2, so I'm happy. Hopefully, get a chance to make top 8 tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we're doing great. We're doing great. So we're playing Raging Bolts. Tell us why the deck choice.
I've actually been playing Raging Bolt all season.
Oh.
So I know it by hand. You know, I have all my points have been with Raging Bolt. Just, you know, be consistent with it. So I really like it, and it gets me wins. So
That's fair. It gets you wins, and a lot of the times, yeah, it helps when you're really familiar with a deck, and if you're sticking with one deck and it's working, you know, why try and fix that? Are there any interesting matchups you've ran into today in day one of the Milwaukee?
I mean, that was obviously the most interesting matchup.
Yeah.
I was figuring out what exactly it did as I played the match. But yeah, so shout out to my opponent for that deck. It's definitely very unique. But yeah, I pretty much played up a lot of Dragapults today.
Ooh,
so, yeah.
okay. So we were farming all the Dragapults. I mean, it should be a fairly okay matchup. You're able to get the one-hit KOs. Did you face any Gardevoirs?
Not one Gardevoir. Like I said, I played 4 Dragapults and I beat every single one. So.
All right, that's nice. That's nice. Let's talk about that last game. Again, we played against Slacking EX. You had no idea what it did?
I kind of I knew it hit for big numbers, but I forgot exactly like what the ability like can't attack with the X's and stuff like that. So yeah, I figured it out as soon as we went, and then you know just went from there.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a common Pokemon at all. The fact that Slacking EX requires a Pokemon EX or V in play to be able to attack. It's something maybe in the next format with the new Rocket set that it could see some play, but for this one, it's interesting to see it, especially in round 8, right, of the Milwaukee Regional. Tell us about the process though, because again, this is something we weren't expecting. Although by the time we got to game 2, you suddenly had like almost the perfect game plan against it.
Yeah, I was trying to bench any EXs, try to take as many one prize as I can. I knew that if I knock out the first guy and I had no 2 prizers, the best he could be in all prizes, and from there I just keep going 2, 2, 2, 2. So that's pretty much what was my strategy.
Yeah, the baby Raging Bolt definitely put in a lot of work there. Now that, hey, you're guaranteed now into day 2, what's your mindset at? Like, what are you thinking of, and how are you going to prepare for tomorrow's tournament?
Well, I will prepare by getting some rest since I didn't get much rest last night. So hopefully, you know, reset tonight and then just come in tomorrow thinking I'm about to play probably a bunch of Dragapults and Gardevoirs.
That is fair. That is fair. And with that, just a couple more questions. Anyone? Oh no. Is there any advice you'd like to give any aspiring Pokemon player out there?
Just consistency. I'd say if people who be switching decks a lot, sometimes it'll mess you up since you don't know the sequencing and stuff like that. If you're just starting, especially, it's best just to stick with one deck, master it, and then get better as you keep playing with the same deck.
I like it. Consistency is key. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to shout out the whole DC, Maryland, Virginia. That's my area. Everybody we play with back in the area. Guild Gaming from the Guild, Sage Mantis. Just not forgetting anybody, you know, any store. But yeah, we have a very good area, so it's always good playing with those guys.
Sounds like an absolutely amazing place. With that, thank you so much for the interview, and best of luck in day 2, George.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk before we close things out here at the Milwaukee.
All right, let's do a final look at everything before I reset the YouTube stream and we get ready for Champions League. Look what we got here. Hold up. Do it up. A couple players left playing. Over to here. 8-0. Owen Dalgard. No idea what Owen's playing. Rogerson, Ian, Labella, Brent, all 701. Definitely got a lot of familiar names up here in the undefeated or close to undefeated bracket. Further down, what else we got? Jones is still in contention, 7-1. Cal Connor, Ku 7-1. Danucci 7-1. Couple players playing down here as well. Nothing crazy. The tie rate ended at 1657. Let's just take a look at oh, maybe it's all done. Let's do one final Swiss calculation. It's 0.4. 40% intentional try rate, 16% tie rate, 1657. What we're looking at for tomorrow. Looking like it's probably going to be a clean cut at 30 points. So X and 2 for cut, but there definitely is a possibility that X 1 2 is the cutoff for tomorrow. So ties are not, don't have no value. Ties don't have no value. But yeah, that's going to do it for day number 1 of Milwaukee. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and end the YouTube stream. But don't go anywhere, YouTube. I'll be right back. I'm going to start up the secondary, or start up the stream again here in just a